Check, check, check. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? You can hear me okay?
I can.
Great. Let me just close my door here.
I just wanted to make sure I could connect. I'm gonna take down my audio and my video for right now, unless there's anything you need to let me know first.
No, so there was some difficulty. Well, not difficulty. The respondents in this case did not upload exhibits as they were instructed. So we're going to have to sit down and figure out how do we do that because that's the way that you're provided the exhibits in this case as the official keeper of the record. And I directed them to do it, and one of them didn't do it at all, and the other only uploaded a small number of their anticipated exhibits, and I have no idea why. So
Yeah, I noticed I didn't have any Dropbox links for exhibits yet.
yeah, so you should have received one, or maybe I didn't share it with you. I think I sent.
I don't think so. I've got the order list, the list of witnesses, but I didn't see any exhibits in my emails.
Okay, let me just find that real quick and send it to you.
You can, my email address is Melissa, MELISSA @kendrareporting.com.
Oh, that might have been, I think I may have sent it to the info at.
Well, she would have forwarded it to me, but because I got like 3 or 4 emails from you through her, but I didn't see any exhibits. So yeah, if you could just shoot it to me directly, that would be good.
Let me do that right now, and then if you need to do other stuff, that's fine. I'm just going to be here.
Okay. Good deal. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yep, great. Hello?
Good morning.
Is this Regina?
Yes, sir, it sure is. How are you this morning?
Very good. Your audio is very clear. It's perfect. You got the headphones figured out, it looks like.
We ordered new ones. I had to do a quick search on it because we can't get anything from here.
Okay. Yeah, but I can hear you very clearly. The
Good.
camera is, if it's possible, is there a light source that you can put in front of? I think I see a little lamp in the background on the left there, huh?
We're trying to get as much lighting as we can in here.
Yeah, and so what you want to do is put the light in front of your face, in front of the computer. Otherwise, like, you look pretty dark to me. No, it's not a big deal. If you can't fix that, you can't fix that.
Okay, I have a drop light that I can turn on. Let me see real quick while you see if you can talk to Crystal. So everything's good on my end.
Great. Very
Okay,
good.
okay. You get there while I try it.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hello, Ms. Winters. How are you?
I'm here ready to rock and roll. Thank
There
you
you go.
for, go ahead.
Yeah, no, good, good. I'm glad the technology all worked out, and looks like it's going to happen.
I hope this is the last time I ever have to Zoom anything, but you must know I appreciate all your time, hard work, and concern in my case. Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. All right.
Can you see me well enough? Believe me, you don't want to see me up real close.
So when Regina just put that light on behind you, it actually, you can't have the light on behind. You got to turn that one off, and you got to have a light in front.
Okay, I have a lamp right here.
Yeah, try to. It's good enough if that's the way it's going to be. But the light in behind you is actually counterproductive.
Turn it off.
You have to be front lit, not backlit. Yeah, that's better now. So it's fine. We're good like this. That's good enough.
Okay, good deal.
And I'm going to put my mute on. I'm going to stop my video. Your stuff's working fine, Miss Winters. Feel free to walk around or whatever you want to do.
Great.
We'll begin in like about 10, 15 minutes.
Thank you.
No problem.
So I hit this.
No, that's the volume.
Oh,
No, you got it. That's the volume. You got it upside down. It's this.
Oh, and hey, Miss Winters, just so you guys are aware, if you're going to be talking right now, we are broadcasting via YouTube.
yes, I'm trying to see how to mute. Hold on.
Yeah, that's good. Try to figure that out. There you go. Hello, Mr. Crespin, how are you?
Good morning. Check and make sure I have video.
Yeah, no, I can see you fine. I mean, it's a bit dark in the room. There's light that you can put on in front of your face. I mean, you don't need to do it now because you won't be testifying for a bit, but it's always helpful to have a light in front of your face so people can see you.
How's that?
Much better. Perfect. And your audio is fine.
Let me windows here. Oh, I got an idea. There we go.
Big time. Great.
How you doing this morning?
Very well, thank you. Good.
You here?
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna put myself back on mute. You seem like you're all set, Mr. Crespin, and we'll be back with.
All right.
Hi, Vince. I haven't seen you in a long time.
I know. How have you been?
Well, yes.
That's good. I'm glad.
Mhm.
We'll have to catch up sometime soon.
Well, when they move us into the new place, I guess we're gonna.
I'm glad we finally got a place to call home.
Well, are you familiar with that building?
You know where it's at. I'm not been there yet. It was good talking to you again. Talk to you soon.
Um, your microphone sounds very like there is not. The volume is low.
Does it really?
Could be that I have too much noise here, but
How about now?
it sounds a little. Yeah, better, I guess.
Maybe I just need to talk louder.
Uh,
On the other hand, you sound fine.
Hello, Mr. Archuleta. Hey, Anna, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So I see someone has joined us today by telephone, 505-718-6074. Is that person able to speak? Mr. Archuleta, can you hear me?
This is Lawrence Rascon.
Ah, Mr. Rascon, okay. And Mr. Rascon, do you have video capability?
I can try and get in. Let me try to get in. Hold on, okay? Let me call right back. I'm going to try to get into the computer.
Okay. Yeah, everything seems to be working pretty well. Good morning, Mr. Yar.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your audio is very good. Mr. Borman, how are you?
I am doing well, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Very good. You sound good. Mr. Mauer.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
I'm
How are
here.
you? There we go.
I'm hanging in here. This my medical treatment's a little rough some days, but I am hanging in here.
Okay.
I mean, everybody's early today. You guys can't be that excited about going forward. Morning, Mr. Borman. Good to see you again.
Hi, how are you?
Good, sir. Nice drawing in the back. I like that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Very good. Mr. Yar, good morning.
Good morning, Fred. Good morning, Brad.
Morning.
Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning.
Are we expecting anyone else? Is there, I mean, is there a reason to wait until 9 or?
I think Ms. Sandoval was going to join.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Archuleta and Ms. Reeline were going to join.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Adams here in the office.
Okay.
So he'll join when necessary. He'll just jump on my monitor. I have 2 other people that are going to join, but they're not necessary. You can proceed. They're just employees at my office that are helping with the case.
And then will Mr. Yar, Mr. or Mrs. Saiz be joining us at some point?
Oh, good point, Your Honor. We didn't file any pre-file testimony for Mr. or Mrs. Saiz. It's actually Lisa Saiz and Jimmy Saiz. So I didn't have them slated to come. They didn't file any testimony, so I didn't know what they would be testifying about, Your Honor.
So one of the series of bench requests I asked was directed specifically towards Mr. or Mrs. Saiz, and you did provide bench request responses to those. So it was my understanding they were going to appear.
I can absolutely try to reach out to them and see if they can make it, Your Honor, but my apologies. I did not think, because we didn't have any testimony filed. It's my fault, Your Honor. I didn't think that they were going to be testifying in this case. So give me a moment and see if I could track them down, Your Honor. Can I give them a window of when they should be prepared?
Yeah, well, that was sort of one of the sort of housekeeping things to go over first. Are we otherwise all here at this juncture? It looks as though, I don't know if I see Miss Sandoval.
I know she just emailed me a short while ago. I think she's planning to join us.
Okay, so why don't we just wait the 3 more minutes, and then if 9 a.m. hits and she's not
Okay.
with us, then Mr. Borman, you can just relay. Well, when having discussions about presentation of evidence that can happen.
Okay.
So we'll just wait. What time is it now? Actually, it's 9 o'clock on my cell phone. I realized that the clock on the computer is 2 minutes slow. So, well, why don't we just begin then, Mr. Borman, with Ms. Sandoval jumps in midstream. You can just fill her in what the story is.
I think that's fine.
Good, good. All right. Okay, so Ms. Goodson, are you ready?
I'm ready, sir.
Very good. So why don't we go on the record? Good morning, everyone. This is the hearing for case number 18-00374, TR-EN Today is March 15th, 2021. My name is Christopher Ryan. I was appointed as a hearing examiner to preside over this case. This proceeding is scheduled for 2 days, today and tomorrow. It's unclear if the matter will take that entire time. Some housekeeping matters should help us understand that briefly, right, in a short time from now. So let's take appearances from the parties. And we can also just confirm everyone's audio is working through this process. So Ms. Winters, how are you?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Winters, you're here representing yourself. You're proceeding pro se, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner Bradford Borman, appearing on behalf of Transportation Division staff. I'm joined by our witness, Vince Crispin, and Fidel Archuleta, who's the Enforcement Bureau Chief.
Very good. Mr. Yar, We Care.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Yar on behalf of We Care. Here with me in the office is Mr. Adams, the witness for We Care, and also on the line is Lawrence Rascone, a witness also that will be prepared to testify on behalf of We Care.
Very good. And then Mr. Yar, you and I had some conversation prior to going on the record, just some preliminary discussion. And that is, I informed you, and I informed you correctly, that there were specific bench requests to the proprietors of We Care. You responded to those with answers. It was my understanding that those did in fact come from Jim Saiz or his wife. I wasn't clear, and I didn't specify because it wasn't entirely clear to me what the ownership of that company is. But I understand, sir, you've represented to me that Mr. or Mrs. Saiz will appear to answer those questions at some point.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to reach out to them. Like I said, I didn't think that that was necessary based upon the fact that they didn't have any pre-filed testimony. We do have 2 representatives from the company. In the event I'm unable to reach them, would it be acceptable, Your Honor, for Mr. Rascone to appear on behalf of the We Care in regards to those specific questions that are outlined in the bench request?
I mean, if what you're saying is that Mr. or Mrs. Saiz did not answer those bench requests, but someone else did, I mean, that's its own question. The questions were really designed specifically to the proprietors of this business. And I don't know that I'm comfortable allowing an employee to respond to that. I didn't receive an objection at the time those bench requests went out and were directed towards Mr. or Mrs. Saiz. So it's my preference that one of those 2 individuals appear and speak as the owners of the company.
Okay, let me reach out to them, Your Honor, and I will be back in touch with you shortly.
And you know, if you need time to do that, we can go over some of this housekeeping. I think there's going to be opportunities to take a little break anyways after we have Ms. Winters' testimony. But why don't we just keep going forward at the moment? So, Mr. Maurer.
Got to keep remembering to unmute. This is Fred Maurer on behalf of Superior Ambulance, and I believe that Mr. Archuleta and Miss Raylene Sealine should be, I don't see them on my screen, but that doesn't mean anything, should be here as well.
Yes, and I see them both. And I just, Mr. Archuleta, if you could say hello, sir, just verify your audio works well.
Yes, good morning.
Very good, I can hear you. And Ms. Sabine?
Pardon?
Oh, I'm just going to ask Ms. Sabine to speak as well, so make sure we can hear her. I've connected.
Yes, I'm here. I had to unmute myself. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you, Ms. Sabine? And I tell you, I see you're participating through an iPhone. I've participated in Zoom presentations through an iPhone myself. And what I discovered, oddly enough, is that your phone can overheat and that it will actually just shut off as soon as that happens. I have an iPhone 8 Plus. So I'm only telling you that you may want to simply listen for some portions of the proceeding until your presentation is necessary. And that just will ensure that your phone doesn't automatically just stop functioning once it gets too hot. I think it's basically the video causes the phone to be really warm.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna FYI. And I didn't do this, but Mr. Rascone, how are you, sir? Can you just speak so I can make sure I can hear you?
I'm doing fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good. And I see Mr. Scott Cargill. May I ask who you are, sir? Oh, is this with Mr. Yar?
Yes, Your Honor. He's an employee in my office.
Okay, I see. Just assisting you. Is that correct, Mr. Yar?
That's correct, Your Honor. He's not going to be appearing before the commission. And that same is true for Ms. Shauna Tilburg.
Very good. Yeah, I see her there as well. And Mr. Crespin, I spoke with you earlier. Your audio is apparently working fine as well, sir, and just confirm that.
Yes, good morning to everybody.
You're a little bit hard to hear, Mr. Crespin. Is it any chance you can talk again? See, maybe adjust your mic. It's still a little.
Oh, okay, well.
That's better there, but I guess when we come to you, we'll just see how we do.
Okay.
All right, very good. So that would be all the parties. I don't think I missed anyone. No, I didn't. So the presentation of evidence in this matter is governed by 1.2.2.33C NMAC. In an order dated March 6, 2021, the hearing examiner offered a specific suggestion regarding the order of witness presentation. The suggestion was obviously Ms. Winters presented first as required by the rule, then respondent superior going second, and Ms. Sabay going first, and then Mr. Archuleta. And the thinking there was that Ms. Sabay spent the most amount of time in her testimony going through each and every one of the interactions Ms. Winters had with the transport companies. It seemed like that was a good place to start. And then obviously Mr. Archuleta is the other witness for Superior, so he would go. We would then hear from WeCare, and the order of presentation there would be Mr. Adams, Mr. Rascone, and then one of the two Saizes. Finally, staff will present. And again, we would hear, well, again, but we would hear from Ms. Sandoval first, and then Mr. Crespin. And the general order I was doing there was simply to try to get the fact witnesses to go as soon as they can, rather than the folks who are sort of more the broader questions for the parties. Is there any objection to that presentation schedule there?
Mr. Hearing Examiner Brad Borman with staff, I do not object to that schedule. I would point out that it appears that Ms. Sandoval has joined us.
Oh, very good. Thank you for pointing that out.
And I think probably bears, since it looks like she's on her iPhone as well, we might want to repeat the warning to her about the potential overheating of her phone.
Hello, Ms. Sandoval. How are you? Could you just unmute yourself and speak so we can test your audio? You'll need to unmute yourself, Ms. Sandoval.
Unmute. Okay, here I am.
Very good.
Okay.
Yes. How are you, Ms. Sandoval?
I am good, thanks. I am having trouble getting into my, getting to join on my laptop for some reason.
That's fine. For the president, it's good with the iPhone. I was just, Mr. Bourne made a note. I told Ms. Sabay, one of the witnesses for Superior, I've participated in Zoom conferences with work colleagues, and your iPhone, if you run the video long enough, it will have a tendency to overheat. And then once that happens, the phone just shuts off. So if you're going to participate with the iPhone, to the extent to which you're not needed to be seen at any time, you can always just keep your audio on and listen, and whatever you prefer.
Okay.
And it appears that we have some dogs, and I guess it's a general practice, what I'll try to do, I've said that I wanted to do this in other instances when I've been present to these things, is mute everybody or ask that everyone remain muted unless you're right in the middle of the conversation, just for the fact that there's dogs that bark and people have families at their houses. And I think all of us are familiar at this point how distracting that can be when you're trying to think or speak and there's just noise in the background. So to the extent to which, obviously the attorneys need to make objections, so they have to be present and sometimes jumping in. But if you're just a witness and you're not going to be presenting, then perhaps remain muted until you're actually needed.
Send the mariachi band away. Send the mariachi band away.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. That's sort of an example of that.
I'm trying to get in with my laptop, and but if you keep me muted, that's fine, and then just turn me on when you need me.
Very good. All right, so
I thought I was on mute.
Good. We didn't hear any other further objection to that presentation order. Obviously, at the very end, Ms. Winters will be given an opportunity for rebuttal. That's pursuant to a rule. The commission's rules, specifically 1.2.2.36N, makes clear what rebuttal evidence is. So if Ms. Winters will be permitted to issue such evidence only if it falls within the definition of that rule. When we go to cross-examination, when the presentation of witnesses, my inclination was to just follow that same order. So if a witness presents, once a witness presents their direct pre-filed testimony, Ms. Winters will then have the first opportunity to cross-examine, then the respondents, and again, the same order, Superior, then We Care, with staff coming at the end. Is that an acceptable order for proceeding that way? I see Mr. Borman shook his head there.
No, I'm saying I'm nodding my head. So yes.
Nodding. Sorry. Yes, that's what I meant to say. I'm assuming Mr. Borman agrees, and I don't hear anything from anyone else.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Yard. So then everyone saw in the order also did March 6, 2021, what the scope of redirect or recross shall be. And also did the cross-examination of a witness at the end of that cross-examination by the parties. The hearing examiner is going to have questions to ask. The scope of redirect will be matters arising from cross-examination and questioning by the hearing examiner. The scope of recross is matters arising from redirect and questioning by the hearing examiner. So 2 bits of housekeeping here. So on issue 1, so in the March 6, 2021 order as well, the hearing examiner asked that all parties file exhibits and an exhibit list by Thursday, March 11, 2021. And that reason why I was doing that was not to give needless and thankless tasks. You've all done a lot of work on this, I'm aware. The only way to present the exhibits to the court reporter in a Zoom hearing is through Dropbox. We can't physically hand them to her. That's impossible. So we have to have a mechanism by which Superior and We Care present to the tribunal and then also the court reporter their exhibits. I see Mr. Yar uploaded some. None of it was the direct testimony that I know you will be filing, at least for instance, on behalf of Michael Adams and Mr. Rascone. The bench requests were directed towards specific parties, so that would have to be submitted as an exhibit as well. But so I think the exhibits I did see from you, Mr. Yar, is an incomplete filing, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I was operating under one of your previous orders, which listed all of the documents that were going to come in. But now that you explained it, I understand that.
Yeah, and I created that list really only for the convenience of the parties and actually for myself. And the reason that list exists was because, as you all know, this thing existed in the commission for years before I was involved. Well, not years, it was maybe a year and a half. And there was lots of documents, and I've spent a lot of time going through the record, and those were documents that struck me, some of them identified the parties as stuff that should come in. And I wasn't going to insist that you guys do that, but it seemed to me you had submitted evidence to the commission. I just assumed that you would want that evidence in the transcript of the hearing. And the point was, well, if you don't wish to do that, then I would have it admitted as a commission exhibit. And I needed to know what you all were going to admit so that if I had to have commission exhibits, then I could figure out myself. So that didn't happen. So Mr. Maurer, did you understand what I was trying to achieve with the exhibit list and the exhibit exchange?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yes, sir. When I read your directives, especially the last one, I did not understand that you were, I, like Mr. Yar, saw your previous order, I believe on the 6th, listing all the documents that would be commission exhibits and put into the record. I did not understand by your Dropbox instructions that when you used the term exhibit, you meant the pre-filed testimony that we had filed on or about October 7th. I just assumed that was already part of the record, and the only exhibits Superior has are attached to Ms. Saleen's pre-filed testimony. I was going to do what I've typically done in these hearings, which is offer offer the witness, offer their pre-filed testimony, and tender their from cross. I did not understand that you wanted those two specific items, the pre-filed testimony filed on or about October 7th, put into the Dropbox. I apologize for that misunderstanding. I did send you an email late Friday afternoon trying to clarify that. But I'm not sure. I apologize. I did not
That's all right.
understand.
I understand there's lots of details. It's just, I mean, you can understand though, when you say you're going to tender the pre-filed exhibit or the tender the pre-filed testimony of the witness, you can't do that because there's no way for you to reach out through the screen and hand it to Ms. Goodson. Right? So,
I understand. Now I understand the distinction you're making with regard to the court reporter and, as you say, handing it through the screen. So like I said, I apologize. I assumed that it would be addressed to any new exhibits or specific exhibits we were going to be referring to. And like I said, I did not understand your instruction to encompass the pre-file.
that's fine. I'm allow for that. I know lots of folks. I mean, Mr. Borman did exactly what I directed, but I do understand Mr. Borman has appeared before several of us, and we've all been doing this, the hearing examiners, this way. So
Yeah, I've had a number of these.
so yeah, so it's and you know, it's not a problem. It's just we're going to have to remedy it. So what I think should occur, I spoke with Ms. Goodson shortly before going on the record, just noted that there may be additional exhibits that she needs to have. I don't think it's appropriate for me as the hearing examiner to be sharing the exhibits for the parties that the parties intend to admit. That just doesn't strike me as a good idea. So what I think we should do is after Ms. Winters presents, take a break, and I will send a link to Superior and WeCare where they can upload what they intend to file as all exhibits in this case. They don't need to put a witness list or exhibit list, that's fine. The process is very simple. You just get the link. I mean, Mr. Yard did it in part already. And then that will satisfy me because I'll know exactly what you all intend to admit. And that will alert me as to what I'll need to admit to make sure the transcript of the hearing is complete. And then that will enable Ms. Goodson also to have your exhibits provided by yourselves to her directly.
And Mr. Hearing Officer, can I seek a point of clarification? Do you also want, I mean, the two pre-filed testimonies are easy. I think somebody in my office can do that. I'm tech challenged, but question, do you also want the bench response to bench request tendered as those exhibits? Because you do have those.
Yeah, no, and again, the point is, I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for me to dictate to you what you wish to admit or not. In some ways, that list that I created was also for myself, just to keep track of the many, many documents that have been submitted. So what I proposed to do, and that was what my message was intended to achieve, was to say to you all, here's what I think needs to come in. You're going to submit less than that, and I'm going to take care of that on my own. That allows you to be the authority about what you're going to admit. I can't force you to admit anything. So I would say to you, Mr. Maurer, you're free to admit whatever you wish. And then I just need to act around that to satisfy myself that I have admitted all the evidence I believe the commission requires to fully evaluate this case. And then if you have any objections to me admitting anything, you would then have the opportunity to voice those objections.
Thank you,
sir. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, that clarifies what's going on. I appreciate that.
Mr. Yar, are you okay with that?
I just one point of clarification. I don't need, I think I understand. I don't need to resubmit what I've already submitted.
Yes, you don't do that. You don't need to. If you can figure it out, if you can figure out what else has to come in addition, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Again.
And then Ms. Goodson and I will just make sure by the end of this whole thing, before we all go off record, that we've gotten all the exhibits that she needs. And I can see her looking at me. So Ms. Goodson, is that going to work for you?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do have, I guess, a question on the admission of two staff exhibits.
Sure.
As you know, we uploaded the documents that you had identified, but there are two exhibits I think they're staff exhibit 1 and 2 that normally I would have our staff witness sponsor, but I'm not sure Mr. Crespin is the appropriate person to sponsor those exhibits.
Yeah. So I guess there's two answers, Mr. Borman. I know some of those documents too is just, when I was reading through the case that I got it, when I was assigned, there was just lots of work that had been done by staff members other than you and answers. And I just wanted to make sure that those factual matters got into the record. So I don't think, I'm just trying to think if it's better that it be admitted as a commission exhibit if you don't.
I'm perfectly happy to do it that way. I mean, they've been labeled as staff exhibit 1 and staff exhibit 2, and they could be continued to be labeled that way if you so prefer, or I could relabel them. But the only issue is I just wanted to make sure that they got in somehow to meet your needs, but didn't have the appropriate kind of avenue to get those in.
Well, and so why don't we just keep it simple, Mr. Borman? We'll just leave them as staff exhibits, and then when we get to that point, you can simply point out what you just did for the record, and I'll admit them. And if for whatever reason anybody had any trouble with those documents later, then we have a clear record as to what they are, how they came in. Is that satisfactory?
Perfectly satisfactory to me. Thank you, sir.
And it keeps it simple. So, okay, moving on.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, Mr. Yar.
Sorry to interrupt. Just want to clarify, I'm communicating with Ms. Saez. It's your questions, her testimony is limited. I want to make sure I have this correct, to the February 2nd bench request.
Yes, I believe, but there were also follow-up questions that I asked to those, and I'm hard pressed to remember them exactly now.
The reason why I ask, Your Honor, is I do recall, and I'm coordinating with Lisa to figure out, so she's prepared to answer those questions that she was charged with answering. The follow-up ones, I'm not sure if she answered those or Lawrence. If those are also going to be open to potential discussions with Lisa, I want to make sure that Lawrence is prepared if he was the sponsor of those answers.
Well, and Mr. Yar, I mean, I appreciate that you're trying to understand specifically for your client what is the nature of the inquiries I'll have from Ms. Saez if she's going to be the individual who appears. I think that if your position is that Ms. Saez ultimately can't answer a question, that she's free to say she can't answer it. If you object to the question that I asked, you can object to it to preserve the objection for the record. But to say that I have a very clear understanding of what exactly I'm going to ask her, and then how does that relate to the bench requests, I don't know that I can do that for you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Now, there was, I understand that, and I appreciate you clarifying it. Obviously, my client wasn't 100% prepared to be here today, and so she just wants to understand.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be asking her any trick questions. I mean, I assume you understood. I have no. I just want to know some things from WeCare's proprietors that I think is important, because much of the testimony in this case kind of points back to these questions about how do we present macro level solutions to the problems that happen in these cases. And Mr. Archuleta and the Saezes, it strikes me as the people who are best capable of answering those questions as the owners of these businesses.
Very good question. Yes, Your Honor. I'll make sure she's ready for that.
And again, if Mr. Yar, if her position is I don't have an answer, I mean, you know, number one, she has to understand that if she can't answer questions about her own company, then the commission will just know that. But then simultaneously, if she legitimately doesn't know the answer, then she's free to say she doesn't know.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that clarification. I'll have her prepared.
Sure, thank you. So the other last thing before we get to Ms. Winter's presentation of evidence, I'm sorry this is taking so long, but there's all these issues. So the initial procedural order I filed in July 14 of 2020, the hearing examiner instructed that Ms. Winters would not be required to submit pre-filed testimony in question and answer format. Rather, the various handwritten documents that comprise her complaint would be treated as pre-filed testimony. The parties to the case were further informed that portions of Ms. Winters' complaint may be subject to redaction upon appropriate objection as it relates to hearsay or any other evidentiary objection they might have. The motion and limine deadline in this matter was March 8, 2021. No motions were filed. Ms. Winters did also, I believe, with the assistance of staff, file testimony in question and answer format. Mr. Borman, I assume you assisted Ms. Winters with that?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and that's fine. She didn't need to, but the fact that you did it is, you know, it just mostly says what's already said in many of her documents, and it was a nice, I don't know, summary of all of her positions. So it's my intention to admit all those exhibits. I made that clear to the parties, and I will assist Ms. Winters with admitting all this stuff because she appears here pro se and is unrepresented. Is there any objection to any of that?
No, sir.
Okay, so we will take Ms. Winters' testimony. Ms. Winters, are you there? Can you unmute yourself, ma'am? You appear to be muted, Ms. Winters. Still need Ms. Winters to unmute herself. There should be you mouse over to the button. Did Ms. Duplantis leave, Ms. Winters? We can't hear you.
I think she dropped off.
No, there you go. She's there, but she's muted. She just doesn't know how to unmute herself.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Ms. Winters, I think you're going to need to find Ms. Duplantis. And, oh, there. Speak now, Ms. Winters. It says you're unmuted, but now you have no
Can you
audio.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, good. We solved that little problem there.
Yes.
No. Tell them I'm right here.
Okay.
She's sitting to the left of me. She's not leaving my side.
Okay, very good. We just needed you to get unmuted, so we solved that. Very good. Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Winters.
thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Winters, I don't know, I'm going to pull away for 2 seconds so I can grab some papers. How familiar you are with the Public Regulation Commission and the nature of these hearings. This is not going to be what one sees on television or in the movies. As an administrative tribunal, the rules of evidence are amended so that efficiency is achieved. You do not testify directly and tell your story about all these matters that you allege occurred here. That's all done through pre-filed testimony. What I've just explained to the parties is that you have filed effectively 14 different documents that all very thoroughly describe what you allege occurred to you and in your interactions with WeCare and Superior. What I will do now is walk through those documents, ask you if you recognize them or remember them, and then ask you if you would testify in accordance if asked to do so today, but you will not actually state all these things again in these some 100 pages or so odd documents you've submitted. We're just going to accept them all as your direct testimony. Do you understand what I just said, Ms. Winters? I can't hear you. The audio has gone out again. Sorry, Ms. Winters. Yeah, I can't. Your audio is off. Ms. Winters, yeah, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can. We can hear you now. So whatever you've just done, don't touch anything.
I have not been touching
It's fine.
anything. We
It's
have
fine.
a ghost in the machine.
Okay, good. So did you understand what I said to you now about the varying documents?
Yes, sir, I sure do.
Great. And so for efficiency's sake, rather than walk through every single one of these documents and ask you if you acknowledge them and remember writing them and doing that litany of questions individually, I will ask the other parties in this case if they would allow me to just do it all, identify each document that's going to come into the record and then ask in all together. that those be admitted. Is that acceptable to the parties? Mr. Borman shaking his head yes. Mr. Yar? Very good. Mr. Mauer, if I don't hear from you, I'll assume that's acceptable to you too. I'm just trying to save time.
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, Ms. Winters, do you recall writing a document, a multi-page document on December 3rd, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you recall writing a multi-page document on February the 7th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
It's an
Not,
addendum.
that was 2019, I believe, February.
Excuse me, yes, February 7th of 2019. I apologize. You're correct.
Yes, sir, I did.
Thank you for correcting me about that. And I have listed that on the exhibit list as Winters Exhibit 2. Do you recall writing an addendum to your complaint dated April 10th of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And I've identified that as Winters Exhibit number 3. Do you recall writing a document on January 17th, 2020, and which, I'm sorry, I have this out of order. My apologies. 3, oh, the pages got stuck together. I got to 4. So strike what was just said. I have here a letter called Recent Update on May 9th, 2019. Do you recall
Yes.
writing that document?
Yes, sir.
And that has been identified as Winters Exhibit number 4. I have here also what is a correspondence letter. It's directed to Mr. Jefferson Byrd, Commissioner, and it is dated, received in the commission on December 16, 2019. Do you recall writing that letter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a letter in front of me that's just generally described as correspondence from Crystal Winters. This letter was dated January 17, 2020. Do you recall writing this document, Ms. Winters?
Yes, sir.
I've identified that as Winters Exhibit number 6. We have next a letter from you dated February 20th of 2020. It is addressed to the PRC. It was dated, I didn't remember the date. Do you recall writing this letter, Ms. Winters?
Yes, sir.
And this has been identified as Winters Exhibit number 7. I have a 39-page writing here dated July 27, 2020. It is a document that's been identified as Winters Exhibit number 7. Do you recall writing this letter?
Absolutely.
Okay. I have a document that Mr. Borman indicated to me that he helped you in providing, and it is basically your testimony then transformed into question and answer format. Do you remember working on this with Mr. Borman?
I didn't work on it with Mr. Borman. Mr. Crespin gave that to me to read and sign. I had nothing to do with Mr. Borman on that.
Okay, but did you read the questions and the
Yes,
answers?
I read it and I signed it and I stand by what I said. Yes.
Okay, very good. And that's been identified as Winters Exhibit number 9 and the direct testimony of Crystal Winters, in addition to all these handwritten documents. All right, I have here a 40-page document dated August 27, 2020. It's been identified as Winters Exhibit 10. Do you recall this 40-page document?
Absolutely.
Very good. And then I have a document here that's dated February 19th, 2021. It is from Crystal Winters, and it is responses to bench requests that were issued on February the 19th, 2021. Do you remember writing this document and responding to those bench requests?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And then I have a document here that is marked as Exhibit 12, Winters Exhibit 12. I'm actually going to hold off on admitting this. I'm going to come back to that momentarily. I want to go to the next one. This is identified as Winters Exhibit 13. It is generally referred to as more evidence answers. It was submitted to the PRC. I have it identified as Winters Exhibit 13. I wish I could give more clarifying information about specifically what it is, but Ms. Winters, do you remember submitting this document that's generally identified as complainant's exhibit 13?
Yes.
Okay, and then finally I have Winters exhibit 14, and this document is a redacted version of some bench requests, responses to bench requests that you issued. And it was redacted to remove any reference to a settlement agreement that the respondents in this case withdrew, so that no reference to that document would be seen. Do you recall writing the response to these? It was dated March 5th, 2021, the letter. Do you recall writing that letter?
Yes, I sure do.
And are you aware that it's been redacted?
No.
Okay.
For what reason?
Well, let's get there. So let's leave exhibit 14 and 12 off to the side for the moment. And basically, I have 1 through 11 and exhibit 13. I'll ask you, Ms. Winters, if I was to ask you to catalog the series of events that underlying these many written documents that you've provided, would you make the statements in those documents again today, here and now, if asked to do so?
Yes, and it would be the exact same answer. Yes, sir.
Okay, and to the best of your ability and knowledge, the statements that are in those documents are true and accurate?
100%, yes.
Very good. Is there any objection to the admission of exhibits 1 through 11 and 13?
No, sir.
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Fred Mauer on behalf of Superior.
Yes.
Number 13, I think what you dated 3/3/21. I do not have that document. Is that in the Dropbox?
That would be on eDocket. And so you're saying exhibit number 13, which is Winters exhibit 13, more evidence answers?
Right. I don't believe I have that document, nor do, and I know we're not talking 14, but I do not have 14 either.
Okay, I think those documents should have been circulated to the service list.
If I may, Mr. Hearing Examiner, those documents are in the Dropbox.
They are. So all of Ms. Winters. Okay, thank you, Mr. Borman. I appreciate you commenting on that. Yes, I did upload all of those documents to the Dropbox. So, Mr. Mauer, are you saying it's not on there? You're not seeing them?
No, sir. I have not gone into the Dropbox to check, but I will now that you've told me where they are.
And Mr. Mauer, to be clear, I got all those documents from the filings on eDocket. And, the basic concept here is, of course, eDocket isn't the record proper in a trial transcript or in a trial. Just because it's on eDocket doesn't mean it's actually evidence that's been brought before a tribunal or anything. So everything that gets filed on eDocket then, to the extent to which it's going to be put into the hearing, will then be migrated from eDocket into this trial transcript. So all this stuff has to be on eDocket because that's where I got it.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So the reason why I paused on 12 and 14 is because, Ms. Winters, you asked why is there a redaction. The transportation companies here at Superior and WeCare initially offered a settlement agreement. They then withdrew it. And in withdrawing it, they demanded isn't the right word, but they indicated that they do not wish to have any reference to the settlement agreement itself in the trial transcript, which is in fact the admissible evidence in this case. Just because something's on eDocket doesn't mean it's evidence in the case. So Ms. Winters, your document number 14, exhibit 14, was redacted to remove any reference you made to the settlement agreement because that is no longer out there as an existing thing. Do you understand, Ms. Winters?
Yes.
And I was realizing, and when I looked at exhibit 12, that there may in fact be references to the settlement agreement in that document, since it really addresses, it's titled.
Correct.
Yeah, so let me just get that again. Where is it?
I made a statement where people shouldn't be allowed to make their own settlement amount on a problem they caused. I remember, okay,
Yes.
that's fine, no problem.
So that's fine. So what I'm realizing though, in order to honor the transportation company's request that there be no reference to the settlement agreement in the record, that exhibit number 12 will have to be redacted. And I'm going to have to fix that and resubmit it into the Dropbox. I think 14 should be acceptable to the transport companies at this time. As Mr. Maurer and Mr. Yard, have you all seen the redactions I made to exhibit 14 at this point?
No, Your Honor, I'm looking at it right now.
I read these things, I've read them several times, but I basically blacked out any reference to them. I did this because I understood Ms. Winters was to get the technology together to make that all happen would have taken a lot of time. So I just went through it and eliminated any reference to the settlement agreement that's in there, even if it was close. And I would propose to do the same thing with 12, if that's acceptable to the transport companies.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
you asked if there was any objections to 1 through 11. Mr. Borman said no, and then Mr. Maurer had a question about exhibits, but you never admitted them. Did you mean to?
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, did I hear any final objections to exhibits 1 through 11 and 13? Hearing no objections, Ms. Goodson, those shall be admitted. And thank you for reminding me to do that. Now, returning to exhibits 12 and 14, which we've heard, Ms. Winters, just for clarification, if you could, you do in fact recall writing exhibits number 12 and 14. Again, this refers to objections to the settlement agreement, and then 14, that would be 12, and then 14 is the responses to the March 5th, 2021 bench requests regarding remedies if violations found. You do recall writing both those documents, Ms. Winters?
Yes, I sure do.
And if I were to ask you to state what is in those documents today, you would say the same thing?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so now this goes to the transport companies. Are they amenable to admitting these documents if any reference to the settlement agreement is redacted from those documents?
Your Honor, subject to check, if all, as you represent, if all the references to the settlement agreement are redacted, We Care has no objections.
And Mr. Maurer?
Thank you.
You're muted, sir. Yeah, you're still muted, Mr. Maurer. There you go. So, Mr. Maurer, you're now unmuted. I couldn't hear your answer there a second ago. You were muted. Oh, you've muted yourself again, Mr. Maurer. Do the reverse. There you go.
I wish I had this when my kids were growing up. Subject, same as Mr. Yar, subject of verification and check, no objection.
And I've tried to be very faithful to that agreement. Anytime she mentions anything, there are some things that are general statements that go to stuff like what should a penalty be, what sort of monetary, there's no escaping this. As I indicated previously, Mr. Foreman a long time ago suggested a monetary penalty might be an answer. So, but anytime she does refer to the settlement stuff, I will exit out. So I will have to correct exhibit 12. I believe exhibit 14 is faithful to what I've just represented. I just heard from the transport companies, I'm going to admit exhibit 14. Exhibit 12, I will hold on to, since I'm now just realizing there may be references in it. I will replace it on the Dropbox with the correct redacted version. I will leave the other one that's up there, but I will put a new one up that says exhibit 12 with redactions. And the court reporter is instructed to simply include the redacted version. Is that clear, Ms. Goodson?
That is clear.
Very good. I just don't want to take the one I put up already. I just would prefer to just leave it there. And then you're going to admit into the record only the redacted version of 12.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes the admissions of all of the complainant's exhibits. And, you know, I'm realizing right now, Ms. Goodson, I'm not sure that I asked you to swear Ms. Winters in when we just did all this.
We did not swear her in.
I apologize for doing that.
I'm ready to swear.
Ms. Winters, do you, under penalty of perjury, swear or affirm that the testimony you just gave was the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the testimony you will give going forward is the truth, nothing but the truth?
Absolutely 100% yes.
And Ms. Winters, just for clarification, you understood that I was asking you all those questions I just did, and you were under oath at that period of time.
Oh, yes, of course. No problem.
And it was just my error for not catching that we forgot to have the court reporter do that. So I will treat all of the responses you just gave to the long list of questions about your exhibits. You did, in fact, answer all those questions under oath.
Absolutely yes.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. Okay, I shall now pass the witness for cross-examination. It would be Superior's opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Winters first.
Mr. Hearing Examiner Fred Maurer, on behalf of Superior, I have no questions for Ms. Winters.
Very good. Mr. Yar.
Your Honor, I just have a few questions.
Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Winter.
Yes.
You indicated that you went to the police station to file a report. Is that correct?
No, I did not indicate that at all. I said that I called the sheriff's department, which I have to do because I'm a resident out in the country. I called them Monday, May 7th, 2018. They were busy catching shoplifters. They sent a deputy sheriff to my house on Tuesday. The next day, he did the video camera of my testimony, and I recorded it also, which I have a recording of my testimony to the Quay County Sheriff's Department on May 8th, 2018.
Thank you. Did you provide that to Investigator Crispin when he came and spoke with you?
I had a recording. I told him I had it. I didn't think he wanted to sit there for 40 minutes listening to me tell the same story that I was telling him in person. I told him I had it if it was necessary to provide.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, you don't know if there is or is not a police report?
Well, they came and took one. Deputy Ray, R-E-Y, on Tuesday, May 8th, came out to my house. I recorded it. He came and sat at my kitchen table with his video police cam and took my whole statement and made some statements to me about the sheriff talking to SMT and stuff, and that they would get back with me if they had any questions. Deputy Ray quit his job 3 days later, so.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Borman.
I have no questions for the witness. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Winters, that means that it is my chance now to ask you questions, and I have a number of questions for you.
Sure.
And so, Ms. Winters, I just want to be clear at the outset, we're going to try to move along this process as efficiently as we can. And I'm not asking you to, the questions I'm going to ask, to give very lengthy descriptions. Just answer the question to the extent to which you can't answer. You're free to say, no, I don't know, or I'm not trying to get you in any of these questions, and I'm neither your attorney nor an adversary here. I am simply trying to ascertain the truth of the events as you described them.
That's fine, Your Honor.
So you made passing reference when communicating with myself, trying to coordinate these matters, specifically this Zoom business. You were required to have conversations with the hearing examiner's department, and you mentioned that I did not elicit the statement, but you said you are paying to participate in this hearing today. Is this correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. I had to pay someone to professional Zoom me, have a professional guy to get it set up. I have to rent an office in town because at my house, I don't know what this means, but there wasn't enough bars to do at my house. So I had to rent an office today and tomorrow and pay a professional Zoomer. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us about why you utilized the transport services that you did and what kind of health problems you were experiencing that necessitated using them? And I'm specifically referring to the 2018-19 time period when this transports with We Care happened in this case.
I utilized that because I have macular degeneration. I'm going blind. I felt it was no longer safe for me to drive. The car I had was very old and not safe to take. That's the first one. The medical problem I have severe bone loss in my jaw. So I had to go to Albuquerque and have surgery where they ripped my gums and used saws and sanders, electrical equipment to get my jaw sawed off because I had severe bone loss. So I had to keep going back to have them check on it healing up.
Okay, and I assume those are, so that was one of the questions I was asked, why were there so many dental appointments? So one of these were to go see Dr. Cobble. And I guess what you're telling me is you had bone deterioration in your jaw.
Severe bone loss.
Those are probably not elective procedures. You were.
I was told I had severe bone loss. I went to Dr. Eric Tuggle. He performed what's called an avuloplasty, which is gruesome, vicious, and violent. Then after that surgery's over, I had to keep going back every so often to have Dr. Coble check to see if I had healed up enough to do reconstructive things to.
So is that why you're basically using the transports that We Care was providing around 2018, 2019?
Absolutely. It was all because of that. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. And can you explain to us, in one of your documents, you referenced that I think you believe you earn something around $13,000 annually. Is that correct?
I don't think I even make 13,000. I get $1,100 a month Social Security. That's my sole income.
Okay. And you are a Medicaid recipient and have been?
Just for the last 3 years because I needed home health care. And you can't get home health care unless you're on Medicaid. You can't take med transport unless you're on Medicaid, and it takes a long time to get on it.
Okay, so you did apply for Medicaid, you were approved for Medicaid, and you were using these services as a Medicaid recipient.
About 3 years and 4 months ago, I finally got on it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So next question I have for you is, I want to understand, how did you understand that you were supposed to schedule transports with these varying providers? And I don't want you to tell me what you believe to be the correct way to do it. Just tell me how did you do it and what did you think you were doing? And did you think it was the correct thing that you were doing?
I was told you called SMT to schedule the ride. If there was any problem, I was to contact Press Centennial, my health insurer, and I was having difficulties getting scheduled with SMT. So I would call Press Centennial and their operator would get on the line with SMT while I was on the line and schedule my ride. Sometimes I called and scheduled the rides myself.
Okay, so this is sort of the things that you've just said. It's a lot of things, and I just want to make sure I understand them. The first statement you said is that you understood that you were supposed to call Superior. How did you understand that? Who told you that?
I think Press Centennial said when you have an appointment, you call SMT at this number and schedule your ride. But when I started having difficulty getting through, I asked Press Centennial and they said, you can call us and stay on the line and we'll call SMT to schedule, which I did because you got a lot more polite service if press was on the line than you doing it yourself.
Okay, did you ever receive like an instruction manual from Presbyterian or any sort of manual which said to you, hey, here's how you go about scheduling these
I
rides?
do not remember that. I think we got a sheet that said to schedule a ride, call SMT to report a bear in the woods, call this number, different, like a sheet with just some numbers on it is what I got, I think, from Press Centennial. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I heard you say a moment ago, then you eventually started calling Presbyterian for assistance scheduling. And then, as I understand from reading your testimony too, you would occasionally call Presbyterian and they would leave you on the line while they called
No.
Superior on your behalf. Is that correct?
No, they used to let you listen in while they talked to SMT. That ended in October of 2018 because they were having such severe problems with people scheduling with SMT, the phone not being answered, allegedly, I'm sorry, rude operators, leaving messages, not getting
Okay.
called back. And when you called them, they would keep you on the line and you would hear a Press Centennial talk to an SMT saying, I'm calling to schedule a ride for Miss Winters on this date.
Okay.
They stopped that in October of 2018.
Okay, and I've read that. I thank you, Ms. Winters. I've read that stuff in your testimony. I'm familiar with it, and I just really want to make sure that I understand that you understood that you were supposed to call Superior. You don't know how you understood that, but you did, and eventually you began using Presbyterian because you felt it was a more effective way to schedule the transport. Is that a basic-
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So,
If I
Yes,
could just remind the witness to give a pause, she's kind of cutting off your words at the end.
okay, thank you, Ms. Winters. You understand what she just asked? 'Cause she's
Yes.
typing this all out. Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
So when you were riding in We Care's vehicles, Ms. Winters, did you ever see a sign of some sort that said the PRC has oversight of the company providing this transport?
Never saw a sign in any car, front or back, ever. No.
Okay, did you ever see any notice that indicated the company operated under the authority of the commission and that you could contact the commission if you had problems during that ride?
No, sir. The only thing I saw on all the cars that transported me was on the outside with the transport company's name and a phone number and that's all I remember.
Okay, thank you. So as you know, there was a complaint early on in your case against Angels Touch. You included them. They were dismissed. I'm not going to get into any of that. We don't need to talk about it. But the point of that, me bringing this up, was that that was probably the most definitive statement you made in this proceeding about your objection to the quality of a vehicle. Is it your position in this case that the transport vehicles We Care used to get you to your appointments were in poor condition?
Some of them were mediocre, okay. I couldn't tell how much mileage was on the car. I like to find out how much mileage in case they had like 250,000 miles, but I didn't ask every driver, how many miles does this car have on it? But the driver would state, I'm having transmission problems, or the air conditioner doesn't work, or this, that, or the other. I heard that a lot from the WCT drivers, yes.
Okay. So the trouble I'm having is that you're very specific with regards to Angels Touch and that one specific ride about the difficulty of the vehicle. I don't know that I recall reading any specific objections, for instance, about the nature of the vehicle during the transports you were having with Mr. Chavez, or during any of the other transports where you're specifically saying, hey, this was wrong, this car was in bad shape. Did I not read your testimony correctly?
I did not address that issue because I felt it was far more important to address the issue of almost being killed by a driver instead of the shape the car was in.
Okay, no, I understand, and I was assuming that's probably what was going through your mind. So your position is that even though your specific objection about the Angel's Touch car, you were very specific in that instance, you're not as specific with your complaints about We Care's things because there's bigger fish to fry, but you are still alleging that the We Care's vehicles were subpar. Am I correctly understanding your testimony?
I couldn't really say after the trauma that I sustained, that was at least from, I think they were okay, mediocre, some of them, except when the car would lunge forward and throw you front and back and the driver would state he was having transmission problems. Or they would say the air conditioner didn't work, which didn't bother me because it wasn't 110. So those were inconsequential compared to being locked in a car and speeding 100 miles an hour. I didn't notice. They seemed decent, I would say, for the most part, decent.
Okay. All right. So thank you for those answers. I want to talk now about the March 14, 2018 transport. This was the one where Steve Chavez is allegedly ranting and raving.
That's the first trip I
Yes.
took with him, a one-way.
Okay, so I understand Superior's records indicate that Chavez was only 11 minutes late picking you up and that you were delivered to your appointment 19 minutes before the appointment time. Do you contest that information?
March 14th, which was
Yeah.
the first trip I took with him, I don't remember being late. It was the May 4th appointment that was late.
Okay, so if their records show that on March 14th, 2018, Mr. Chavez arrived at your house 11 minutes late, but got you to your appointment nonetheless 19 minutes before the appointment time, you're not saying that that's an incorrect statement?
I'm not saying that's incorrect. I just remembered him ranting and raving and kind of being disconcerting during the trip.
So that's the next thing I want to ask you about. Can you be more specific when you say that he was ranting and raving? I mean, a long time ago, I realize you might have clouded memories of it. I mean, if you can't, you can't, but do you recall what he was saying?
Oh, absolutely. I remember because I found it deeply disturbing. He was talking about the Quay County Sheriff here and that he was running a drug ring, specifically a cocaine ring out of the Quay County Jail. And he talked about a pharmacist here that had died and that the sheriff's mother worked at the nursing home where his name was Bob McClellan had died, and that his sheriff's mother caused Bob McClellan's death because she would go around and when his window was open and blow cigarette smoke in there. So I tried to change the subject and I said something about the Spanish Inquisition. And he says, now remind me, I remember every word, I can guarantee you. He said, now remind me, what's the Spanish Inquisition? So I told him basically what I remembered it being. And I said, I can't remember what century though. Was it the 13th or the 15th? And he had his cell phone mounted on the dash. And I heard him say, Google, what's the Spanish Inquisition? And a woman's voice came through the cell phone going, the Spanish Inquisition was blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And
okay, so that's a very detailed account. I mean, did you feel that the conversation was threatening?
yes, when after that happened, I said, boy, you're loaded for bear today. And he pretty much yelled at me. He said, oh, there's no expression loaded for bear. And then I said, sorry, I'm not going to expound on anything. And he said, no, there's no word like expound. So when he was getting threatening and he was antagonistic, I thought I need to keep my mouth shut.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move forward to the May 4th transport. Do you recall what time he showed up at your house? And this is May 4th is the main incident that you complained
It was
about.
after 8 o'clock, and he told me that he had to take a patient to our hospital here in Tucumcari for dialysis, which I thought was funny because they don't do dialysis here.
Okay.
Then-
I understand. Just the time frame. You can't give me more specific time frame about exactly when. Was it 8:30 or was it closer to 8?
It was a little after 8 o'clock,
Okay.
but he did, sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. So that's all I wanted, just the time. I appreciate that. You said that Mr. Chavez took a detour after they left your house and encountered a train.
Right.
What was the detour that he took? And I don't need a long, lengthy explanation. I just kind of want a general description of this detour that he took.
Okay, before I tell you that, I need to tell you on the way out of my driveway, he said that I was a millionaire. How come I didn't fence my property? I said, it is fenced. He said, no, like cedar wood. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, you're a millionaire. And I said, where in the world did you get I'm a millionaire? And he said, I went all over town asking about you. That popped up a red flag. That told me, I didn't know for certain, but I thought that should be HIPAA. So you go, the easiest way to get to I-40 is go down Quay AR and go on Cemetery Road, and you have to cross some railroad tracks before you turn to go to I-40. When we got to where the tracks were, there was a train going by. Instead of waiting till the train passed, which would have been 1 or 2 minutes later, he backed up, went all the way around this circuitous route, all the way back into Tucumcari and I-40. So he spent another 15 minutes when he could have waited 1 or 2 minutes for the train to pass.
Okay. So well, now I want to fast forward a little bit and ask you, when you were driving back to Tucumcari with Mr. Chavez, you say he stopped at one point and got out and started screaming. So where specifically during the ride did this happen?
When you go down San Mateo and you on the left hand, you get in the left-hand side of the road with a stoplight before you go over I-40 to turn left to get on. It was right there on San Mateo, the stoplight before you go over to turn left to get on I-40. That's when he got out. He turned the car off, got out and started ranting and raving in obscenities. And I kept jerking on my door and trying to roll my window down.
Okay, and how long was he outside the vehicle doing this?
However long the light stayed red. And I kept looking in the rearview mirror because I thought APD would be pulling up behind us and I'd be saved. And I kept trying to get the attention of the driver to the right of me. So about probably 2 minutes, he stood out there and yelled and screamed obscenities. Then he got back in the car, turned it on, the light turned green, and he went over.
Okay.
And
so the timing, Ms. Winters, is that basically for the duration of a red light?
Direction of, say again?
No, so the duration of time he was outside the vehicle yelling was about the time it takes for a light to change. Is that correct?
Right. I'd say probably 2 minutes.
Okay. You know, as you probably are aware, Mr. Adams states that the GPS definitively disproves your assertion that Steve Chavez sped in Albuquerque and that there's no evidence from the GPS logs to show that he pulled off the road from the highway during the drive back from Albuquerque to Tucumcari. What do you say to Mr. Adams about the fact that he's saying that, look, objectively, the evidence simply doesn't prove that?
I say 100% what evidence he presented is not what was on the GPS tracker on the car I was in. And he and WCT have not presented any kind of formal evidence, a video or whatever, the GPS being pulled, the tracker being put in the computer. It's Mr. Adams and WCT's say so. They have no proof that that was what was pulled off. the Quay County Sheriff was told on May 8th that the tracker was pulled off that car and it was substantiated what I said.
Okay, Ms. Winters, okay, so I want to ask you, are you alleging that those documents are forged? Is this your position?
I 100%, they are fraud and they are not correct, because I was in that car speeding down San Mateo going 65 to 70. And when I was being slammed back and forth, and when I'd go to the left, I could see the speedometer of the car and it was 65 to 70. We almost hit probably 12 cars on San Mateo. 100%. I allege that GPS is fraud and does not mean a thing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Winters. I want to ask you real quickly about something that exists in Mr. Crespin's investigative report. Just give me a minute to pull it up. I'm aware this document has not yet been admitted, but it doesn't preclude me from asking you a question about it. So Mr. Crespin spoke to you you spoke to him about an incident with the trucker. I want to read one portion of this report here.
Go ahead.
I want to just read my question before I start speaking to you.
Mr. Hearing,
Yes.
can you tell me where report you're referring to?
So I'm looking at Vince Crespin's investigative report, and I'm on page 17.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, no problem. So he writes here, this is the paragraph that's, I don't know, it sort of begins, I then revisited the trucker incident. Mr. Chavez said that the truck was coming on his right side aggressively, so he stopped the car and put his emergency flashers on. I asked him if he pulled over onto the shoulder and stopped the car. He said yes. I asked him if he got out of the car. He said no. I told him Miss Winters told me he got out of the car and started cussing. He said no. I asked him if he started cussing inside the car. He said he might have. I asked if he remembered referring to Arabs. He said that he might have said something about Arabs. Mr. Chavez said he remembered Miss Winters talking about once dating a man from Egypt. As far as I can tell, Miss Winters, this is the one moment in time where it appears there's a stop that Mr. Chavez acknowledges. And he's saying there, he pulls off onto the shoulder and stops the car. And Mr. Chavez admits that he did this. When you tell us about the story involving driving off the highway and going down a road and under some trees, is that something that's totally different than pulling off to the side of the road here?
No, he's trying to substantiate that he did pull off the road because he knew he knew that he had taken me down a dirt road and pulled under some trees. In regards to the Arab thing, that happened when we got on I-40. There was a semi with Arabic written on the back. And he's like, oh my God, that trucker threw down on us. And he started going berserk, driving crazy again. And he said that he was trying to save us from a trucker.
Yeah, I heard that testimony. I'm just trying to understand, Ms. Winters, and I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to get clear here. I've read I've looked at the logs in the GPS. There is, I understand your position that you say that they're forged. But there does not appear to be any verification of a stop. The only evidence that I can see that is sort of objectively coinciding with your allegation that on the trip back to Tucumcari from Albuquerque, he does pull off the side of the road, is this one statement from Mr. Chavez that the truck was coming and he puts his flashers on and he pulls off onto the shoulder. Are you testifying? I mean, explain to me, does this incident with the shoulder happen and then you also pull off a road, go down a dirt road?
We never pulled off the side of the road on a shoulder ever. He got off the freeway, went over the overpass, and there was a dirt road with a bank of trees on the right. That's where he pulled under. Also on the, it's all important GPS, the catalog of where it shows the date, the time, the charts, The charts that were just resubmitted recently do not match with the charts that I was given by Mr. Yar a year ago. It showed there was a 10-minute stop somewhere along the line, and I would guess that was when he had me under the trees,
Okay.
yelling and screaming at me.
Did you just tell me that someplace previously in this case, you saw GPS logs in which there was a 10-minute stop? Is that what you just said?
They had the picture form. Then they had the graphs. I'd call them charts or graphs, where it shows minute by minute what the car, the mile per hour the car was going and how long it was stopped. There was one on the first one that was turned in that showed a 10-minute stop somewhere that wasn't shown on the new different chart graphs that were turned in a year later. I want to know, what proof do they have that they pulled the tracker and they substantiate it? It's just a man's word. I can say, well, I shot an Arab yesterday, but you have to believe me because you believe them that they said, oh, they pulled the GPS and this was what was on it. It's just someone speaking CYA, trying to cover their tail, because this is not the GPS off the car I was riding in May 4th, 2018, period.
Okay, so Ms. Winters, there are also, and I'm not suggesting that I'm not suggesting anything by asking this question, but when I read your responses, the varying details you provide in this case and the varying documents you submitted, it wasn't clear to me. Do you agree that you pulled off and went to a Dairy Queen?
I did not remember that at the time because of the severe trauma of going down San Mateo fast and all. I did finally remember. I did not ask him to pull over. I did not ask for ice cream. We were headed on I-40 and all of a sudden he got off on Moriarty. And I said to myself, what fresh hell is this? What are we going to do now? And he pulled into the Dairy Queen and ordered something. And I was thinking, should I tell the person at the window, please call 911, I'm being held captive? And I thought, what if he has a gun or he shoots him? The car's in drive, he can take off. I was looking around to get out of the car that I was held captive in.
Okay, so, and I appreciate that. Did the event where he pulls off the highway and takes you down the road happen before or after the Dairy Queen stop?
I can't honestly remember. I think it happened after. I don't remember because I was in, sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to answer that question. Do you recall where you got off for the Dairy Queen, where the Dairy Queen was located?
It was the Dairy Queen in Moriarty. It was on the right-hand side after we exited off. He pulled up, ordered something, and there was a car in front of us. And then when we pulled up, I kept looking over at the person taking the money, thinking, should I scream, call 911? But I didn't want to injure them.
Okay.
And I kept trying to open the door and roll down the window and it was locked.
Okay, so are you certain that the Dairy Queen wasn't in Santa Rosa?
I don't really think so. I think it was because we hadn't gone very far from Albuquerque. But you've got to remember, if you're locked in a car and someone's driving and almost hitting a bunch of other cars and screaming and yelling, psychologically, you're in trauma. You're literally in a... Okay, so I can't remember whether it was there or the other, but I do know we did stop at a Dairy Queen. I remember Mr. Crespin asked me if I got anything to eat or drink, which really ticked me off. I said, why are you asking me that? I do know 100% he pulled off the freeway and took me down a dirt road under a bank of trees. That's where I had my cell phone with the knife under it, thinking, can I stab him to save my life if I have to?
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for those responses. When you reported these incidents to Superior, I know that there was a variety of how you reported it. I want to actually pull up, again, going back to Mr. Crespin's investigatory report. I want to know what it is. Could you just tell me who you eventually reported this to Superior, correct? Or did you report it to Presbyterian?
I reported it to everyone except WCT. And I believe my report of that incident is on page 107 of the 135 pages of complaints SMT generated. And they made a mistake when I told them that they typed out that I said that the driver saved us from a Arab truck driver. I wrote or called in and said, no, I never said that. I said that he said that he saved us from a Arab truck driver.
Let me stop you. Just let me, you need to sort of the sequence of this is important. The first entity you report the incident on May 4th. I mean, I know you testified that you report on Monday, May 7th.
Because
just yes or no. It was Monday.
I reported it to the Quay County Sheriff's Department Monday. That was the first place I reported it.
Then where do you report to?
Presbyterian Centennial.
Okay, great. And then okay, that's all. And then do you at some point communicate to Superior, or did you not do that?
I believe I called Superior, but I can't remember. I made so many calls. I had to call my doctor's office.
There's no right or wrong answer, Ms. Withers. It's just I want to get the sequence correct. So I want to look at Vince Crespin's investigative report here. This is at tab G, exhibit G he has, and it's several pages in. It's difficult to give a specific location within exhibit G. But at some point there is an email in this, and this email is a report from Ashley Clark to Robin at WeCare. And this report is quoting, as I understand, you. And I would like to know whether the email itself is correctly quoting what it is that you reported to Presbyterian, who may have reported this to Superior. How this all gets communicated is not entirely clear. But generally speaking, I just want to confirm the direct quote here, which again, as I understand, is quoting you, says, I was in danger and was held captive in a car, and I need to report to someone. This man is off his rocker. The driver is dangerous. He took me to my appointment in Albuquerque on Friday. All the way to my house, he was talking about killing people that he transported. He was going down San Mateo at 60 miles an hour. He locked the door and locked my window. He got off of the car and started going crazy. I have a degree in psychology, and I was in danger, and he started verbally abusing me, telling me I was a crazy old bee with many asterisks, which I assume means they're excising.
Bitch.
Right.
Yeah.
And we were going down the highway going 75. I tried to call my son, and he kept saying he was going to kill him and wish my son dead. He took me into some dirt road under some trees. I didn't know what was going on, and I was scared to tell anyone, and I thought I needed to because I don't want anyone to get killed. I called the former sheriff, and he reported to the current sheriff that he injured me, and the sheriff was trying to call WeCare and pull the tracker, but he can't get a hold of Steve Chavez. Can't get a hold of them. And then it seems like it's a new sentence. Steve Chavez is the driver with WeCare, and he lives in yada yada in town. He said if I told, I would see what happened. This all took place on Friday, May 4th, coming back from my dentist's office. So the very simple question, I don't need you to elaborate or anything. Is this an accurate report of what you reported occurred to you, to whomever it is that you reported?
Most of it, except that I did not call WCT because I called SMT, and the reason why was we didn't get home till after 5:30 Friday, and the sheriff's department is not open then, so I had to wait till Monday morning.
But the details that I just read to you, these very specific details, this is what the folks who got this understood occurred. This is a correct, this is your report. Am I correct to say that?
This is what I reported 2 days after the incident where I had severe whiplash trauma. I imagined what I
Yes.
said
Okay, that's
is
fine.
what I said. Yes.
Yes, okay, so what I'm saying, I don't need to get into why I'm asking that question, but you just have confirmed for me that you, in fact, this is a fair account of what it is that you reported to likely Superior on Monday, May 7th.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Except I did not say that he saved us from an Arab driver. They put that, the SMT operator that wrote down this information said that I said that. I made sure it was corrected. He said that he saved us.
Okay.
There was never no Arab driver trying to kill us.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. Okay, so I'm assuming you just explained this to me. I heard you as you were talking, that your trauma probably prompted you to not provide as many details. In subsequent documents, you elaborate a great deal and add many more details. Why do you add the many more details? And I'll just say, is it because you basically alleged a moment ago that at the moment that you were reporting on the 7th, you were traumatized? Is that what
I was severely traumatized physically, mentally, emotionally, and psychologically. And if you know anything about psychology, when you have a severe trauma, your brain kind of shuts off and it takes a while for the details to come back. Capiche?
Okay. I understand. I'm not making accusations, Ms. Winters. I'm just asking you questions. So then when you indicated that I believe I heard Mr. Yar ask you previously as well, you did in fact report this to the police. Is that correct?
To the sheriff's department.
You clarified
Yes.
that. Yes, thank you. And you said in your testimony that the sheriff asked you to write down a statement of the events that occurred with Mr. Chavez. And I believe in the writing there, you say that you declined to do so because you have difficulty writing due to a medical condition. Is that correct?
And because I had whiplash and I shouldn't have to go into town to report it, he should have sent someone to my house to take my statement, which he finally did.
Okay, so I just want to understand though, on page 11 of your initial complaint letter, you say that you declined to submit a written report to the sheriff because of the difficulty writing. Is that a correct statement?
I have severe difficulty in my hands writing. I felt like because I was physically traumatized, I shouldn't have to sit and write a 6-page report.
Okay, so, and I just want to make clear though, like you've written likely more than 100 pages of testimony in this case. And if I was to say to you, well, it sounds strange to me that you would write so much the complaints, but then not be willing to write for the sheriff, can you respond to that?
There's no way it wasn't I just didn't write a statement. I had severe physical whiplash. And I felt like after the trauma I had experienced and almost being killed, I shouldn't have to sit and write for 2 hours on what happened. They should come talk to me. I have had the worst trouble writing all of this. I have neuropathy. I have Raynaud's and severe arthritis in my hands. If you don't think that 150 sheets that I've written didn't kill my hand, I promise you, me saying I'm not going to write a statement had nothing to do with I was trying to hide anything or I didn't want anything written down because it could come back to bite me.
Sure. No, that's
Had
fine.
nothing to do with that. It was,
Okay.
I was severely injured.
Thank you. Okay. So one of the questions we're trying to figure out in this case is how the commission can be assured that if any other passenger had an experience like yours, that they know who to report to, and then they can feel confident that the complaint is being taken seriously. And so one of the questions I want to ask you right now is, after this experience, and I'm asking you to go back to like that mindset that you were in when this happened, who did you think you were supposed to call to report what happened?
I thought it should have been the scheduler. I thought
Superior
it
was the person?
the scheduler, SMT. I thought it should be my health insurer. I thought it should be the people taking care of me now since I had severe whiplash. I felt like it should be law enforcement. And I thought after I reported all this, it would never happen again because the driver wouldn't ever be able to be allowed to drive. That was my main goal at the time.
Okay. Did you know at that period of time, or did it even enter your mind that you would call or communicate with the Public Regulation Commission?
No, I would not have ever contacted the PRC if what I was told that the driver was no longer employed, would never, ever, ever drive for another med transport in New Mexico. I was fine. I'm like, I did my job. I saved other people from going through what I went through. I did not contact the PCR until I found out that he was still being allowed to drive and injure people.
Okay. I want to move now to the May 15th incident. And this is the moment when you say that you called Superior and there was an eruption of laughter. So this is May 15th. This is roughly a week after the event on the 4th. Well, it's more than a week. It's 11 days. In any case, the first question I have for you, Ms. Winters, is if you had happened, if what happened to you did in fact happen, I think it's a natural question to ask, why would you utilize these services ever again, and specifically on the 15th, if you had just had the experience you did?
Quite honestly, I told my son and my friends after what happened to me on May 4th, I bet OSMT is sending a brand new Cadillac Escalade with the owner driving me to make sure I never go through this again. As a joke, I had to have reconstructive surgery. I had no way to get to Albuquerque. So I was stuck like Chuck using them. And as soon as I got finished, I never, ever utilized these companies ever again, nor will I if my life depended on it, which it has.
Okay. Can you explain why you think the laughter that you heard on the May 15th call is something that should concern the commission?
Well, because they're scheduling for people for medical transport, and it sounded like the biggest drunken frat party there was, screaming, yelling, hollering, and laughing. So I think that maybe that, I don't know, that's SMT's problem. I don't think the PRC really has anything to do with that. That's something that SMT needs to address, because isn't it convenient that call wasn't recorded? Anything that has to do with testimony for me proving some Miss Seabay and her testimony, golly gee whiz, Al, wasn't recorded. If I would have known, I would have recorded all my calls with SMT and I would have proven it to you.
Sure. So I just want to understand though, like, if I understand you correctly, Ms. Winters, your objection to the laughter incident, I mean, are you suggesting that this is sort of unprofessional conduct that interferes with your ability to schedule a ride? Is this your point?
Absolutely, because I was left hanging the next morning, sitting on the porch for 2 hours, which substantiated by Press Centennial, wherein I resent those just a few days ago, where they said SMT said WCT said they didn't pick me up because of blah, 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 baloney. It says right there, there's verifiable proof they did not pick me up till after 2.5 hours past my pickup time. I proved that one, didn't I?
Okay, all right, so I think I've understood your answer to the question about that laughing incident. I do understand, I think.
And it wasn't a laughter incident. It sounded like a gigantic party going on.
Okay. So I want to move to the May 16th transport. So here we have conflicting testimony. Your account of this is that these individuals were significantly late and 2.5 hours specifically, but Ms. Sabay's testimony and the documents that she's provided indicate, and this is specifically Exhibit C to Ms. Sabay's testimony, that the driver on May 16, 2018 was only 30 minutes late, not 2.5 hours late, as you allege. And then furthermore, that the driver who picked you up was not a female, but was male.
No, they said that it was a male driver. It was a female driver that came from Santa Rosa.
So you basically do not acknowledge that those documents correctly depict what occurred in this incident?
You know what? The discrepancy between what I've said and proved and the discrepancies with SMT and WCT are monumental. I proved by a document. Here it is. Hold on just a second.
Well, sorry, Ms. Winters, we already submitted all the documents. And if you want to point to portions of your testimony, the exhibits you've already submitted to point out that your account is the correct one, then you need to be pointing to evidence already in the test. And I'm not making a judgment about, I'm pointing out that there's a conflict in the evidence and that Ms. Sabay's submitted testimony, which indicates that the amount of time that they were late in this was much less than 2.5 hours, and that there is no evidence that suggests it was a woman from Santa Rosa. So, I mean, if your answer is no, that there's adequate evidence that I've submitted in my exhibits to show that that's not true, then that's all you would need to tell me.
This from press that I sent you proves, and I just resubmitted it this last week, where it said that the SMT said that a time of arrival, it conflicts with Miss Sabay's, yes, but this is my health insurer that said SMT told them that they were over WCT was over 2 hours late. It proves that these documents from Presbyterian will prove time and time again that WCT was late picking me up, not 15 or 20 or 30 minutes, but 2.5 hours later.
Okay. And that document that you're pointing me to, can you say when it was submitted last?
What? Say again?
The document you just referenced for me, can you just identify when that was last submitted? You indicated you submitted it, but just I want to understand.
Last week, I first submitted these back in 2018 with my original first formal complaint, and I felt they got buried in the monumental amount of paperwork. I resubmitted these last week on Wednesday, and it shows the May 17th about the May 4th incident from a research specialist, and
Okay.
It shows June, and it shows October, November, and Presbyterian said, we spoke to SMT, and SMT said, WCT said they were late because the dog ate their homework and they were 2.5 hours late picking you up. It was substantiated on these.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Winters. All right, so I want to move to the June 6th transport now. There's an agreement that you were picked up 2 hours late on this occasion, and there's several reasons given as to why that occurred. The explanation was that We Care didn't have enough drivers, Rio Medical's car then broke down, and Shuttle Ruidoso finally provided you to service. Did you understand that this was the series of events that occurred? Did anyone ever explain this to you?
You mean, do they give you a reason why you weren't picked up?
Did anyone ever explain to you what happened on June 6, 2018 to explain? the 2 hour delay?
Presbyterian tries to send you a letter and tells you what SMT told them, but what SMT told them and the parallel of the truth is sometimes in distant time zones. You got what I mean?
Okay, and then I want to just ask you, what was the consequence of your being 2 hours late on that occasion?
Every time thankfully, dear Dr. Coble would see me because he knew I was coming 350 miles round trip. One time they started getting sick of it because I kept being late. So one time Krista from SMT called and said, golly gee whiz, she's gonna be late again. And they said, okay, I'll see her as long as she's here by 2. I have that from Chris.
So wait, Ms. Winters, so you were ultimately seen, but that was basically at the doctor's discretion that they were kind enough to see you.
Right. The doctors a lot of times will not see you if you're 15 minutes late, or they fine you or threaten to no longer have you as a patient, which you would have noticed in the 135-page
Yes,
report.
I've read those documents, yeah. I understand.
Okay, good deal.
So now let's move to the June 2nd and July 11th, 2018 transports. I believe both of those were conducted by Community Service Center. There is no indication of a complaint of any kind. Is this correct, that you were satisfied with the service you received in those dates?
You know what? The Public Regulation Commission needs to base what the transportation service should be with that company. Top-notch, professional drivers, new cars. It was excellent. They got here before time, got me to my appointment on time, got me home, no problems. Driver's name was George. The scheduler at that company was Lou. They're top notch. That's the only 2 good rides I got out of 10.
Okay. So now when I've next moved on to you call Superior on October 18th. I believe this is to schedule a ride for the 26th. Is that correct?
Let me look at my calendar, please. That was the last trip I ever took with medical transport. I would never take another one again if my life depended on it.
So the question specifically is this, and I believe this is correct, that you're calling on the 18th to schedule for the 26th. And
I have it written on my calendar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your complaint indicates this, and you said, when I called the Prez on the 18th to help me schedule the ride, they were no longer allowing the patients to stay on the line while Prez scheduled rides. And we talked about that a little bit earlier. You go on and say, Presbyterian employee Lauren kept me on hold while she tried to schedule the ride with SMT. She came back online and sounded shocked and stated SMT kept hanging up on her or putting her on hold. An hour and a half, 90 minutes later, she said she tried again. And you go on, I told her after an hour and a half I couldn't hold any longer. All right, so then you supplied a subsequent document to the commission on January 17, 2020, and you said on that date that you called SMT to schedule the ride for your jawbone surgery, and make no reference of the discussion with Lauren, the person who was assisting you. So which of those is what happened? Did you call them or did Lauren call them?
My jawbone surgery was March 14th, not in October. Those are 2 totally months apart things. My jawbone surgery was March 14th. I have on the October 2018 calendar, on the 22nd, I confirmed the ride with SMT. The confirmation number was 1230647.
Ms. Winters, the question was pretty simple. Did you call SMT yourself on October 18th, or did someone call on your behalf?
I just have on my calendar Safe Ride, which is what they used to be called. I believe I called I believe I called Presbyterian to ask them help me schedule the ride, because they had to keep calling back, and SMT said that I never called them. And I said, it's because Presbyterian called them. I have that recorded and proof of that. Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Winters, moving on to the October 26th transport, and if I understand correctly, this is the last one that you utilize.
Yes, back from Albuquerque. Yes.
You say that there was some problems and that this was really the cause of Superior. They said that Superior had not contacted them at all. So effectively, caregivers is late, or there's some delay or something on this date. And if I understand correctly, your testimony is you called caregivers and they say that Superior hasn't contacted them at all, and the reason that this transport was late on that date was due to Superior's error. Is this basically your testimony? about
No, Caregivers wasn't even supposed to bring me back. I was supposed to come back on the 23rd, but I was left sitting on the porch for 2 or 3 hours. I had my appointment. I became violently ill. I believe it was food poisoning. So I had my son call SMT to tell them I couldn't come back on that day because who wants to vomit in a car all the way home? So we had to schedule a ride back on the 26th. That's when Caregiver was called. And after they were called, they showed up within 30 minutes of the time. They did great.
Okay, so you don't take the position then that there was any problem on the 26th for that transport?
No, the Caregivers was great. They weren't even supposed to be involved. I was supposed to come back on the whatever day I had the appointment with Coble, the 23rd, but I became violently ill and I wasn't going to ride in a car vomiting. So my son called and canceled the ride back.
Ms. Woods, let's stop. I just want to ask you this one question because I'm looking at a document here that I've marked as Commission Exhibit 1, and I'm going to move this into evidence unless there's any objection. And the reason I wish to move into evidence is because it indicates that any difficulty you may have had on the date of transport on October 26, 2018 was not the cause of Superior. Is there any objection from either of the transport companies on this?
I think everyone's asleep.
Yeah, so we're almost done. It's getting close. In any case, I didn't hear any objection to this document. This document indicates that most of our, this is Caregivers writing about the Crystal Winters. It says V-leg trip home. And it says most of our out-of-town transports or hospital discharges, our CSR made a mistake and thought that we had a 2-hour window to pick up the member. This was not the case. Our driver was new and was reviewing how to fill out forms. This is what caused us being late for her pickup. So my understanding is that any problems you may have had with your transport on the 26th of October of 2018 were not the cause of Superior, but if there was any difficulty, it would have been Caregiver's fault.
It wasn't Caregiver's fault either.
This is what their document suggests.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just telling you what I'm reading in the document, that that's the cause of any lateness. So that basically covers all of the transports that you've engaged here. That you don't use the medical transports any longer, though.
No, and my life did depend on it 1.5 years ago. I was life flighted to Amarillo. I flatlined twice. They couldn't get me back up hardly. They said, you need to come back here and have another procedure. And my son begged me, please, mother, take Safe Ride. And I said, I would rather die than ever take this ride again. And I never have, and I never will, ever.
Okay. So then let me ask you this, Ms. Winters. You indicate that in the response to the bench request, you claim that the complaint log submitted to Investigator Crespin includes 185 complaints against WeCare. How did you come up with that number, 185? Did you actually go through and count them?
Because I spent weeks reading, writing, making notes, and I went through and I put SMT when it was a complaint for SMT, WCT when it was a complaint with SMT, and I didn't write any notes on any other companies because I didn't have dealings with them. I went back through page by page and counted them.
Okay,
That's how I came up with the number.
That's fine. That's all I wanted to know. And then with respect to just generally what the remedies you think in this case should be, if any violations are found, do you think that WeCare and Superior are equally responsible for what happened to you, or is one more culpable than the other?
I believe WCT is far more culpable because they were told not to keep utilizing this driver. When they got the second complaint in November 2018, they're like, golly gee whiz, that wasn't the driver. And they said twice in the 135 page, We have no complaints against him at all. What about mine on May 4th? Then when Lila Sandoval, in 10 months, WCT had 3 critical incident reports on this driver and they kept letting him drive.
Okay, so the short answer to the question is that you believe We Care is the
Absolutely, but SMT is also culpable because they let him go from WCT to Shuttle Ruidoso. They got this papers on him. They knew
Okay.
it was the same guy, so they are culpable. Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. One of the things you've written in this case is that the operating authority of these particular transport companies should be revoked. The question I have for you is if that was to happen, would you be concerned that other folks who need transport, who would require these transport services, that those individuals would be hurt if that was granted?
No, I don't, because I've kept close track of it. And the people that took over from SMT losing the contract last year, Secure Transport, excellent 5-star reviews. I believe they have cameras inside and outside of the car, so that negates the he said, she said BS stuff. And I've heard nothing but good things. So if you take out a bad company, you give the opportunity of a good company to come in and do their job.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Sandoval states that she suggests that the $50,000 fine is the minimum that should be imposed here. If the commission rejects your suggestion to revoke their operating authorities of these transport companies, do you think a fine of $50,000 is an adequate remedy?
That is the least I would accept. And I think that would at least send a message that, by golly, we're not going to let this garbage happen again. It will scare other transport companies to mind their P's and Q's. Yes, 50,000.
All right. So the last question I have for you, Ms. Winters, is what is it that you think the commission needs to communicate to the entity that took over the contract for Superior?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So you just pointed out that there's a new company who took over the contract with Presbyterian. The Secure Transports, I think you said was the name of the company. I was not familiar with the name of the company.
It is Secure and Logistics, and I've heard nothing but good reports from Press Centennial saying they've had no problems like they did with SMT.
So do you believe there's anything the commission needs to do to communicate with that entity to make sure that the problems you experience don't happen further?
I think the PRC needs to 100% make those companies and the 38 others that we have no idea how many complaints they had in a year, that needs to be checked out. I think the whole industry needs to be put on notice with this case. That's why I called it a landmark case, that these bad things happened and we're not putting up with it. Look, ABC got fined $50,000 and that might scare the hell out of them enough not to do it. Maybe, maybe not.
Okay, I have no further questions for Ms. Winters at this point. Thank you for everybody patiently going through that.
Can we take a short break, Your Honor, please?
Yes, we can. I was just hoping to get through that part.
Okay.
Unless, is it necessary for you to go at this time, Ms. Winters?
No, I just need to, go to the bathroom.
I understand that need too as well. So what I want to ask is if Mr. Maurer, or Mr. Yar, or Mr. Borman have any questions based on any redirect based on my cross-examination of Ms. Winters.
Anybody?
I do not.
Mr. Borman, okay. Mr. Maurer?
No, sir.
Mr. Yar?
Your Honor, I just have one or two questions.
Okay.
Let's just get to them before taking a break.
Yes, that's fine. Go ahead. I'm ready.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. Real quickly, you stated earlier on my question about talking to the police officer, the sheriff. He came over and took a video of your statement. Is that correct?
A body cam video testimony on what happened to me that Friday. Yes, he did. His name was Deputy Ray, R-E-Y.
Okay. And did he tell you what the next steps were, ma'am?
He told me that the sheriff wanted him to tell me that he was going to personally handle this case himself because the former sheriff had called him to give him a heads up. He knew me. I was credible. I wasn't some whack job that just got their feelings hurt. And he told me that the sheriff tried to get a hold of SMT. In fact, I think the sheriff said I tried to call them, and boy, are they hard to get a hold of. And he said the sheriff didn't tell me, but the next day, Deputy Ray told me that they pulled the tracker on the car I was riding in, and that it substantiated what I said, and that they said the driver, they didn't use his name, the driver was no longer working for that company, nor would he ever drive Med Transport again in the state of New Mexico. So I was fine with that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So you didn't follow up afterwards with with the officer or the sheriff's department?
I was waiting for them to follow up with me because I was told that's what was going to happen, that the sheriff and the department would get back with me. I was kind of busy. I had to go to the doctor for whiplash, nightmares, stuff like that. So I just figured this law enforcement agency, if there was anything more to report to me or questions asked, they would call and ask. I was in severe trauma, physical and mental and emotional.
Thank you, ma'am. So other than the body cam, there were no other reports or police reports or anything that you have. Is that correct, ma'am?
I have a recording of the testimony I gave to the Quay County Sheriff Department deputy. I have proof that I did that. That's all I have. They never sent me a report. They didn't do a damn thing.
That's all.
Darn thing. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Yar. Okay, so I think we do need to take a break now, obviously. It's 10:55 now. We've been going for some time. I believe the witnesses will move quicker as we continue on through the proceedings, so I don't think time is a real issue here. So why don't we just take a 20-minute break? And I'm hoping that Mr. Maurer and Mr. Yar, if you guys can, in the course of this, if I send a link to you all, that you could then upload the material into Dropbox as we discussed. Is that going to be possible?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. I mean, as tech challenged as I am, I will try. If you'll send the link, I'll try and get these 5.
I'll take care of that right this. As soon as we go off, I'll take care of that. Send you the link, and then we'll go till 11:20 and come back.
We'll
And
follow
hopefully-
up. Okay.
So, and then we'll get hopefully through Ms. Sabay and Mr. Archuleta more quickly. I think we will be able to do that, and we'll just try to keep on track here.
Thank
Sound
you,
good?
Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see you all at 11:20.
Not if I run away from home.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. Make sure to mute yourself. If I could mention, we're going to be off. And for Ms. Goodson, I assume that means we're going to go off the record for the moment. Yes.
I did when you said we'll be back at 11:20.
Very good. I'll try to remember to actually be more official about it in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Jason. You should have the ability to mute the attendees, and I think Ms. Winters didn't hear you.
Yeah, so I
You can
have
mute
to. Is there an option that says mute everyone?
Yes. Go under participants.
So,
Mute.
and these should be.
Mute all. Got it. There. Yes. Thank you very much, Jason. Did we hear from them? and it's her hearing. She gets the opportunity. I want to try to go through all the various interactions and get her to like say concrete things, but she never does. And it kind of did, but like at the same time, it's like I feel like obligated to at least
Mr. Hearing
ask a question.
examiner, you're unmuted.
You know, it's like I kind of feel like I hope not feel like everyone's like this guy's just wasting time. Like,
Mr. Hearing examiner, you're unmuted.
hello. Oh. Okay, it's 11:20 now. Ms. Goodson, are you prepared?
I am.
Very good. So we'll go back on the record. Is Mr. Maurer there? I don't see his name on the participants list. He may have dropped off. Anyone have any idea where Mr. Maurer went?
No, Your Honor, I could try to call him.
Yeah, I'd actually
Yeah, I
repeat
don't
that.
see him.
I don't see him either.
It's possible he got sidetracked when he was trying to upload the documents to Dropbox.
Yeah, and so Ms. Goodson, if we're, I mean, I would just stay off the record. I'm sorry if we just, until Mr. Maurer reappears, he'll be essential because he's actually presenting next. And there's a few housekeeping matters I wanted to go over real quickly. He might be trying to do, oh, there we are.
Sorry, Fred, I was just trying to call you. We were all looking for you.
Well, we're working on getting that done. Those exhibits they should be going out pretty quick.
I see week errors are uploaded, Mr. Michael Adams and Lawrence Rascon. And it'll be just useful if we get those before we, I mean, I suppose I can just, go ahead, Ms. Maurer.
Yeah, and I don't want to hold anything up. Mr. Yar, maybe you could start but they should be going out in a few minutes.
Well, I think what we can also do is we can just run through the list, go on the record, and I'll just go through the list I have, and you can just let me know what you're going to submit, and then we can confirm it later when it gets added, if that works.
They're uploading right now.
Okay. Well, why don't we just get started? So, Ms. Goodson, if you could bring us back onto the record.
Okay.
Very great. So then I did want to do, before we get to Mr. Maurer and Superior's witnesses, I did want to go over two matters. So Ms. Goodson, just to confirm previously, Commission Exhibit 1 was admitted. Is that correct?
If you can give me a minute to go back through the transcript.
I believe it was. I just want to make sure of that fact.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Fred Maurer, I have, my note says 1 through 11 admitted.
Yeah, you didn't actually, I believe you said you did, we're going to admit a Commission Exhibit 11 and ask for any objections. There were no objections to
I meant
that.
to, okay, so that should have been, I'm sorry, that must have been my problem. I must have created confusion when I spoke. What I admitted was Commission Exhibit 1, not 1 through 11. There isn't 11. There's only 5 total. And that was,
Mr. Maurer was speaking of Ms. Winter's exhibits 1 through 11.
that's what I thought
Yeah,
too.
you're right.
So that's
Sorry.
a separate issue. Yeah, so Ms. Goodson, was Commission Exhibit 1 admitted?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so then I also went over Ms. Winter's Exhibit 12, and I explained to Ms. Goodson earlier that I would go over that document and redact portions of it that refer to the settlement agreement. That's impossible to do without and admit the document. The entire document refers to the settlement agreement. So the short answer is that Ms. Winter's Exhibit 12 shall not be admitted in this proceeding. It's not a significant document in light of the fact that the settlement agreement was withdrawn, and all Ms. Winter's Exhibit 12 does is refer to the settlement agreement. So that document will not come in. Okay, those are the two housekeeping matters on my end. I believe Unless there's anything from anyone else, we're prepared for Superior to present its witnesses. So Mr. Maurer, maybe can we just real quickly, can you just tell me which, I saw we have an exhibit A, B, A, C, and E. What am I looking here on Dropbox?
You only have A, C, and E?
I see Trish McCullough uploaded exhibit A, exhibit C, and exhibit E. I could click through them and see what they are. Exhibit A is the testimony of Chris Archuleta.
She says she couldn't get them in order, but they should be downloading.
Oh, they must be coming up now. So I see a D has just come up. So can you just tell me what you're going to be admitting, Mr. Maurer?
Yes, sir. So A would be the direct testimony of Chris Archuleta.
Sure.
Right. B would be the direct testimony of Raylene Seabay.
Okay.
C would be the answers to November 20th bench request.
Okay.
I believe D then would be February 2nd, because there were some specific questions as to people and Superior. And then I believe E would be answers to the February 26th bench request with a document concerning transportation attached.
Very good. And then Mr. Maurer, I may have failed to do this earlier, but perhaps I should do it now. You elected not to respond to the last round of bench requests, and that regards the settlement questions. And, so I amended the questions slightly to reflect, to remove any reference to a settlement agreement. But then those questions you didn't respond to. Was that a principled decision not to respond, or what was the thought there?
Yes, taking your wording concerning based upon advice of counsel and what our position was, we determined not to file a response to those questions.
And I would presume because is this more or less that you contest the events, and therefore your client should not have to respond to what would be the consequences of events that you contest. Is that the idea?
Yes, sir, because there was in the settlement agreement, there was discussions of how to address perhaps fines. There was discussion concerning allegations. There were lots of discussions concerning how things could go forward. And I did not, since we were taking that position, did not want to add any further prejudice or conflict into the record.
I understand. Okay. So Mr. Maurer, who shall we have first? Ms. Seabay, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, because of the nature of what we've just gone through, what I think may be most appropriate and time efficient way to address this would be asking Ms. Raylene Seabay to be the first witness for Superior.
Correct. That's what I thought was the way to do it anyway earlier. So good. Ms. Goodson, will you swear Ms. Seabay in, please?
Ms. Seabay, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Seabay, can you state your full name for the record?
Yes, Raylene M. Seabay,
And where are you employed?
Superior Ambulance Service.
Okay. And Ms. Seabay, do you have in your possession what I have marked as Exhibit B as your direct testimony filed October 5th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also have in your possession bench requests that were filed on February 2nd, 2020?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have one that was filed February 26, 2021?
Yes.
All right. And do you adopt those as your testimony as being accurate and complete to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would admit those exhibits, which would be, as I understand it, B, D, and E.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
And
And I
Ms.
would
Winters,
tender, oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay. No, I just want to, is it possible for Ms. Winters to be unmuted? Can she unmute? I just want to explain to her, she may not understand that she has the right to object to this stuff. She may not know at all what she is authorized to do. Ms.
Can
Winters,
you hear me? Can
I
you hear
can.
me?
Ms.
Okay,
Winters,
thank you.
You're a party to these proceedings and, you know, you have the right to object to the admission of any of these documents. So I just asked the other attorneys if there was any objections. They did not have any. You have the right to do so as well, if you have any objections.
Do I have a right to question Miss Seabay?
Yes,
or
you
no?
will. Yes, you will. There will be
Okay.
an order in which the questions go and you will have that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I have my questions written out when it's time.
Okay, very good. So the exhibits shall be admitted.
Thank you. And what I would do then is, I'm not sure what the order would be, but I tender Ms. Seabay for examination.
Yeah, and the concept was that we would follow the same as the presentation of witnesses that's specified in the rule. So it would go Ms. Winters, followed by Mr. Yar, followed by staff. So Ms. Winters, it's your opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Seabay and ask her any questions you wish. And just for clarification, Ms. Winters, the cross-examination generally would be related to clarifying answers to the direct testimony, not necessarily asking her to testify directly. So I think you understand the difference between those two things.
Correct.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Winters, your witness.
Hello, Miss Seabay.
Good morning.
In your sworn testimony on page 3, it said Miss Winters had only 9 trips scheduled by SMT. 8 were round trips and 1 was one-way transport. I just wanted to let you know that one of the trips that I took did not make it into your report because I had 2 one-way trips, not 1. So not that that matters, but just, you know, in case.
So Ms. Winters, you got to make sure you're asking Ms. Seabay a question, and what you did there wasn't, and I'm not trying to be difficult, it's just that there are rules here, and that wasn't a question. You were actually just testifying there.
Oh, okay. On page 5, it says, SMT found no substantiated claims on or about May 8th. SMT directed We Care to no longer employ Mr. Chavez. So in all the times that you looked at the records, you would have seen my report on May 4th, 2018, and then another complaint against Mr. Chavez in November of 2018, and then another report by Lila Sandoval in February of 2019. So wouldn't that make 3 complaints against this one driver that was on the 135-page document that you made, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
Okay, on the 135 pages of complaints that you compiled, there was a May 4th critical incident about Chavez. Then in November, there was another complaint against Chavez. And then February the next year, another complaint. That's 3 complaints against 1 driver in a 10-month period. Yet it was stated that WCT couldn't find any complaints on the driver. So how is that possible?
So before you answer the question, Ms. Seabay, I mean, Ms. Winters, she doesn't work for We Care. I'm not sure if I understand. What are you asking this witness for Superior?
That since there were 3 documentations about this driver in the 135 SMT report that she generated, wouldn't that have given SMT a heads up that they've had 3 reports of critical incidents with 1 driver in 10 months? Wouldn't
Okay.
that have red flagged them somehow?
And I'm not trying to, I think, Ms. Seabay, you probably understood that question, right? You can respond as you see fit, obviously.
Yes. Yes, it would have. However, I would say in the way that our complaint process was handled, we missed it.
So that's the answer. It was just missed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Also, just one more quick question and then I'm done. Can you explain to me why every time there was an important phone call that would substantiate what I said, you couldn't find documentation of the recording of whenever I made a statement where something happened, but there was no recording, such as the Roxas party, or when we called in and it was 2 hours late?
Ms.
How
Winters,
come-
that's not a question. I mean, you have to ask a question. I understand what you're trying to do there, but it has to be a question.
I did say, how come those weren't recorded, but all the others were, huh?
No, I think the way to phrase the question is what it would be, did Superior meaningfully look for all of the telephone calls or all the recorded phone calls of some kind that Ms. Winters made? Are you confident, Ms. Seabay, that Ms. Winters' calls were all discovered?
Every single recording that I could locate was submitted.
I'm not trying to take over your question, Ms. Winters, but I don't think Ms. Seabay was going to know. So does that answer what you're trying to get at?
No, I'm trying to get at, it's very convenient that the calls that would substantiate what I had to say on many different matters, whoops, weren't recorded, but other calls were. That's it. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Winters. That would be staff's opportunity. No, I believe, I'm sorry, Mr. Yar, that would be you.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
Good morning, Ms. Seabay.
Good morning.
I just have one follow-up question.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how we can get this in, but the 135 pages of the report that Ms. Winters references, I'd like to turn Ms. Seabay's attention to page 105 of that.
You have a copy of that?
Let me look for it. One
If you
second.
need me to bring it up on screen, we can do it that way too.
Yeah, let me fish that one out. 1 second.
Where did you get this from?
I got it straight from Joel.
Mr. Yar, what page was that?
That would be page 105.
Thank you.
Does it say here?
Okay, I have it open. You said that was page 105?
105 of 135, ma'am.
Okay.
And you know, if
Okay,
I try to
and-
share screen, it's going to come up sideways anyway. So yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Examiner, you're kind of mumbling there.
I'm sorry. I said if I try to share this on screen, the way it's actually on the PDF on an e-docket, it's vertically arranged. So if I try to bring it up, it's going to be easier for Ms. Seabay just to read it from whatever copy she has.
I have it open.
Okay, ma'am. As you can see, it's the first full complaint listed on this report. Is that correct?
So are you referring to the second complaint listed?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's the,
page-
yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Yes.
And can you see what the resolution was? Can you please tell us what the resolution was?
Okay, let me see.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yar, we're looking at the bottom column of 125 of 135, is that right?
No, Your Honor, 105.
105,
page-
excuse me.
Yep, and it's the middle one. It's the full complaint. The other one obviously transfers from the page
First
before.
page. Okay.
And if there's a number in the rightmost column, it's 1-448-779-797. That's the row that I'm referring. And I'm hoping Ms. Seabay can take a look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column, which is the resolution, I believe, of that complaint and what it actually says.
Yes, so it says after completing research, the We Care compliance officer states the driver reported in the member's grievance was not the assigned driver for the member's transport on date of service 11/15/18, and We Care Transportation has not received complaints prior regarding the driver, stated in question 1.
And that
Due
was
to
not
the
the right
member-
copy. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm s-
That's okay. I'm glad you read that, but I'm talking about the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over from the left. It says,
1, 2,
I got-
3, 4. Okay, so it says We Care Transportation unfounded.
thank you.
Is that what you're
And,
referring to?
That's what I was referring to. And take a moment, read through it yourself, and if you could tell the court why it was unfounded, according to this court. No.
Okay, so according to the required documentation that was requested, We Care provided us with the driver assigned to the member's transport on November 15th, and the driver assigned to that member for that date of service was not Steve Chavez.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Mr. Borman.
I have no questions.
Okay. Ms. Seabay, let me just situate myself here. You talked about in your testimony this cushion time, and I was wondering if you could just kind of explain to me what that refers to.
Yes, so for long distance transports, we use time of travel plus an extra 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how far the transport is, when we schedule a pickup time. So we'll use the member's appointment time, and then the software will auto calculate the distance to travel. So it'll auto calculate the travel time, and then we'll add an additional 30 to 45 minutes on top of that.
That's effectively allowing for any like construction or traffic or a police stop.
Construction, traffic, and also to allow the provider that we assign the transport to a little bit of cushion room, because they, by and large, will schedule their own transports based on the number of members they pick up to and from each location.
But the cushion time doesn't in any way affect what time the transport is supposed to arrive at the transport recipient's home for pickup. Is that correct?
So it's give or take 30 minutes. We do expect the member to be ready 30 minutes prior to the scheduled pickup time, and to allow 30 minutes after the scheduled pickup time before they call it in as a late transport.
I see. Okay, thank you. So, and then, I mean, I'm trying to get a sense of, would you say it's true that some of the transports that Ms. Winters experienced, there are like 11 minutes, or I'm trying to remember the total numbers and sort of blanking at the moment. But would you say so long as she's picked up within 30 minutes that is technically on time then, based on what you've just described?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And is that the standard practice within the industry?
Yes.
And do you also believe that what getting the patient to the doctor's office on time takes precedent over whether the ride provider shows up exactly on time at the house? Does that make sense? The question?
Yes, yes,
That's your perspective, that's the way your company operates?
yes, sir. The member, we stress the importance of making sure that the member does make their appointment on time and safely.
So even if there's delay on the pickup, it's really what's crucial is that they arrive at the appointment on time.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so one of the things that seems to be confusing, at least to Ms. Winters, and certainly I've read all this testimony many times, and I'm trying to figure out myself, is how members like Ms. Winters for Presbyterian members are supposed to schedule their transports. And so, can you just tell me your understanding of how that process is supposed to work?
Yes, they're given either our direct number, which was at the time 341 or 505-341-0042, or the Presbyterian transportation line, which I believe, if memory serves correctly, is 836-6300. I could be wrong, but it was a line dedicated to Presbyterian members, which directly connected to us. So by and large, they should have called us directly to schedule transports.
And if Ms. Winters, when she indicated previously that she was calling Presbyterian, is that sort of the non-preferred method of doing it, or it seems like there's sort of two ways that you could do it. Is one right and one wrong, or what's the story?
No, I wouldn't say so. Presbyterian could be called and they would just transfer the member over to us. I know that sometimes the member would want them to stay on the line while scheduling the transport, which was fine. And sometimes they would just directly connect and release the member to our line.
And the reason I'm asking these questions and trying to figure out how the system actually works is, if you read the complaint log, one of the things that becomes pretty clear, and Ms. Winters has emphasized this in her testimony, is that there are instances where the relay from either your company or perhaps it's Presbyterian to you, then to WeCare, somehow there becomes a problem within the chain of communications, where in the end you see entries like WeCare didn't schedule the ride. And in one sense, you could say, well, that's really simple. They just failed to do what their job was. I don't know how do you explain that. But my question is whether the complexity with there being three entities contributes to the potentiality for rides and transport simply not ending up on the necessary schedule. Do you have any comment about any of that?
Comment, no, but I mean, I understand where you're coming from. The member would call us, even if they called Presbyterian, we were the initial scheduler, and then we would send the information to the contracted transportation providers, and they would in turn use their own scheduling system to schedule those members.
Okay, so if I discerned ultimately from reading the complaint log that there's a sort of large number of things or entries that say, hey, it doesn't appear as if WeCare scheduled this, and they don't really have an explanation. It sounds like what you just told me is, well, no, it has something to do with where the member's calling, because ultimately, whether it goes in through Presbyterian or to Superior, it's going to be put down the chain and end up at WeCare's doorstep, and they just have to make sure that they actually get the thing on the schedule. Is that basically right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I understood from your testimony and also from Mr. Archuleta's testimony, and I think it was primarily in yours, that you indicate that a critical incident plan is something that's going to be narrow in focus. Is that a correct statement for what you testified?
Yes.
So when I went and read that critical incident plan, however, I noticed the things that were being addressed there in the context of that actual plan are, and I'm just going to be quoting here, I've written it down on my piece of paper, so I'm not going to look at it, but it says, no shows, solutions for better, safe, and courteous transportation for all clients. You're addressing complaints from PHP members. Drivers are requested to submit notes on no-shows, real-time monitoring of drivers to assist in the process of no-shows or late shows, continuing to maintain vehicle fleet, increase in timely response times on calls, making sure calls are answered, make the transportation needs of all clients best as possible, dropped calls, constant review of all vehicles and locations, locate and give estimated arrival times, and improve communication between Superior and We Care. So when I read all that, I was like, well, that doesn't sound too narrow to me. I mean, these are all very broad concerns. And to the extent to which any one incident was driving the critical incident plan, at least the language of the plan itself is really directed towards We Care's operations generally. Is that true?
I didn't come up with that plan, so I wouldn't be able to attest either way.
Okay. So here's another question I have, and I don't have any idea in my mind as to what the answer is. And I'm really just trying to understand that complaint log that we have. Can you describe for me how you understand a passenger of We Care, for instance? Like if they have a complaint, who are they supposed to call? How do they know who they're supposed to call? And then how does Superior get the notice of the complaint? And then how is Superior ensuring the complaint information is passed along so it gets resolved? And I know I've asked you a lot of questions in there, but really all I'm trying to figure out is how does a passenger like Miss Winters know what to do if something bad happens? And then how can then she be sure that stuff is going on to address her complaints? Do you have any answer from Superior?
So the members were given a handbook which explained to them what their grievance process is. So the member would contact Presbyterian, and Presbyterian would then in turn submit a formal grievance to Superior. And we did all of the research that we were required to do for Presbyterian. And then we were given 2 days to respond to their requested complaint, basically their grievance. So we do the research and we would provide Presbyterian with our breakdown of what we found and what would be done to, by and large, correct that issue from happening in the future, or whatever questions they would ask, we would just comply with
and then
respond to.
Then do you have some obligation then to reach out to the passenger to have some follow-up about like, hey, this is what we did, this is what we found out, and here's our answer? And I know the answers vary sometimes. I read the log. Sometimes it's like, well, no, you're not telling the truth in that. That'd probably be kind of an uncomfortable conversation. But like other cases, it's like, yeah, okay, we recognize that was a problem.
So in the process with Presbyterian would reach out to the member and they would provide the member with their research findings and resolution.
I see.
And the member could either accept it or continue with their grievance. And that's my understanding of it.
Sure. Okay, thank you. And then one of the questions I had too was, I read some of the testimony from We Care, and specifically some of the bench request responses. And it seemed to me that We Care was almost suggesting that they don't themselves keep track of complaints, that Superior keeps track of complaints for We Care. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. So then you're saying, would We Care be keeping its own logs of like
I don't know whether or not they kept their own logs. We hoped that they would. I'm not familiar with the exact contractual requirements, as that wasn't my specialty. But I do know that we kept a grievance log. That is a correct statement, as well as Presbyterian. So Presbyterian kept a grievance log and Superior kept a grievance log.
And then whatever We Care was doing was sort of beyond Superior's purview. I mean, I'm guessing that you said they were hoping they were keeping it, but I mean.
Right. I mean, they're obviously held to contractual obligations. And, with the improvement plans, we requested for them to submit information to us, but I don't know what their internal system looked like. It wasn't something that I would know about.
Sure, okay. There's something called throughout the logs, I see these re-education messages. And, I think that you saw them when, like, for instance, the driver wouldn't call the passenger or the expected passenger to say, hey, I'm running a little bit behind. I'll be there in 25 minutes or whatever. And then the log says, well, send a re-education email or something to that effect. Did those re-education things, was that effective?
You're talking about with specific individual drivers?
Well, just more generally. I mean, what's strange is the experience of reading it as a person who doesn't really spend a whole lot of time in this field, but I just read the log, is like, there's a whole host of, we sent re-education material to remind WeCare to always have their drivers alert the passenger if they're going to be late. And then you see that said over and over and over again. And eventually I began wondering, well, is this re-education having any effect? Because they're just apparently committing the same problem over and over and over.
I wouldn't know more or less whether or not it was effective as a whole, but I do know that over time, when we really started to, I guess, dig into holding them accountable for specific instances such as provider no-shows, it was effective. I know that their complaints did decrease over time. The amount of no-shows that were at fault of WeCare did decrease over time. It may not have been apparent right away, but over time it did decrease.
Okay. So I appreciate the fact that you went in your testimony through each of the transports, and I'd like to have an opportunity just to ask you questions about each one.
Sure.
And that won't be not long questions, it's just sort of stuff for me that it seems important to determine. So one of the things Ms. Winters says is she spoke with someone named Monica to set up her March 14 transport, and that was on March 9th. Is Monica a Superior or Presbyterian employee?
March 14th. It appears that Monica was a Presbyterian employee.
And then were you able to verify whether Ms. Winters actually did speak with someone named Monica, or do you know?
Yes, yes, sir. I was, because I did listen to a recording, and we did receive a call from Monica at PHP requesting to transfer her for scheduling.
And then just for your information, Ms. Dubé, some of these questions I'm asking you ultimately are about, we have competing stories and events, right, in this case?
Right.
And to the extent to which Ms. Winters' account of small details turn out to be accurate, well, perhaps that suggests something about her broader statements, right? So that's some of the nature of these questions. So don't feel like I'm trying to quiz you or something. So on the May 4th transport, you testified in response to one of the bench requests that Steve Chavez arrived at Ms. Winters' home for the pickup on May 4th at 8:01. Do you recall what time exactly he got there?
Yeah, and that was an error on my part because I had the dates mixed up. He did arrive at 8:01 on the 14th, or the 16th rather, was the transport that arrived at 8:01. So let me see. 16th.
So on the May 4th, that's really my focus at this point. What time?
Yeah, so on May 4th, let me see here. And I know I pulled the trip verification form that I received from WeCare Transportation.
Yes, and I recall seeing it as well. I mean, I'll just get to the point of the question. Here's, there's interesting, because if I understand correctly, I thought you said it was 8:01 a.m. in one of those responses. But what I discovered was when you went through the complaint log, the log actually indicates that it's page 25 of 135, and you don't need to go to it. I assure you that's what it says. It says Steve Chavez arrives at 8:38.
That's correct.
But what's stranger still is I believe that actually WeCare's map and the GPS logs indicate that 8:01 a.m. is the correct time frame. Now, I don't really care the fact that it's a 37-minute difference, except for the fact that these numbers should all line up, and to the extent to which they don't, it just seems problematic. So I don't
Okay.
know if you have any thoughts as to how that might happen, that these different times are being offered for different events that we should know, right?
Right. And I'm looking at a signed trip verification form that's labeled 5-4 that I did receive from We Care Transportation, which states pickup time was 8:38, drop off was 11:39, and then return transport was 1:24. And she was dropped off at home at 5:04 p.m. And that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. So
That is the
you're-
documentation that I used when I made my statement.
So the complaint log of 8:38 a.m., to the extent to which it says that on page 25 of 135, that's the time which should be the correct time, really.
Yes, sir, that's
Okay.
correct.
Were you able to, did you make any effort to figure out whether Mr. Chavez, prior to picking up, and the answer may very well be no, and if it's no, that's fine. If he was trying to take a patient to a hospital, as Ms. Winters alleged, did you try to investigate whether that was true or not?
I did not.
It's fine. So, and did you have any knowledge about Mr. Chavez taking a detour on the way out of Tucumcari?
I did not.
So the May 15th call, when Miss Winters hears the noise and the laughter or whatever, it does appear Miss Winters did speak with the customer service rep. That was Christine. And I'm wondering if you asked Christine if there was any reason to suspect that Miss Winters was correct, that she heard this eruption of noise, or if Christine mentioned any of this.
No, I did not ask Christine.
Okay. So with the May 16th transport then, your testimony at page 3 of 6, there's a little graph that you include. And this is me just trying to understand. Let me just make sure I'm reading you the right thing. So where did the text box graph presented at 3 of 6 of Exhibit A? So if you go to Exhibit A of your testimony, and then you'll
Okay.
see there, you see on the bottom of that page, there's the little block chart you provided. Member transport to Peppermint Dental, 5/16/18. Are you with me on
Yes.
that? Is that,
Yes.
where does that information come from in that block?
That is our scheduling software. That's what it looks like.
I see. So this, but this isn't the trip verification form. It's not like you copied and pasted
No.
from there. I
No,
see.
sir, this is what was scheduled. That was in our scheduling software.
And you just copied and pasted it. And I mean, I guess here's a question I'll ask. Ms. Winters alleges at times that there is, some of the documents are forged. Is it possible to forge this?
Not this information, no, sir.
Is it
This was
possible?
directly
Yeah, go ahead.
copied and pasted out of my scheduling software that was scheduled for that
Is it,
date of service.
is it possible to forge a trip verification form?
I don't believe so.
The signature that appears in the trip verification form, can that be amended or changed in any way?
I don't believe so.
Okay. One thing I wondered about, the next exhibit, you go to C, which is, I believe this is a trip verification form. This would be for the May 16th transport. And this
Correct.
So this form was sort of frustrating to me because I kept asking myself, like, where is the scheduled arrival time? So it shows us like the what time you actually did arrive, but what time were they supposed to be there is not presented on this document. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why that is?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Because you can see like the information is only so useful only if we know like when were you supposed to be there. Because if you're showing up at 9, you're supposed to be there at 8. It's like form doesn't say much to us then.
Right.
But in any case, it's fine if you don't know the answer to that. Let me see where I'm here. So are you testifying that Miss Winters is just wrong that on the 16th her ride was not scheduled? Because that's what she's alleging. Now, if I understand correctly, you're saying no, Miss Winters, that's incorrect. Your ride was very much scheduled.
Yes, sir.
And you say that the ride was 30 minutes late picking up Miss Winters, but got her to her appointment a minute after her scheduled appointment time. Based on what you told me earlier, the 30 minutes late is really just sort of built into the practice. And then she gets there on time anyway. So as far as your industry is concerned, that's a successful transport.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And if I were to say, why did the driver get there at 8, not 7:30? One answer would be probably, well, it doesn't really matter because that's still basically on time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 31 minutes, so technically it may be considered late, and we would question the driver as to what happened. Because yes, she arrived at 11, but she arrived at 11:01, so technically she was 1 minute late.
Okay, I understand. So, I asked you those questions. When Miss Winters, back to Exhibit C, if we could look at that again real quickly, that client signature, and it's the CW. You know, Miss Winters made some claims about drivers not responsibly signing or having patients sign these things as the ride is playing out. Can you describe to me, and I'm exactly what she means, I'm not entirely clear myself, but my thinking is that she's trying to say, look, the driver only gets me to sign these things after the ride's completed, and therefore my signature really doesn't mean much. I mean, what is this signature supposed to, from Superior's perspective, prove?
It's supposed to prove that the times that our providers state they arrived and drop off members is accurate.
Is accurate. And so,
yes.
So Miss Winters would theoretically be signing this like when they arrive at the doctor's office to prove, yes, I arrived at 8:01 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And is it your understanding that she would be required to sign that at 8:01 a.m. as she's like getting off the vehicle, getting out of the vehicle?
That is the expectation as an industry that we expect all of our drivers to follow. So yes.
And I assume it's the reverse with the opposite, that she's signing Crystal Winters when she's dropped off back home at 4:04 based on this.
Yes.
Report. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So going to the June 6th transport, how do we know that Miss Winters was supposed to be picked up at 8 a.m.? And you had written about this. It appears at your page 6.
Mm-hmm. June 6th was page 406, correct?
Is this in your actual testimony or was it the exhibit itself?
No, I'm looking at the exhibit. I'm sorry.
Exhibit A. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
And then the June 6th is on that, and 8 a.m. is the pickup request at 8 a.m. Okay, so the scheduling software here tells us at Exhibit A, page 406, that that's the pickup time, and I just want to confirm that. It's sort of tricky when you go between the trip verification form, which doesn't tell us the pickup time, but the scheduling software does. I think that's why I got sort of confused, but you're helping me understand this better.
Okay.
Do we know what time her medical provider appointment was on June 6th?
Yes. So if you look at the page 406 in Exhibit A, it has a column that states appointment, APPT.
Okay.
So
Here we go at 11,
appointment time was 11.
Yep. And see, the only issue I think I would have a question for you on the June 6th, really, substantively, is we know that there was a lateness on this period of time, right? The pickup was late. That's uncontested. Yes. And the reason for the lateness was that WeCare failed to, I mean, this is what I've written down, and you can tell me, I think this is the correct statement. WeCare failed to adequately plan.
Yes.
Then another company's car broke down. And so Miss Winters has to rely on a third transport, which can only get her there much later than scheduled. Is that basically what happens to her?
That's correct. And during this process, we had called the facility to make sure it was still okay for her to be seen before we had scheduled her.
So I guess my question is, from your perspective of being inside Superior, is this, I mean, it sort of seems like kind of a comedy of errors, this attempted transport, right? Like one company fails to plan, another company's car breaks down, and you got to call a third person to come again. I mean, is this acceptable?
It's something that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And it's not normal.
And I appreciate your candidness. And I assume that was sort of the perspective. All right, so moving on to the October 18 call. Ms. Winters alleging that it took 2 hours for the ride on this time to be scheduled. And her ride is eventually scheduled late in the afternoon. Can we say with any certainty, is there any way to verify whether or not Ms. Winters is truthfully stating that it took 2 hours to schedule this ride on this phone call?
I mean, it would take a lot of digging if she called Presbyterian and she didn't call with her phone numbers, because our records are basically related to caller ID pretty much.
Okay.
And with Presbyterian, because there's thousands of members that could have potentially called Presbyterian, and they could come from maybe 5 or 6 different numbers, it'd be really hard without trying to go through every recorded call.
Well, okay, and I understand that. So I guess my question would be, if I was to say, well, look, I mean, we don't get a confirmation until late in the afternoon that the ride is scheduled, then there's reason to suggest it would. And then I guess the real question is, would it be normal for it to take 2 hours? And if that's totally out of the normal, then maybe it's not entirely verifiable. But I mean, what's your position? Has it ever taken 2 hours before in your experience to have someone schedule a ride?
I don't know about taking 2 hours. I know that there's times where there's call volume peaks where members would wait on hold. I wouldn't say an hour or two, but they would leave a message, and then we had a system in place where we had someone assigned to check voicemails. And so if the call volume was overwhelming on a given day and say we were short staffed, it's plausible. But you know, it wasn't something that was accepted as good business practice.
So, and I want to ask another question, and I apologize if I don't know which ride this is, and it may be in one of my questions to come, but I'll just get there now because I think it's an appropriate time to ask it. One of the allegations that Ms. Winters makes is that she's on the phone with a Presbyterian representative, and the Presbyterian representative alleges that the Presbyterian rep called Superior several times and they kept hanging up on them. And the Presbyterian rep is allegedly telling Ms. Winters she can't believe this is happening. I mean, I assume on some level Superior understands if a Presbyterian representative calls that this is the people who you're working for, and so you're going to have to treat them fairly well. So I guess I'm wondering, do you find it plausible that Superior call scheduler or ride schedulers would be hanging up on Presbyterian operators or whoever?
No, not intentionally. Not intentionally. I mean, if there was some kind of disconnect, there may have been issue with the phone lines between ours or Presbyterians, but we would never intentionally hang up on a Presbyterian member. And I mean, if there was some pattern, I would have found it.
And I'm assuming the answer is because these people are paying you guys or they hold the contract. So these are.
Absolutely. If that was happening, if that was happening, I guarantee their manager would be on my direct line letting me know what's going on. And that's definitely something that would not be tolerated.
Okay. So move on to the October 23rd transport. So at this juncture, by October 23rd, 2018, WeCare is under a corrective action plan. And that corrective action plan began in mid-July of 2018. It would seem to me at that juncture, WeCare would really need to make sure Ms. Winters' transport on the 23rd kind of went without a hitch. And what we learned actually is that there was an issue that prompted the original WeCare driver to ask someone else to pick up Ms. Winters. And so I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that, like, I mean, is this evidence of, like, even once this thing's in place where, hey, you guys are on double secret probation or whatever, quote a movie, are they really doing what they should be doing, knowing full well people are paying attention to them?
I can't speak to that. You know, that's within We Care. I do
understand,
know, yeah, I mean that, I know that at some point they really, really showed initiative to correct things. I know that it took a lot longer than maybe people would expect, but in my opinion, you know, they did have majority of the transport statewide. So you would think the numbers would be different. I mean, if you look at the number of transports versus the number of complaints, I've never done that analysis, but I would think that would be the reason why they had the most complaints.
Is there any understanding why, or what, I guess, what time on October 23rd, We Care is reaching out for another driver? Do we know that information? Or notified you guys that when they, I mean, are they relaying to you all with sufficient timing to tell you, hey, look, we can't make this pickup, schedule somebody else?
For that date of service, there was no communication regarding that transport until the complaint came in from Presbyterian.
Okay. So, and here's a question I wanted to ask you too as well. I think, and I'm not trying to like dissect your words, I assure you, but when I read your kind of statements about what you did on the 23rd,
Right.
Well, what did you do on the 23rd? Let's just stay there.
I went back and I researched to try to substantiate what Miss Winter's complaint was. And the only thing that I was able to find was the trip verification that I got from We Care that basically stated the driver showed up at 9:51. So then I went back and looked through the call log at every call that came in on that date and did not find any record of her phone number hitting our call log at all. And then I also took the extra step of listening to every call from Presbyterian between 7 a.m. and I believe it was 10 or 11 a.m. I can't remember the exact times. And I listened to every recorded call to see if there was any call that I could hear scheduling or calling to complain about the transport. I couldn't find any of that. I even took the extra step of going through the outbound calls to We Care to see if any of my CSRs contacted We Care to question why their driver was late. So there was no notes on her call from any of my CSRs and no outbound calls. So that's the extent I went through.
Okay, so what you just explained clarifies something for me. So when you say you took an extra step and tried to determine if Superior was reaching out to We Care to see what was going on and where the driver was, you're saying effectively that didn't happen. And that doesn't mean that we're not trying to like not do our jobs, that we're like derelict or something. Your point, I think, is that your agency didn't get a phone call to alert you someone was late, and thus, no, we don't see any outgoing calls from Superior to We Care saying where the hell is this driver. Is that,
Yes.
am I understanding that right now?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So, okay. I mean, I guess I would ask you is, and you've gone through the thing list and you're as informed as I think anybody in the room about what Miss Winters is doing as we can prove on paper. I guess I would ask you, is it plausible, do you think, that Miss Winters really didn't call you guys?
Yes, sir. I think maybe she could have called We Care, or I don't know, maybe Presbyterian called We Care directly. I just know I could not find any record of a call from her, from her son, or from anyone regarding her transport on that data service.
Is there any truth to the allegation that I think Ms. Winters alleges that basically the problem on the 23rd is that Superior failed to schedule the ride? Is that accurate at all?
That is not accurate, sir.
All right, so then regardless of how it happens, would you agree that a 2 hour and 20-minute delay is just sort of totally unacceptable?
Yes.
So, and I guess what seems to me even worse is that 2 hour and 20-minute delay, however it happens, and I actually don't have it in my brain figuring out how, and I think you're probably struggling as to why it happened. I mean, are you? Do you still not sure why it happened? Are you in the same place as I am?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I understand that drivers have issues. You know, it's something that just happens. It's an industry where there's, I don't even know, that of maybe 1,000 drivers. I don't know the exact number. But obviously you're gonna have a transport that's scheduled and then maybe an issue with the driver, and then, you know, you have to have some kind of backup plan in my understanding. So.
And I guess my question to you would be like, if We Care is operating at this moment under a corrective action plan, it knows this. You can't expect perfection, I realize, but like then the driver has a quote unquote issue. You would think that they'd be like, I don't know, very apologetic, or that's like sort of a terrible thing to happen given the circumstances, right?
Yes.
All right, so then on to the October 26th. So you said on here, and this came up, I brought this to Mrs. Winter's attention as well, or Miss Winter's attention. On page 8 of your testimony, you said you couldn't find any issues with regards to the transport Miss Winters received from caregivers on 10/26/18. But I had a commission exhibit 1 is in fact the form that shows, I'm sorry, I'm just like looking for it. That's right here. That caregivers actually admitted that they made an error on that date. And basically said their driver didn't fully understand how to fill out forms. It's not entirely clear. Basically, they say in this document, the driver screwed up and there was a delay. So is that, I mean, is that report from caregivers an accurate account of what happened on October 26th?
I have no record from caregivers. I know personally I reached out to them when I was putting the documentation together. And I did not get a response from them. So I know that they went through a period of time where they were kind of dormant because of whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
So it could have been the time that I couldn't get a response from them. So no, I was not aware.
That's fine. And so now let's move on to this Steve Chavez investigation. What was your basic role in that process, if any?
I did not have knowledge of it until this investigation was launched by the PRC.
So long after May 7th?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it Miss Clark who was sort of in charge as soon as the response came in?
That's correct. Miss
Winters?
Miss Clark was the provider relations specialist. So yes, she was primarily responsible for communicating grievances and handling the appeals and grievance process with Presbyterian and with the providers.
Ms. Clark no longer employed by Superior, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would Ms. Clark have communicated to Mr. Archuleta or been in communication with Mr. Archuleta once this, I mean, and I'm not asking you if you know this, I'm just asking, given the severity of the complaint, would it be likely Ms. Clark would have consulted Mr. Archuleta about all of that?
You know, I can't speak to that time period, but I know that when I started to oversee her as her supervisor, I know her to be the type of person who would surface those issues, and that's because that was something that that I had mandated, and that both Chris and Loretta had mandated. Any type of severities should be escalated to them. So, you know, I don't know whether she would have at the time, but later on, she would have.
And so if you don't know the answers to these questions, it's fine for you to say you don't know, but I'm just going to ask them because I think it's responsible for me to do so. But what I really want to just try to get to is do you think that We Care correctly construed Superior's messages with respect to what Steve Chavez could and could not do?
I can't speak to that. I mean, all I know is messages were sent and responses were received, and I don't know how they took what information they received.
Yeah, and I mean that, and it's in some ways it's if your answer is it's difficult to know unless Ms. Clark tells us, then
right.
I agree with you, but that poses some challenges because I understand she's not an employee anymore. But you know, it is important to know whether or not the person who was communicating from Superior said very clearly to We Care, you guys cannot let this man drive anymore, because obviously We Care has a perspective about what was communicated.
Right.
But you, I guess you can't answer that definitively. Okay. which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to move on. So, were you involved at all when the Leela Sandoval incident surfaced?
Not directly, no.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Seabay.
You're welcome.
We would go to redirect, and I believe we would have Mr. Maurer.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Ms. Seabay, I wanted to just follow up with a question that was originally asked. Is it your understanding when you went back and did this investigation that the first notice Superior had of any misbehavior concerning Steve Chavez was Ms. Winter's complaint regarding the 5-4 trip?
Yes.
Okay. And in your research, in the study that you did, other than the report in February of 2019 concerning Ms. Sandoval, did you find any other indication that Mr. Chavez was operating a motor vehicle?
No.
And you were asked a number of questions concerning correcting your testimony. If you look at the testimony that was filed as Exhibit E, which has to do with your correction and the form that you attached, you have
Okay.
that February
Yes.
26th bench request.
Okay.
Is the form attached there the correction that the hearing officer was asking you about, arrival times, 8:01 versus 8:38?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Seabay, just with regard to your testimony, you were asked about the general performance of this program. During the 2000 time period, let's just say May of 2018 through a couple months into 2019, how many people were participating in this program?
So you're asking for what time period?
I'm asking for, if you look at your direct testimony that was filed, that should be Exhibit B. You have that?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Look at what's marked as Exhibit F.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is basically, this is a document you prepared, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm asking you through January of 18, and I think it runs through March of 19. How
Correct.
many people were participating in this program?
So there was an average of 274,171 members per month.
And how many complaints were filed with that Superior knew about concerning transportation services?
On an average, a total of about 40 per month.
Okay. And out of those 40, how many had to do with late or no-show transportations?
An average of about 23 per month.
And the total percentage of trips provided in Exhibit F compared to that 23 average of late or no-shows, what's the percentage of trips completed without complaint?
I don't know how to say 7,000th of a percent. Is that how you would say it?
Well, would you be
Basically.
saying the percentage of trips is about 99 point some percent successfully
Yes,
done
sir.
without complaint?
Yes,
and
sir.
that's
Yes, sir, because that percentage is less than 1%.
Okay, and that's shown in Exhibit F, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and with regard to the trips provided to Ms. Winters, your testimony is that there are how many total trips?
Mm. I add that up. Can you tell me what page that is on my testimony?
Now, if you would look at Exhibit A attached to your testimony, it lists them out. How many total trips did Superior help schedule for Miss Winters, beginning in January of 2018? You see where I'm looking at, ma'am?
Mm-mm. What page are you on?
Exhibit A to your testimony.
Yeah, I have Exhibit A.
And-
However,
okay.
I don't,
In Exhibit A, have you listed all the trips that Superior was involved in? Beginning in January and ending in October. Have you listed them all?
oh, yes, that's correct.
And how did you find out the actual numbers of trips provided? What did you do to do that?
To Miss Winter, so basically, I searched our scheduling software for all trips scheduled to her. So I basically looked up her name. And between January 1st and December 31st of 2018, any trip that was scheduled under her name is what I searched for.
And how many trips did you find were scheduled?
So 9. One, 2, 3, 8. Yeah, I have a count of 9 transports.
Okay. And of those 9 transports, were there any transport that was scheduled and provided where Miss Winters was not picked up? Not talking about being timely, not picked up.
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Seabay.
Mr. Yar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Seabay, I just have a couple of questions. I want to go back to the October 23rd question that the hearing examiner was mentioning to you. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. On that October 23rd pickup, is it my understanding that you have no record of any pickup from Miss Winters?
Of any what?
Requested pickup.
No, I do have a record of her requested transport. She was scheduled in our scheduling software. I just don't have a record of her calling in on the 23rd to complain that she wasn't picked up.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it, Seabay. And as far as you understand, the complaints process by a customer, how does that work?
So when a Presbyterian member wanted to put in a complaint, they would basically file a grievance with Presbyterian Health Plan. That grievance would then be sent to Superior, who did the research and follow up with each provider who basically the complaint was about. We gather our research and then we would respond to the formal grievance to Presbyterian.
Okay, and then you would communicate that complaint to WeCare.
Correct. Yes, so we would send WeCare a formal grievance, basically in the form of an email, and ask for a response within 48 hours.
Okay. And as far as your research reveals, there was no complaint received from Superior, nothing that you could find to say that Presbyterian had a complaint, and obviously there was no complaint transferred or relayed to WeCare. Is that correct?
In regards to the
October
transport on the
20.
23rd,
Yes, ma'am.
it didn't come over until later. From my understanding, I believe she filed a grievance sometime in November,
Okay.
which
Thank you.
was what, which was when we did our research.
Got it. Thank you. Let me see. Turning to the May 4th transportation that the hearing examiner referenced. You indicated that as far as you're concerned, the transportation verification form indicates an 8:38 pickup. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that timely?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
May 4th was scheduled. She was scheduled to be picked up at 7 a.m. She wasn't picked up till 8:38.
Okay, but there was no complaint, was there? On May 4th?
I believe that's the date she filed the grievance about regarding Mr. Chavez.
Okay. Is it possible that that time could have been wrong on the verification form?
I wouldn't know. That's something that you would probably have to ask Mr. Adams, since the trip verification form did come from their documentation.
Okay. Did anyone else besides Ashley Swift communicate to We Care regarding the May 4th incident?
You mean Ms.
Not
Clark?
to my knowledge. Ashley Clark, and I don't,
Yeah.
not
You're
to
right.
my knowledge, I'm not sure. I wouldn't know that. To my knowledge, no, just Ashley Clark. And I was able to go through her emails to search for that information, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Seabay. No further questions.
Mr. Borman?
I do not have any questions for Ms. Seabay.
I would just like to ask a few follow-up questions based on the questions that were just asked myself, and we can extend this further down the line if need be. I don't think this is a big deal. So, Ms. Seabay, if I understand correctly, you indicated that Ashley Clark was really chiefly responsible, as she was the person doing this work at the time, to determine, to communicate with We Care about what Mr. Chavez could or couldn't do, that she was really the one responsible. And she was, I mean, if I understood you correctly, you were saying she's the only one who really fully understands the nature of those communications because she was the one having them. Is that right?
By and large, yes, to a certain extent.
All right, so then I guess my question is, when you write in your direct testimony, Ms. Winters filed a complaint about the behavior of Mr. Chavez, and this is all relating to the May 4th incident. And an immediate investigation was opened up by Superior and Prez. You know that because Ms. Clark did those things, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you write a complete review of We Care Transportation drivers, Steve Chavez's employment information were reviewed and verified, and I cut out some words there for efficiency, that you're simply relaying that Ms. Clark did those things.
Yes.
And then now you write here, on or about May 8th, Superior directed We Care to no longer employ Mr. Chavez in providing transportation services for members of this association. This is what, are you relaying what you understand, or are you relaying what you believe Ms. Clark relayed?
I am relaying to the email communication that I had supplied.
In your exhibits, yeah.
Yes,
This
correct.
is your
Where
reading.
this is my reading of what she had sent to We Care, basically stating that Mr. Chavez is not to, what were her exact words? I'm looking for that exhibit.
I think it's D.
No, could be B. I believe it's
Excuse
exhibit
me, you
B.
guys are talking at the same time and
I apologize,
I'm
Ms.
having a
Gibson.
hard time getting both people. Thanks.
So in exhibit B on page 3, when she gives them basically the summary of Ms. Winter's complaint, she also says, due to the severity of the grievance, this driver is not to be assigned to any PHP member until we close this investigation. And that's what I was referring to when I made my statement.
And in your view is, as I understand it, that that's a very clear statement to We Care. I mean, I'm sort of interpreting your testimony, of course, but you can just tell me if I'm interpreting it correctly or not. This guy is not to drive Presbyterian members.
And yeah, until we tell them, okay, he's fine.
Okay. Mr. Maurer was asking about the total number of complaints that exist each year in the transportation system. And I want to just ask you a question is, so your familiarity with complaints, I mean, it sounds like you do a lot of legwork to figure out what complaints are meritless and which ones are legitimate. Is that kind of correct?
Personally, no.
Sorry, Mr. Maurer, what were you going to object to the question?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask. I'm sorry, I didn't get, you're directing that question at me. And what was the question, sir?
No, I was speaking to Ms. Seabay, and what I was saying was that you had asked her about the total number of complaints, and you brought up a subject of inquiry in which you pointed to an exhibit she submitted and noted the large number of transportations, and then in contrast to the small number of complaints. And I meant to, what I was trying to ask Ms. Seabay as a preliminary matter is her involvement in complaints generally, and it's my understanding, or at least perhaps I want her to clarify, does she regularly look into whether complaints are baseless or seem to have legitimacy? Is this part of your regular job, Ms. Seabay?
No, sir. That's something that's done between the grievance specialist and Presbyterian Health Plan. I oversaw that department, so technically I looked at the bigger picture. So I was responsible for basically analyzing numbers, putting numbers together and analyzing them.
So in the aggregate, you're saying you may not have familiarity with each individual complaint, but you're familiar with the total number of complaints system-wide? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Why must it be true that small number of complaints suggests everyone else is happy?
I don't think I agree with that statement 100%, but.
Well, because isn't it plausible that if a formal grievance has to be supplied and there's significant mechanisms that have to be, I don't know, followed in order to complain, that maybe Medicare recipients who are pretty sick people or Medicaid recipients who are pretty sick people just won't do it?
I don't know.
No, that's fine if you don't know. You're free to answer the question that way. Last question I had was is the formal grievance procedure, well, I guess I'm putting the word formal there. The grievance procedure that exists with Presbyterian, does that require paperwork, do you know, or can you just call a number? You have to submit a piece of paper?
Oh, for the member, you mean?
Yeah, so if a member wants to go complain, like how?
No. So to my understanding, there's a number that the member would call for grievances, to file a grievance, and the grievance specialist who answers that call listens to every statement and is the one who documents pretty much everything the member states.
I see.
And that's what they send to us. So they send us basically the member statement, and then they in turn ask for specific information in relation to that complaint.
Okay. Gosh, I just had one more question I was going to ask you, but it's escaped me at the moment. Is there anything, I guess we would be in redirect here. from any of the respondents or Ms. Winters? Well, let's start with Ms. Winters. Ms. Winters, do you have any questions based on the last set of questions I just asked?
No, but I can explain why trip form signatures are different than the times that are turned in.
That's fine. I mean, we can't, you may have answers, but we could flush that out in a different procedure at the conclusion of the hearing, not
And
in this.
also the Presbyterian grief thing that Miss Seabay was just talking about, it's explained in the documents that I refaxed last week, wherein it states that they call, we care, and we care tells them this. All of that is explained in this Presbyterian thing that I turned in.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Winters. Mr. Mauer,
No, sir.
Mr. Yar?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Seabay.
Thank you.
So do we think we can get through Mr. Archuleta before lunch break, or do people feel they need a lunch break?
No, I'm diabetic. I need to eat soon.
There we go. That's our answer to that question. So why don't we break for an hour? We'll come back at 1:45.
Great.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So Miss Winters just called me, and she said that they lost internet connection in the area where they are. Plateau internet service apparently just went out. So she's going to have to, Miss Sandoval, do you get Plateau internet service, or do you have a different service?
Hi, yes, I'm using my LTE on my phone, but I also have Plateau, and that might be the reason why I couldn't get my laptop to hook up.
Yeah, according to Regina, who's helping Miss Winters, they just lost Plateau internet. So I'm going to have her call in so she can follow along. She's not providing any more testimony, so she's welcome to listen. I'll just do that. So it'll be just a moment.
All right. I'm going to mute my thing.
Okay, Regina.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you 2 telephone numbers. They give you a whole bunch of options just in case you get a busy signal. So I'll just give you 2. You can call either one.
Okay.
The first number is area code 253-215-8782.
Okay.
And then an alternative number is 346-248-7799.
Okay.
And when you call that number, they're going to prompt you. The first thing is going to be like, I think the first one is called meeting ID. And that'll be the first, and I'll give you the meeting ID now. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
876
Okay.
211.
Uh-huh.
So 876-211 565
Okay.
67.
Okay.
And then the next thing you're going to hear, and I believe it says, enter your unique user ID. That's a special feature for people who want to connect by both computer and by phone. It's not relevant to you. I think they give you a prompt that says, if you wish to skip, hit 1 or something, and you can just skip it. You don't need to do that. And then they're going to say, what's your passcode? And I'll give that to you now. The passcode is 995434.
All righty, sir.
So then you'll show up on my screen as Miss Winters will show up. I mean, I prefer to have her appearing via the video, but if you can't do it, you can't do it. So.
Right, and I've called and they're trying to get somebody over here, but there's no guarantee.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's fine. We'll just do the best we can.
Okay, so I'll call back in on my cell phone then and let her listen.
Great. And she can talk and everything too. She can put the headphones on, and she won't be able to see us unless we display video. But
right.
I mean, she can hear it. So.
Okay, I'll put it on there.
Thank you. Okay, so it was just, did I say we were going to get back at 1:45, or was that that correct? I see Melissa nodding her head. Okay. That was Miss Winters. She is experiencing technical difficulties with the internet provider in that region. I spoke with Miss Sandoval. She's also in the Tucumcari area, and her laptop was not functioning properly this morning. So Miss Winters is having a legitimate technical difficulty, so she's going to be calling in. I see we have one caller. I don't think that's Miss Winters. Whoever is 718-8626, is that Mr. Rascon? No, he's appearing by video now. That would be.
I think, Your Honor, it may be Ms. Saz and someone else from WeCare.
I see. I think someone just joined another person.
May I say something?
Sure, yeah.
I installed the Zoom app on my cell phone. So maybe Miss Winters and her friend, if she has a smartphone, she could do that. And then she would have video and run off of data.
Yeah, no, I know I've thought of the same thing, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to work that out on the fly here and not hold the proceedings up too much.
Or tomorrow if they have the same problem.
Yeah. So if there was a phone person who just joined, but now they're gone, I want Miss Winters to be here, obviously. She's pretty significant to these proceedings, so we're just going to wait till she appears. I assume they'll call me back if they have a difficulty getting in by phone. So I'll wait. We won't go be on the record just yet. We'll just wait a few minutes. And I will, if I don't see anything, I'll call Miss Winters. But there is a person who is 575-708-9106. And Mr. Yar might have suggested that was someone from WeCare. If it is, they can just say it's WeCare and that's sufficient. They must not be on their phone.
708 is kind of a local number to the Tucumcari area. It's like one of the cell phone prefixes.
Okay, I'm wondering if that's Miss Winters and they can't get on with audio. They're muted. I don't know how the unmuting function works from a cell phone. I think you have to hit somebody just unmuted.
Hello, I'm here, Krista Winters.
There we go. I will rename you.
Say again.
That's fine. Thank you, Miss Winters. I hear you, and I saw the phone number flash up, but then I renamed you so everyone can see that you're connected by telephone.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear adequately? Is the audio sufficient?
Yes, I can hear very well so far. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so Ms. Goodson will go back on the record now. And I believe at this juncture, Mr. Maurer was poised to call Mr. Archuleta. So Mr. Goodson, if you could please swear in Mr. Archuleta, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Archuleta, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Archuleta, please state your full name.
Chris Archuleta,
And where are you employed?
Superior Ambulance Service Incorporated,
How long have you been there?
since 1994.
Are you familiar with exhibits A, C, which is a response to bench request for November 20th, and D, a bench request response dated 2/2/21?
Yes,
Have you reviewed those documents?
yes, I have.
Have you, do you adopt them as reflecting your opinions? And what would be your full testimony in this case as being accurate?
Yes,
I move the admission of exhibits A, C, and D into the record and tender Mr. Archuleta for cross-examination.
And just for the record, Mr. Maurer, I know that you also admitted portions of those, some of those exhibits with respect to Ms. Seabay as well. I'm just saying that for the record. And that's correct, sir, correct?
Thank you.
Fine, yes. Any objections to the exhibits that he has tendered for Mr. Archuleta? None being heard, those documents shall be admitted to the extent to which they reflect Mr. Archuleta's testimony. And as noted, they were also admitted previously to the extent to which they reflected Ms. Seabay's testimony. He will be passed for cross-examination to Ms. Winters. Ms. Winters, it's your opportunity to ask Mr. Chris Archuleta of Superior Ambulance Company. If you have any questions for him, this is the time you have to do that.
Yes, I had questions written down for Mr. Archuleta. Hold on, let me get to those, please. Okay. Mr. Archuleta, did you know that when a med transport picks up a passenger wherever, at least I can testify to me being picked up, 95% of them had a piece of paper. The driver of the med transport, whether it be WCT, Angel Touch, or Community. Yep, Community had paper too. There's a piece of paper that has the passenger's name. Then there's a line to put the time the passenger was picked up and a couple of more things. And then over on the very right-hand side, the passenger is supposed to sign their name. And every single ticket I signed, except, which is my fault, I must admit, and I bet if you ask a bunch of other passengers, there was no time written down when they picked me up and they asked you to sign over here on the right that you were picked up, but no time is written down when you look at it, which is the passenger should say, how come there isn't a time here? Or whatever.
Winters, you have to ask Mr. Archuleta a question. I think I know where you're going.
I'm getting to that if you'll give me a minute. So since the drivers don't fill out what time they got there, do you think it's possible that a lot of times they picked them up at 9:51, but the driver could have written down 8:30? Do you think it's possible for that to be inserted later and shown, such as WCT, that a driver picked you up at 8:01 when they really picked you up at 9:51? Do you think that allows for discrepancies in the actual time of being picked up and when you were picked up? Do you think that's possible?
Well, the purpose of the form, and you're talking about the travel verification form, is so that the member will sign and attest that the information on the form is correct. So that the drivers are instructed to fill out the information, including the time, and then have the member sign it at the end to attest to the form itself. And that's a state form that's required by HSD.
But do you by any chance know that a lot of these trip tickets, when me or anyone else signs them, that there is no time entered into when you sign it? Did you have any idea that was going on?
I've not been made aware of that.
Okay, I'm making you aware of it because a lot of times they just don't have they don't get there at 8:50 and put 8:50 and then they have you sign it. They just have you sign a blank verification form, whatever you called it. So a lot of people do that. Also, the ones that use tablets, you don't see any number. Anytime they picked you up, there's just a line that you sign your name to. So there's no way to tell what time that you're picked up. So if the form doesn't show that the driver wrote down what time they picked you up, they could later on put any time they wanted, don't you think?
I'm not aware of that happening. It's never been brought to my attention.
And Ms. Winters, let me clarify real quickly. If in the course of the testimony that is being received and cross-examination being conducted in this case, if there's additional testimony that you believe is necessary, such as the statements you've just given, you have an opportunity to do that at the end of the proceeding. So I just ask if you would like to ask Mr. Archuleta questions, just ask questions and make your points, and then there will be an opportunity for you.
Okay, I'll ask one more question, then I won't ask anymore because it seems like a moot point. In the 135-page document that SMT compiled and all of the complaints, SMT continually admonished WCT that they didn't do this, that, or the other. They continued on, your company continued on to let WCT continue on not doing the proper thing. Do you think after a certain period of time and you have a transport company that's continually admonished by your company, after a while when they do not comply, that you should have put a stop to it?
When we have issues with the transportation company, we usually work with them on corrective action and improvement plans and identify their weaknesses and where we can improve their services. We've always had good relations with the transportation services and improving services, and so therefore we've improved services throughout time, and we've never had to have a provider excluded from providing services as a result of not working with us on the improvement or corrective plans.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Yar, if you are interested in asking Mr. Archuleta any questions.
No, Your Honor, we have no questions.
Mr.
Your
Borman.
Honor, I just wanted to let you know Plateau's here to see if they can get me back up and running picture-wise. Do you need us to stop or want us to get the picture?
If you, Ms. Winters, if you can join the proceedings by Zoom again, just go ahead and do that, and then we'll just, once we've got you on, we'll just hang up the phone call.
Okay, they're working on it, but let's continue on with the phone stuff for now, okay?
That's fine, thank you. Mr. Borman, if you have any questions for Mr. Archuleta.
I have no questions for Mr. Archuleta.
Okay, so it's my turn then. All right, so pretty simple question. The acronym NEAT, the non-emergency transport, that's basically describes what WeCare is, a provider of Mr. Archuleta?
Non-emergency medical transportation, NEMT?
I saw in some place in one of your documents, it was NEAT, like the NEAT. I think that's a kind of clever acronym. And go ahead.
I'm not aware of NEAT, but I am aware of NEMT. It might have been a typo if the A was in place.
NEMT.
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was actually sort of a clever thing. In any case, I was just curious. You know, one of the things I've tried to clarify, and I've asked Ms. Seabay, I've asked Ms. Winters, and I'll just ask you the same question. Was there a paradigm for the transport recipients for scheduling their rides? Was there a way that it was supposed to work? And if you could identify that.
Okay. The member, when they first become a member of any Medicare or Medicaid plan, they're given a member handbook, and with Presbyterian, they were given a member handbook. In the handbook, it identifies all services that are offered to them: dental, vision, behavioral health, everything, including transportation. And in the handbook, it has a procedure that they're to follow, and then a phone number that they are to call to schedule transportation. And it also educates them briefly on the parameters of scheduling transportation.
And was the entity they were to call to schedule it Presbyterian, or was it meant to be Superior?
It's meant to be Superior. Presbyterian owns the phone number, And when you dial the 800 or the direct phone number, it then forwards to our phone system. And then they also have an alternate number for customer service or Presbyterian directly. So if a member needs to talk to Presbyterian because, for example, they called us and they were asking for transportation for a non-covered service, then they can appeal that to Presbyterian directly, and there's an alternate number that then they would go to a customer service rep with Presbyterian. And then if that rep would approve it, then they would go ahead and connect the member with directly to Superior at that point.
Okay, so it sounds like what Ms. Winters started doing at some point in time was just calling the Presbyterian direct number, even though she was in, I mean, the idea was that she was supposed to be calling the Pres number that directed her to write to Superior. Is that basically kind of what you've
Yes.
what she's described?
Yes.
And was it prefer? I mean, I think there's probably benefits to them calling you directly because otherwise you have a three-way relay, right? Like where Superior or Presbyterian has to tell you, and then you have to tell WeCare. That seems like it could get kind of messy.
Not really. Basically, what it is that when it goes to a Presbyterian customer service rep, they basically call us or connect in with us, and then they identify the member and that they are approving the transport or whatever the issue was. And then they hand off, and then sometimes they stay on the phone just to make sure that it was completed, or sometimes they just go ahead and hang up and they leave us with the member. So it's direct contact with us. So there's not a relay from the Presbyterian CSR. It's usually us getting all the information directly from the member at that point.
Okay, so Ms. Winters has claimed that on 2 occasions she had difficulty scheduling rides, and on one instance it took over 2 hours, and in another instance, I think in both instances she claimed the Presbyterian employee was assisting her, and one time it took 2 hours, and another time she was told that Superior employees were hanging up on the Presbyterian rep. And I believe Ms. Winters claimed she was speaking to the Presbyterian rep, and this is what the Presbyterian rep was telling her. As I said to Ms. Seabay, I assume that you over at Superior, when you had this contract, treated the Presbyterian folks as nicely as you could because they had the contract. I mean, do you find these claims plausible?
I would have to disagree with all those claims simply because we had a tracking mechanism that we had to report to Presbyterian on a monthly basis. And it tracked all phone calls coming in, the average time to answer, the average hold time, the average scheduling time. We had to meet certain benchmarks to stay compliant with Presbyterian. And we would also measure abandoned calls, which means calls that came into the system that were disconnected, and it would identify whether they were abandoned on our end or abandoned on the member side. For instance, if the member called and they went into queue and they hung up, we would identify it as a member disconnect. If we disconnected by accident or something happened, then we would have it on our side.
Hold on one second. Sorry, Mr. Archuleta, we have some interference. If the Ms. Winters, if you can hear this, your Zoom is coming through. I can see someone's head in the video. I think it's safe that I can disconnect you now. Well, no, I'm not going to disconnect you from the phone until we have verification. So I muted them. Mr. Archuleta, you can go ahead and continue your answer.
So anyway, we reported those statistics on a monthly basis to Presbyterian because there were certain benchmarks that we needed to meet to be contract compliant with phone statistics.
Okay. One of the pieces of information that Mr. Maurer emphasized in his conversation with Ms. Seabay was the many, and I've seen this in the evidence before too, I mean, the documents that Superior submitted, as did WeCare, that the numbers of transports provided in comparison to the total numbers of complaints received, even counting the 135-page log, the successful transports seem to greatly outweigh the number of complaints. And so one of the questions I was asking Ms. Seabay is, effectively, it doesn't necessarily mean that because you are not receiving complaints that all of the patrons of your services are satisfied. And one perhaps explanation could be, and I'm not suggesting any of this to be true, I'm just playing out a hypothetical, that if people are not inclined to complain because the complaint process is time consuming or requires steps that maybe vast majority of people just won't be willing to take. If that exists, then it just isn't the case that, a limited number of complaints suggest otherwise totally successful service. So I guess I would ask if you could explain, why is it that you're confident that the passengers you were transporting around the time Ms. Winters was using these services, that you feel confident that in fact, the low number of complaints does reflect successful service?
Okay, there's several areas in that I would like to explain. Number one, these members that we're dealing with are really transportation dependent. So therefore, if they're not getting their transportation needs met, they're going to complain because they're not making their appointments. Number two, the state HSD has mandated that there's an easy way for members to complain, and that there's education to the members that they have those resources on any services that they receive under Medicaid. And so Presbyterian had taken the initiative of holding regional meetings with members and having ad hoc committee meetings and everything like that in order to educate members, along with having member services available to them to educate them on processes, and having the 24-hour hotline basically where they can call and file a complaint. They didn't have to fill out any forms or anything. They would just give the information to Presbyterian. Presbyterian would take it from that point forward. And so everything as far as ease for the member to file a complaint was there, including the numbers very easily accessible on their handbooks. So I believe that, because the members are very, very dependent on transportation, that if they weren't getting their services, I believe that they would have been complaining.
You brought up this hotline number, and perhaps that was in other portions of testimony or in evidence submitted. One of the suggestions that's offered by staff in this case is that, these cases suggest to commission staff anyway, that the commission receive all complaints. This hotline that you're referring to, I don't recall hearing or reading about it in other parts of the testimony. So maybe can you tell me a little bit more about the hotline, who ran it, and what it does, and how effective you think it is?
Well, it's an appeals and grievances phone number that Presbyterian has, and they have their own dedicated team. And those are persons who work in that section that receive all complaints on whether it's an appeal that they're not getting services, or an appeal that that they are getting inadequate services, or grievances that they receive services. And it's not only for transportation, but it's for all areas of medical services that are being provided through the Medicaid program. But it is designed so that a member can call and complain on or file a grievance or an appeal on anything that they feel that they're not being served well.
And you said, I'm mistaken if I'm asking you to repeat yourself, but those are Presbyterian employees that are staffing that hotline?
Yes, it's Presbyterian employees.
And I assume you would probably suggest that, if Presbyterian, who's outsourcing its work to companies like yourself, who's then coordinating with others, it's not the case that they're simply kind of overlook complaints. I mean, I guess where I would go next with the line of questioning would be, how confident can the commission be that Presbyterian is sort of acting as an appropriate steward for the vulnerable population it's serving vis-a-vis your role in providing transport? Is Presbyterian adequately enforcing those grievances, do you think?
Yes, I believe that they are. My experience with Presbyterian versus the other MCOs that are involved in the Medicaid program, Presbyterian is a stickler for making sure that processes are followed. And every complaint that comes in or any appeal or grievance that comes into their system is has to be reported to HSD, including resolution and efforts to resolve the issues.
Okay. Another way to think about the transport recipients we have here, and then this sort of notion that, well, there's so few of them, it's sort of statistically insignificant. I understand that's the position Superior is taking, and I understand that's the position We Care is taking, and I understand it, and I just want to explore the idea a little more. The population, as I understand, that you're dealing with in these transports are Medicaid recipients, which means effectively that these, like Ms. Winters, have very little financial resources, and perhaps that's why you say they're transportation dependent. And then secondly, will generally have some sort of significant health issues. I don't necessarily it's true for all of them, but like I was noticing as I read the complaint log, I mean, it was things like baclofen pumps, which I understand just from basic research is like a spasticity inhibitor. It's pretty significant illnesses. And so would it be fair to say that the errors that do occur, to the extent to which they are truly transport provider errors, are really meaningful on this population?
I would have to agree with that. Yes, that's one of the reasons why in working with Presbyterian, they were very and I don't know the proper word, but they were sticklers for making sure that everything was followed up, and we're always looking at improvement. If a member was not picked up today, we needed to know the cause and what we were going to do to improve it so it didn't happen again. There's always desires and questions on what are we going to do to improve this? What are we going to do to improve that? We had quarterly meetings with them all the time, and it dealt with improvements.
Yeah, and if I understand you correctly, you're saying that basically if these folks don't make it to their appointments, these are real and meaningful consequences. I mean, dialysis patients have to get to dialysis. It's life and death, and if they don't make it, that's not acceptable, right? I mean, that's the nature of the business.
It's everything. I mean, you can talk about dialysis, you can talk about cardiac, you can also talk about family therapy.
Right.
You could talk, behavior health.
Right.
Everything is important. Picking up a prescription is important. Everything. So nothing is measured as to this is more important than this one. It's all every transport was important.
And so that's why I think, and that maybe perhaps this explains some of the staff's perspectives in this case. I think when the assertion comes and the answer is, well, there are some problems, but for the most part we're doing a great job. Several parts in Mr. Crespin's testimony highlight that, look, the consequences to these people are meaningful. They're dealing with enough in their lives. They don't need to have problems with transport. And so maybe that's one way to say, no, it's not acceptable to say that we're doing a good enough job. And I know that's not exactly your argument, but I mean, I guess, would you even agree that that's with me about that sentiment that I just expressed there?
That's the reason why we put in place critical incidents, improvement plans, and corrective action plans, so that we were addressing these when they were minor before they became major issues.
Thank you, sir. So with the notice requirements, we heard Ms. Winters speak, and maybe you were present. I'm sure maybe you did hear. I don't know. She said that she never once saw in any of the vehicles she was transported in the notice requirements Mr. Crespin brought to my attention anyway, which really was intended to tell the transport recipient, hey, this entity operates under the authority of the PRC, and if you have a problem, you can get in touch with the PRC. Do you know whether these placards or whatever notices are going in these vehicles are in fact going into them?
I'm not 100% sure on that, but we do tell them, and it's in our contract, that they need to be compliant with PRC regulations. And we leave that to the PRC to enforce. So if placards are required, then we believe that that needs to be in the vehicle. No different than an emergency kit, road kit and stuff like that are required by the PRC, and including their PRC numbers. So whatever is PRC required, it needs to be there because that's a part of our standard. But it's not, we don't enforce that. We leave that to the PRC for enforcement.
Okay, so if Ms. Winter says she never saw them, I don't take your testimony to be, no, they're all there. We know that. You seem to be indicating that something that in fact WeCare may not have been complying with, and it's unclear, and Ms. Winters may be saying something truthful.
I can't attest whether they have it posted on their vehicles or not.
Okay, that's fine. And just for clarification, I now understand from your testimony, sir, that Superior is no longer the contract holder with Presbyterian, a new company. Could you tell me the name of that company? Ms. Winters mentioned it earlier.
It's Secure Transportation.
And I understand you said they're from Long Beach, California. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that contract is now with that company. Do you provide non-emergency medical transport in the same way that WeCare does? Do you have those vehicles and those drivers?
We're no longer providing the service for Medicaid recipients.
Okay, so you're totally out of this business then, basically.
Yes.
Good. This is actually a broad question, and it's my own, edification and knowledge. There was some reference in, I think, some of the documents you provided for Medicaid fee for service rates, and I assume this sort of has to do with what Medicaid pays transport providers. Can you just explain what that is and how that factors into what we're talking about here today?
The Medicaid fee for service are the fees that Medicaid has allowed to pay for transportation services. And it's up to the MCO to either adopt a Medicaid fee for service or to reimburse at a different rate. Presbyterian chose to follow Medicaid fee for service.
Okay. Sort of transition to the question about WeCare and the corrective action plan and whether there was improvement. As I understand, when you spoke with Mr. Crespin, when he went out to visit you at your offices, you told Mr. Crespin that your experience at that time was that WeCare really had not improved in the provision of its services after the imposition of the corrective action plan. Did Mr. Crespin correctly relate what you told him at that time?
Parts. I believe what was said, and this has been over 2 years ago. So
I understand. Yeah, it's a while.
But I believe what was said was that we had complaints on WeCare, and that we hadn't seen them improving, so therefore we entered into a corrective action plan with them to get them corrected. And that we were working, and that corrective action plan had just recently been issued, and we were working with them to start seeing what we could do to get their services improved.
Let me just find Mr. Crespin's investigatory report. I've got so many pieces of paper. Just bear with me 1 second. So I just want to go to this one piece of his report because I think it's sort of important. I hope I can. All right, I'll just be 1 second. But there was a portion of this that I was going to ask you about, but all right. Did you tell Mr. Crespin when you spoke with him at that period of time that, and this is Mr. Crespin's direct quote here, WCT has received several complaints, mostly for picking up passengers late or for not showing up at all, and WeCare's performance, quote, had come under so much scrutiny that you, Mr. Archuleta, and Superior put them under a corrective action plan based on too many customer complaints. Is that a correct recitation of what you said to Mr. Crespin when you spoke with him?
I believe so, yes. We were receiving a lot of complaints. Again, they're the largest provider in the state. They did like 25% of the transportation throughout the state. So therefore, we would expect that they would get the most complaints, but we were getting complaints throughout the state of late arrivals and different things, and we put them on a corrective action plan to get them addressed, to make sure that management and their middle management were actually addressing those issues and weren't giving us lip service, basically. We wanted to make sure that everything was corrected before it got out of hand. And so that's pretty much the reason why the corrective action plan came out.
Yeah, and I appreciate your word choice there, the lip service. I was trying to ask Ms. Sive a question earlier. I read the complaint log, and I'm aware that WeCare's perspective is still just that. Well, look even if you count the complaint log, we're a big entity, and that's such a small number of complaints compared to our actual transports that you can't take that, too far what that complaint log means. But what I did find interesting in there was that, time after again, it's a similar repetition of things like WeCare failed to put the ride on a schedule, and WeCare has no answer. Superior sends re-education materials, and it's over and over and over. At least that was my experience reading it. And so the choice of the words you just used, lip service, do you think that WeCare was giving you lip service for any period of time when you were working with them?
No, I don't think so. But every time we would talk to them, we would see things improve. And then, you're dealing with a lot of employees, and people will do whatever they do. And then another incident would come up, and they would show us that they did the re-education, or they did it as a group education, or they focused in on a certain employee, and they followed through pretty much. But the thing is that after a while, you want to make sure that everything's being followed through, and that's the real purpose for the corrective action plan, was just to get the documentation in place, make sure that everything's there, and that things are going in a forward direction, so that we know that they're making efforts to improve services.
So I asked, I was trying to find a piece of Mr. Crespin's report earlier, and I'm sorry, I just did find it, and it's relevant to what you just said. This is page 8 of Mr. Crespin's investigative report, and he recounts here, I asked Mr. Archuleta if their performance, he's referring here to WeCare, improved with the corrective action plan. Mr. Archuleta said that it did not. He said that on April 18, 2019, they were placed on a critical incident improvement plan. And so if I understand what these words are saying here, is that WeCare is failing in some way that requires the imposition of a corrective action plan. Mr. Crespin asks you, well, has the corrective action plan had consequence or had it changed anything? You say no. And then you say, well, we're going to have to put you now on the critical incident improvement plan, which if I understand correctly is really directed, if it's an incident, to a specific thing. Bottom line, what this testimony is saying to me here is WeCare wasn't improving. And Mr. Crespin is suggesting that you actually yourself said that.
Okay, the critical incident is a specific incident. And we were still seeing incidents similar to that critical incident. Therefore, it moved us in a direction of going towards a corrective action plan, which is a higher incident, or it's a more broader scope of monitoring. So our conversation may have been that there was no improvement on the critical incident, which then moved us towards the corrective action plan.
Okay, and then I was speaking to Ms. Sabay about the corrective action plan, and I think I think it might have been Ms. Sabay or it might have been yourself. I don't recall exactly, but there was a suggestion that these plans are really designed to have narrow focuses. And I know that statement is in there someplace. And so what I pointed out to Ms. Sabay, though, is if you read the corrective action plan for November 5th of 2019, that's in the record, at least in the investigative report that Mr. Crespin supplied to the commission. The corrective action plan itself addresses probably the broadest range of stuff you could think of. Submitting notes on no-shows, real-time monitoring of drivers' locations in the process of no-shows or late show times. And it goes on and on. I went through it with Ms. Sabay and I won't do it again. But, I read this to really be that this corrective action plan was addressed at WeCare's basic functions and that they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. And it sounds like you don't agree with that. It's fine if you don't. And I'd love to hear why.
Basically, the critical incident is a focused incident. And then you've got the improvement plan, which is focused also. And then when you move up to a corrective action plan, it's more broad. And that's when we bring in more areas we want monitored to make sure that they're following the processes. That's why there's such a broad scope in there. We want to make sure that they're properly notating why they're late, why they're having issues. If they didn't pick up, why they didn't pick up, why they didn't schedule. So there's a broader scope there just to make sure that all operational functions are in place so that we can say, okay, we're going to remove you from the corrective action plan because we know that you're doing everything properly.
So one of the things Ms. Winters alleges, and intuitively it has appeal, is that she says, well, look, it's the reason why you should revoke the licenses of these two entities, the operating authority, is because good companies will come in where bad companies fail. And obviously you don't agree with that, but we can, whatever, that's not important. I'm just using her argument to then set up the next question, which is to say, you did not get the contract renewed with Presbyterian, and that could be for a whole host of reasons. But I mean, I guess to some extent, was that failure to have the contract renewed for that business have anything to do with WeCare and this stuff that we're talking about today? No, it was all monetary. We got audited annually by Presbyterian, and we did semi-annual audits and quarterly reviews, and we passed every single audit 100%, and we have the documentation to prove such. Okay, fair enough. The bench requests, I asked you specifically, and I asked Mr. Maurer to have you respond. The question was effectively, what is Superior's responsibility for WeCare as the WeCare is obviously the transport provider. You're sort of functioning as this hub type service of scheduling rides and all that. And your answer to the bench request, you said, if there is a late pickup or arrival by the member to their appointment, that is not the fault of Superior. And I understand that idea. I mean, you're basically saying there, Superior can't be responsible for the error of its subcontractor, WeCare. And is that basically what you were conveying in that answer? Yes. We make every effort to make sure that they get the transportation booking timely and that the appointment times are reflected timely. The pickup time is reflected on our reports. Everything that we give them is accurate so that they are successful in meeting the members' transportation needs. If they, for whatever reason,
fail to make those transportation arrangements or meet those transportation arrangements, that's outside of our ability and ability to control. Everything that we've done has already taken place as far as verification of an appointment, the proper pickup times, making sure that they have the cushion to get there timely, and making sure that their transportation window is accurate. And our mapping system does all of that automatically based on Bing Maps and speed limits and everything like that. So it's all automated. We just need to tell them pickup location and destination, and the computer does the rest for us, and then we book it.
So I understand that perspective, and I mean, it sort of makes sense to me on one level. But so then I was just going through the documents that Mr. Crespin's supplied to the commission, and his Exhibit C, and I'm looking at it now. I won't ask you to look with me up. I assure you I'm reading it exactly as it appears. It's Exhibit C to Mr. Crespin's investigative report is a document entitled, it's a Presbyterian heading, and it says Superior Medical Transportation Critical Incident Improvement Plan. The title isn't terribly, well, I mean, I'm sure it's significant, but I'm not focused on that so much. In the first box down, there's a wording here that says, SMT is ultimately responsible to ensure members are picked up. And so when I read that, I thought to myself, well, it isn't true that Superior has no responsibility for WeCare to the extent it's failing. In fact, this document here seems to suggest that indeed you yourself recognize that the company, given the relationship of what you're trying to schedule and do with WeCare, that you do have responsibilities to ensure they're doing their job correctly. Is that correct? Is this document saying something accurate?
I think we're responsible up to a point. Our responsibility is to make sure that when the member calls and schedules transportation, that we're making sure that their transportation has been booked, and that we've assigned it to a provider that's contracted with us, and that provider has accepted that transportation. Up to that point, we have that responsibility. When the provider assigns it to a driver, it's now in the provider's hands to make sure that their driver gets to that appointment pickup time and to the member to their appointment timely and safely. Those are out of our controls. We have the controls up to a certain point. After that, we have no control over making sure that a driver actually shows up to work, or that has been assigned to a specific driver or anything like that. We leave that to the provider.
Okay, well, I understand. I mean, the next few sentences, talk about that sort of, that statement ends one line, and then you go on to say, we rely on our CTPs. Would that be the contract something providers?
Contracted transportation providers.
To fulfill their assignments. Therefore, if WeCare cannot ensure these members will be picked up by improving their internal assignment processes, Superior SMT will have no choice but to begin decreasing assignments to WeCare. Did you guys ever decrease assignments to WeCare in the course of around the period of time that Ms. Winters' experiences were happening?
No, not that I'm aware of. I know that we had discussions with them, and we did let them know that if they didn't have enough vehicles in certain areas, and if that was the cause of them being late or not being able to pick up people, that we needed to know that, because then we would have to bring in other providers, which would then decrease their number of calls and decrease their number of business volume in that area in order to support another provider. They ensured us that they did have the right amount of providers. There's a couple of instances when they had unexpectedly lost a couple of drivers, so they were overbooked, and that was creating some problems, but they had already had some new drivers hired, and they were coming into their system within a week or so.
Okay. So in some of the one of the responses to your bench request, I asked about your overall sense of whether or not WeCare had done a satisfactory job. And you said, I think something that you've said already in the course of our conversation, which is that they're the only statewide provider with services in every county in New Mexico. Therefore, it makes sense that its complaints would be higher than others. I understand that comment. I understand what you're saying there. My question is only, when you were speaking with Mr. Crespin as he was writing his investigative report, and you two were talking about WeCare, I saw no reference to that as a moment of explanation, maybe why WeCare was in a corrective action plan already. And so I guess my question to you is, did you tell Mr. Crespin that the reason WeCare was having so much troubles was because of its service territory being so large?
I don't believe that conversation came up, but I know that he was aware that they were the largest provider throughout the state.
Okay, so you just assumed that he would sort of be something that he would already know, and therefore you didn't need to tell him.
Yes. One of the other things, so that you know, WeCare not only supported Presbyterian, but they supported the other MCOs also for transportation, which is Blue Cross Blue Shield, Molina, and Western Skies. So they were providing services for every single MCO throughout the state. And so they're a very busy company.
Are they too busy? I remember once I was at a Court of Appeals proceeding, I was working for one of the judges, and a lawyer didn't show up. And usually in New Mexico appellate courts, you show up. And it was Judge Bustamante, who was kind of a colorful character anyway. The next time we had the oral argument and the lawyer comes in, and he said, well, I've got too much work. And I forgot what Bustamante's statement was, but it was something rather sort of concise and kind of entertaining if you're not the person having to answer the question. But professionals get in trouble because they take on too much work. This happens. It's true. Doctors, lawyers, whatever. Do you think WeCare is taking on too much work than it can handle?
I think that's something that they would have to answer to. But like I mentioned to you a while ago, I did have a discussion with them in some areas saying, are we sending you too much work in that area that you just can't provide the services? And do I need to bring somebody else in? After that conversation, and after things straightened out over there, and it was really because they were short some drivers. Like I said, they had an unexpected loss that they had to replace. But did they have too much work? That's a question needs to be answered by them.
I appreciate that answer. And then you made a comment there about the driver situation, and Mr. Crespin answered. Mr. Maurer did not answer the last set of bench requests that I asked, and that's perfectly fine. And I'm only commenting because I asked all the parties the same basic questions, and one of them was relating to just what do we do in this case in terms of remedies, and that prompted Mr. Crespin to say something to the effect of, "Look, there's not enough drivers, and one of the reasons that he believes that there's just not enough drivers is that there's not adequate pay to get the drivers to stick around. And that in fact, if you have a qualified, competent driver, there's this sort of bizarre competition that goes on that's actually counterproductive to transport recipients. At least that's what I infer from what Mr. Crespin's saying there. And I'm wondering now if you have any comments about, are the drivers being paid enough such that the commission can be assured courteous, professional drivers are being retained and in a number that's suited to meet the demand?
Well, that's kind of a lot of questions.
I understand. I'm sorry. I think if you want to answer whatever you heard me say, I mean, I think
okay.
the gist of
So
my
number
question.
one, you have to be competitive in your area for driver pay. Okay, so I know that in the more rural areas, the drivers are compensated less. In the metro areas such as Albuquerque, the drivers are compensated more. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to attract any qualified drivers. So driver pay is commensurate with your competition in the area that you're operating at. Finding the right drivers is very difficult because of the stringent background checks and driving records and everything that are required. For instance, you can't have a DWI for 10 years or more. There's no felonies at all. Looking at misdemeanors, it depends on what the misdemeanor is. Anything that's domestic violence is automatically excluded. So there's a lot of factors that go into qualifying a driver. And so a lot of people that could be good drivers are disqualified because of their background.
And do you
So
think
it takes a while to find a good driver.
And do you think that is it something that the commission needs to be focused upon? Because if you're saying that one of We Care's problems is having enough drivers, and I believe you just testified to that fact not too long ago, I mean, just a moment before we were talking, I mean, is this one of the things the commission needs to kind of wrap its head around, is to sort of work with companies to make sure there's an adequate supply of drivers? And I don't know how you do that. I'm just saying, is that maybe part of the problem?
No, you can't, because the regulations are pretty strict. I mean, they're more strict than what the PRC would probably have as enforcement. So and you can't do nothing on that. That's just the people who live in New Mexico. There's a lot of people that just have backgrounds that just will disqualify them immediately. And then when it comes to pay, I mean, pay is always a factor. The only way you can really increase pay is Medicaid needs to increase their reimbursements. That's going to be able to pay the providers more so they can increase pay with the minimum wage going up. But that's going to be addressed soon, I'm sure, because with minimum wages going up, you're going to have to start paying your drivers a lot more every place. And if Medicaid doesn't start paying more, it's going to hurt services. So all that, it does come in together at some point.
Mr. Crespin suggested in his responses that providers like We Care and perhaps even yourself, a Superior, have greatly desired that the commission increase what rates they can charge. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I understand the whole history of whatever rates you are permitted to have. But do you see that as a source of positive development that you think even the commission can do? I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't see that, because I'm in the ambulance business, and I mean, we are rate regulated, but yet we don't get paid our rates by Medicare or Medicaid. They set their rates, and it's going to be, it doesn't matter. You can set rates, but we can't charge those rates to Medicaid. Medicaid will only pay what Medicaid's going to pay.
So this is a federal government question, effectively.
Yes.
Looks like the congressional delegation needs to be consulted on this one. I understand the answer to that. Thank you. I did notice there was a section of the policy manual that you guys have at Superior that concerns fraud, waste, and abuse. And it wasn't clear to me, this type of stuff that Ms. Winters alleges Mr. Chavez did, is that a form of this type of abuse, or is that really talking about something else?
That's provider fraud, waste, and abuse. If we were to, we educate all of our providers that if they see something that is potential fraud or abuse by a Medicaid recipient, that they're obligated to report that.
Right, now that's a significant source of federal litigation too. I know the U.S. Attorney's Office will do that. So, okay. Following the incident that occurred with Mr. Chavez, did the Key County Sheriff's Office ever contact Superior about what Ms. Winters alleged? Do you know if that happened?
It did not happen, because if it did, it would have been directed to me. Everything that's legal gets to me, including police. So I never received a phone call from them or any correspondence.
And that's what I assumed, that as the proprietor of the business, you certainly would have been made aware if the sheriff's office ever called.
I would have been directly involved if they did make contact.
This business that Ms. Winters refers to, where she calls on May 15th, and there's employees and some loud noises, and she believes laughter, and I don't know how we work out to determine what occurred there, as much as to say, do you agree that if that happened, Superior's employees shouldn't be conducting themselves that way when they're speaking to a person who wants to schedule a transport?
I don't believe it happened. Now, I mean, it's a call center. If you're familiar with a call center, a bunch of cubicles in an area. So it can pick up sounds from somebody laughs loud in the background. It could pick up a sound, but as far as a bunch of people laughing and a bunch of noise or stuff like that, I would say no, because we have supervisors on the floor all the time that's watching and making sure that there's things going on and that, everything's being conducted in a professional manner. And they're also there so that if they need to get involved on a call with a member that's maybe escalated, they're readily available to a CSR. And so therefore we have people on the floor all the time, making sure that things are going in a professional way.
Thank you. So one of the questions I had as I was reading through the logs is noticing with no-shows, or when the transport provider is very late, and that basically frustrates the ability of the transport recipient to make it to an appointment on time where the doctor is likely to see them. And I know oftentimes the log indicates that calls get made to the doctor's office to see if there's flexibility in all this. What I'd like to know, though, is that assume that Superior properly schedules the ride and signs it off to, not that you schedule it, but that you sign it to WeCare accepts, WeCare schedules. Let's assume WeCare doesn't show up for whatever reason. I assume in that circumstance, would WeCare be compensated for doing anything?
No, they're only compensated for a loaded ride per mile loaded.
I see. So if the patient or the transport recipient says they didn't show up and so I relied on a cab, WeCare gets nothing.
Correct.
And then does that also apply to you, or is so I know you're arranging the transport, but if you arrange it with WeCare, is your sort of leg of that transaction completed such that you're necessarily paid for successfully assigning it to WeCare?
No, I was compensated only on a capitation on services, statistics, average of services, basically. We were paid on a per member per month, and it was capitated. So it didn't matter whether there was one transport or a million transports, we got the same compensation.
I see. Okay. I understand your answer there. Okay. So now to the Mr. Chavez and the wake of the May 4th, I've read the series of emails that Ms. Seabase submitted. I do very much wish Ashley Clark were here to speak with us today, because obviously she was the person actually having those conversations. It seems pretty clear to me what was communicated to WeCare. Ms. Seabase said it. She felt that the email that was sent very directly told them Mr. Chavez is not to drive Presbyterian members after May 2018. Is it your position that that's what those emails communicate?
Yes, in fact, the direction came directly from me to Ashley Clark in a meeting. We had a meeting about Mr. Chavez. I needed the update on her information, which I reviewed all grievances and complaints that came into SMT. I reviewed every single complaint that she did respond to before it was sent to Presbyterian to make sure that all questions were answered and all information was in the answer. And so specific to Mr. Chavez, we were in a meeting in the boardroom and we were going over that, and I told her to make sure that once the meeting was concluded, that she notified WeCare that he was no longer allowed to be transporting Presbyterian members until we completed our investigation.
The only question that answer then poses for me is I know that at a certain juncture you discover that in fact Mr. Chavez had transported Ms. Sandoval, and then Superior sends a message to WeCare saying Mr. Chavez isn't to transport Presbyterian members. But if I understood, he already had been told, WeCare had already been told that. I mean, were you aware that you had already told them and then you were telling them again?
I gave the directive on the first, and then when Ms. Sandoval occurred, I was like, I was dumbfounded pretty much. Like, how is this guy still transporting when we gave notice not to transport. So I told them to make sure that they know again, he is no longer to transport.
Okay, so at the end of the day, I mean, it's your position as the supervisor of Ms. Clark, that you know, you unequivocally told WeCare, do not let this man drive.
That was my intent, yes.
Okay. And you know, the answer is that seems commensurate with the nature of the allegation. But in any case, let's leave that there. So at the end of the day, and I have to pick up Mr. Crespin's report again, and I just want to read a short passage to you. It won't take very long, and it's not complicated. So, and I just want you to respond because I think it's important. So he says, towards the conclusion of his report, based on my findings, this is at the bottom of page 19 to the top of page 20 for the record. Based on my findings, I believe that SMT is in violation of NMPRC rule 18.3.2.20 that effectively says safe and adequate service must be provided. I also believe SMT can fix the issue and needs to sooner rather than later. During my investigation, I noticed there are so many complaints being made to the health provider about these motor carriers. Moreover, SMT, the contract holder and motor carrier that is being complained on, received these complaints and grievances for inadequate service. I guess I don't want to read too much into this, but like, do you reject Mr. Crespin's conclusion that you all are not providing safe and adequate service, or that you didn't?
I do not agree.
So what is your response to Mr. Crespin? If he's saying, I think the SMT can fix the issue, I mean, I suppose you would say there's nothing to be fixed, that we were doing the best we can, I suppose.
Well, I mean, the statistics basically stand for themselves. You're looking at, you know, over 1 million miles. You're looking at, you know, tens of thousands of transports per month. You're looking at an average of 40 complaints per month out of the 49,000 transports. Of those complaints, it doesn't bring very little bring up safety. Most of them are either issues of the air conditioning wasn't working, the vehicle was dirty, or they were late, or they're operational issues. And operational issues in transportation are going to creep up from time to time. And like I said, when you're looking at over 49,000 transports per month, and you're looking at 40 and less of those transports having some type of a complaint, and you're looking at the statistics, your statistics are pretty good. I mean, and we were on top of those complaints all the time to keep trying to improve the system so that, like I said, they didn't turn into a big problem to where now they're out of hand and you can't fix the issue. That's one of the reasons why we were always on the providers. So I don't believe that we were providing inadequate services.
Your testimony was, though, I think, and I understood, having read the log, and it took a great deal of time to read that entire document. I'm still trying to summarize it and whatever. But you do say at one point in time, this business is challenging. That there are just innate challenges in trying to coordinate all of this. And I guess on some level, is what you're saying that it's simply there are going to be problems, and that is just inescapable. And your position appears to be the numbers speak for themselves, and yes, there are issues, but none that ultimately, you know, rise to the level of failing to provide safe and adequate service. Is that sort of your response? Correct.
Transportation, like I said, it's very difficult because you've got to make sure, you know, your vehicles are always working, that they're, you know, how can you guarantee you're not going to get a flat one day? How can you guarantee you're not going to get a transmission that's going to go out? There's no guarantees. So you've always got to be ahead of the game and have resources available so that you have a contingency in place. If a vehicle suddenly just goes down this morning, you can't start it for whatever reason, you've got to have another vehicle in place. So you've got to look at the logistics all the time to try to meet that demand. And the demand in New Mexico for Medicaid transportation is very, very high. We're probably the highest per capita in the nation. And then we're a very large area of travel, the map wise. And so, you know, you've got patients coming from Las Cruces to Albuquerque to see a specialist lots of times because it's not available in Las Cruces, or sometimes from Las Cruces even to Farmington because the specialist is available in Farmington. So you're looking at all these logistics all the time, and you're always having to measure what can you do to prevent, you know, a failure so that you have a positive end result. And when you look, like I said, when you're looking at over 1,200 miles a month, 49,000 transports, and you have 40 or less issues, that's pretty good.
But would you agree with me though that the Steve Chavez incident on May 4th, if we were to credit all that Ms. Winters describes and all that Ms. Leila Sandoval describes, and I realize we haven't done that yet, but if that in fact is what washes out factually, that is a thing that is way out of bounds.
Well, I agree. That's anomaly though, because we don't have that many complaints on drivers. Usually it's, I don't like that driver, or I want a female driver. I can't recall, other than Steve Chavez, another driver that we ever had to ban from driving in our system since 1999 when I started doing this. You know, we've done this from 1999 to 2020 and never had to ban a driver. This is one that we had to say we need to ban the driver before we have other issues creep up on it.
And one other question, yeah,
one that I recall, like I said, I don't recall ever having to give notification to any provider saying you can't use a driver any longer.
Do you believe that it would be a useful endeavor for the commission to work with the transport companies, WeCare and the others that do non-emergency stuff, to get their act together in terms of identifying? There's been the word used from time to time. I didn't use it first. I don't know who did. The road driver scenario, some form of protocols in place that if a driver is identified as having serious behavioral issues that threaten the health or safety of a passenger, that they are not going to just be rolled over into a different transport company?
I think, yes, there needs to be a database of some sort because, you know, and looking at Steve Chavez's background and looking at it, he cleared even, you know, with the extensive background that we do, he cleared. But then him going to another provider, he would clear with that provider also. So the issue is that how do we identify these problem drivers? There has to be a database.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Larcheletta. I greatly appreciated that conversation. You were very, very useful. That's all the questions that I have. The redirect, Ms. Winters, if you have any questions based on the questioning that I did there with Mr. Archuleta. You're muted, Ms. Winters. Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay, my question, how come there's this feedback?
It's because your speakers are up so loud, it's feeding back into your mic. There you go.
No, it's actually because she's still on the phone as well.
I'll take her off the phone. I'll take her, remove. I'm gonna remove you. Goodbye.
Okay, I can't hear anything.
Now I got you on Zoom.
Hold on a minute.
I gotta shut. You had it, yeah, it was on here. Okay.
Ms. Winters, we're ready for your questions if you're ready.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, now they see you.
We see you.
I can't hear.
We
There's
can hear
nothing.
you.
Maybe now's a good time to take a break.
Yeah, why don't we do that? I will-
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Winters.
Okay, I have a question on what Miss Archuleta just said. He said that Chavis was cleared with one company, WCT, and then he was cleared by a second company. It's my understanding in the documents that we just got within the last week or two that the papers from Chavis going to Shuttle Ruidoso had to go into SMT, and Mr. Archuleta said that he didn't remember, he didn't know why that the documents from Chavis for Shuttle Ruidoso, he didn't know it was the same Chavis from WCT, even though he has to turn in a driver's license, CDL, CPR, blah, blah, blah. Same guy, same company. I mean, same driver's license number, same everything, but Mr. Archuleta said he didn't know that the Chavis that applied at Shuttle Ruidoso was the one that happened with WCT. I want that explained to me.
Okay. Basically, it was a mistake on our end. Our person did not catch that it was the same Steve Chavis. We don't keep a database either of the drivers. It's paper and it goes into a review and it goes into a file, and they made a mistake on our end. If we would have known it was the same Steve Chavis, we would have definitely not allowed him to be a driver.
How could you not know it was if it has his same street address, his same birthday, his same height and weight, his same CDL, his same CPR, same day? How could you not know it was the same man from WCT? And just one more thing, and then I'm finished. That could have been a very costly mistake that could have costed someone their life. Do you understand?
As I indicated, we didn't have a database either that could identify similarity as to drivers. We were working with different providers, and we just reviewed his information and it was clear. And so the person that was doing the review didn't catch that it was the same Steve Chavis.
You said that you had reviewed the whole 135 pages that SMT provided. So if you knew that he had 3 incidents charged against him, and then you see the same name at a different company, how come you didn't snap to? You said you, as the owner, went through every piece of paper and knew every single incident that happened. So I don't see how that didn't get through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Yar, what is the objection?
The objection to Ms. Winter's characterization is that there were 3. I think earlier on we had put in evidence to show that there were only 2.
The evidence.
Wait. I'm going to need Ms. So can you explain further, Mr. Yard, to elaborate on what you're saying in that sentence?
I don't need it elaborated on.
No, not for me, not for you, Ms. Winters, for me.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The question to Mr. Archuleta was that there were 3. Earlier on, I forget at what point I had pointed out to Ms. Seabay that one of the 3 was actually unfounded. It was determined that Mr. Cha was not the driver. So there's only 2, and I think there's a mischaracterization here. I want to make sure the record's clear on.
Okay, I understand the question. And then actually, if I could ask Mr. Archuleta, Ms. Winters, hold your question for 1 second. If you could clarify for me, Mr. Archuleta, you're talking with Ms. Winters about Superior's oversight responsibilities to employees jumping between companies. Can you expound upon that and just describe generally what you did when a person applied for employment with a transport company like WeCare or Shuttle Ruidoso? Did you have oversight of that?
No, we didn't, but basically what we needed them to do was send us the driver information every time they hired a new driver, showing their driving records and their background records. Everything was clear and met the criteria prior to them putting them on the road. When Shuttle Ruidoso sent us the Steve Chavez, it did not go to any one of us that would have said, well, this guy sounds familiar or anything like that. It went through the process of verifying that his record was clean, his driving record was clean. He didn't have any criminal record, federal record, or state records, and therefore it was approved. And once we found out that it was the same Steve Chavez, we immediately notified Shuttle Ruidoso and told him he was not an allowed driver.
And Ms. Winters, I think your point and the questions you were trying to ask was that you indicated that there's multiple instances in the complaint log, the 135-page document, where Steve Chavez pops up. You said 3, Mr. Yar interjected and say, no, we clarified earlier that was a misidentification of Steve Chavez. But Ms. Winters, I believe your point is you're trying to say that Mr. Archuleta's responses aren't terribly credible because he claimed to have intimate knowledge of all those complaints, but didn't catch Steve Chavez, to which Mr. Archuleta replied, it didn't come to any of us who knew who Steve Chavez was.
Correct, but we're also assuming that when WCT said the November 2018 incident, oh, it wasn't Steve, it was Gifford, that's just going on their word. Why do we always believe anything any of these companies say? We're like, oh, okay, you said it, so it must be true. That incident could have 100% happened. And also, Mr. Archuleta said in documentation last week that Mr. Archuleta approved the hiring of Chavez by Shuttle Ruidoso, and then whoops, we found out he was that guy. How did you find out he was that guy? Tell me, will you?
That's a fair question, Mr. Archuleta. You can go ahead.
I can't recall how we found out, but once we found out, we notified Shuttle Ruidoso to remove him.
Now, Ms. Winters, I understand what your point is, and if you're pointing out all the things you just said to me, I've absorbed the purpose of the question, I can assure you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Maurer, any redirect?
Yes, sir. I just have one question. Mr. Archuleta, you were asked a question by the hearing officer regarding the conclusions drawn by Mr. Crispin with regard to adequate transportation services. As I recall Mr. Crispin's investigation and comments, there was a specific member that he was discussing with you that he concluded that you had failed to provide transportation services for. Do you recall that?
Yes, that was Mr. Crispin. Not Mr. Crispin, I'm sorry, Mr. Carrasco.
Yes. And tell me very quickly, Mr. Crispin said that because of what had happened there, he thought that Superior had failed to provide adequate transportation services. Tell me what you found out in your investigation of Mr. Carrasco.
Well, there are 4 transportations that he had claimed that he was not transported. When we reviewed it, we found that 2 he was actually transported. 1, he canceled the transportation because the driver was going to be 20 minutes late. However, he was still going to make his appointment on time, but he canceled the transportation anyways. And then the 1 transport where he was not transported, it was assigned to 1 provider, Shima, and they canceled. They didn't have a driver that morning. It was reassigned to a different transportation provider, Z-Trip, and Z-Trip did not put it on their schedule. Therefore, they missed the transportation.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yar.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Borman.
Thank you. I actually do have one question. Mr. Archuleta, if you recall, do you know when you alerted Shuttle Rio Doso about Steve Chavez?
I don't recall. I know that it was shortly after employment, but I don't recall exactly when.
Shortly after his employment with Shuttle Rio Doso?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Excuse me. I have just a quick question. I didn't hear, I'm sorry, Mr. Archuleta, you said 2 companies in your last answer before Mr. Borman's question. You said Z-Trip and there was one before that I didn't hear.
It's Shima. It's spelled capital S apostrophe H. I am as in Mary A.
Thank you.
And then before we leave Superior's presentation, Mr. Yar, I think suggested that we have a break when we finish, which is fine if that's what we want to do. But one point of business, I think this would be most relevant to Mr. Maurer. There were 3 documents that you did not seek to admit into the record, Mr. Maurer, which I had identified as having, some significance because it was evidence presented to the commission prior to the appointment of the hearing examiner. It was evidence that Superior itself generated to demonstrate that its service in this long ordeal was adequate. It goes over much of what we've talked about today. It's my inclination to admit those 3 documents. This would be the answer to the notice of complaint and order requiring answer filed with the commission on January 22nd of 2019. The answer to notice of complaint, first additional complaint and second additional complaint, and the title goes on and on, that was filed with the commission on May 23rd. And then third, the response filed with the commission on June 26, 2020. Mr. Maurer, do you have any objections to me admitting this into the hearing transcript as evidence that could guide the commission in its review of this matter?
No, sir. And thank you very much for catching that.
Not a problem. Is there any other objections from Mr. Yar or Mr. Borman on that?
No.
And Ms. Winters, I presume as well that you do not object to this. It's evidence that Superior submitted that certainly would be beneficial to the commission to understand the full scope of the case.
Need to understand the full scope. Quiet, go ahead.
Very good. So that would conclude the presentation of Superior's portion of this case. Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. Mr. Yar, did you wish to take a break before you begin?
If it's okay with everyone, yes. Your
I
Honor.
do, yes, I
Ms.
need a
Winters, what you
break.
say? That's fine. That's fine. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll get back at 3:30.
Hey, can you punch that?
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. Okay, let's see. It is 3:29. Okay, it's now 3:30. We'll go back on the record. Ms. Goodson.
I'm good.
Very good. So, Mr. Yar, it is now time for your presentation of witnesses. I believe we call Mr. Adams first. Is that correct?
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may make a slight accommodation to the witness list, as I kind of indicated early on this morning, Ms. Seiss was not anticipating testifying. If she could move forward and do her testimony at this point and swap places with Mr. Adams, that way, you know, she's already rescheduled her day, and we can get her at least
Completed. That's fine. Did the other parties have any feelings about that? Any objection to that?
No.
No objection.
Thank you. Very good. So then, Ms. Seiss.
Thank you, Your Honor. WeCare would like to call Ms. Seiss to the stand.
Ms. Goodson, if you could swear the witness, please.
Ms. Seiss, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your Honor, since Ms. Seiss didn't have any testimony prepared, I was just going to ask some basic questions and just kind of go from there, if that's okay with you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, the basic gist of it would be that there were, in fact, bench requests issued directed towards either Jim or Lisa Seiss, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly or more correctly this time. And so we'd want to have some assurance that at least the bench request responses, in fact, reflect the answers that either of those individuals, and I didn't specify because I was going to tell you which of the proprietors of the company should be testifying, but that somebody's taking responsibility for those answers.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Seiss. Can you please state your name, your full name for the record?
Lisa Seiss.
And Ms. Seiss, where do you currently work?
I work with WeCare Transportation.
And in what capacity are you employed at WeCare?
I am the president.
Thank you. Ms. Seiss, can you please certify that the February 2nd bench request, the responses to those were done by you?
Yes.
Okay. And those responses are accurate and to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you have any changes you'd like to make to those?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to move in WeCare 07, which is the responses to the February 2nd bench request, into the record.
Any objections from anyone else?
None for me.
No.
And that would be no's all around. That shall be admitted. Exhibit WeCare number 7.
Thank you, Your Honor. I tend the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Winters, you would have the opportunity to ask Ms. Seiss some questions first.
How come the owners or Ms. Seiss did not have the bench request questions answered and prepared for today? What was the reason for that?
Objection, Your Honor. I think we just testified that she did.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. I believe it was more of Ms. Winters. I understand what she was suggesting, but I think we'll just move on. Ms. Winters, ask your next question.
I have no other questions because they won't be answered, so I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Maurer.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Borman.
I do not have any questions for Ms. Zeiss.
Okay, so it's on me. Then, Ms. Zeiss, when did you start WeCare?
2009.
2009. And you've been the owner of the business since that time?
Yes,
I learned in the bench request responses that that's the largest non-emergency medical transport company in the state. Is that right?
it was.
It was. No, it no longer is?
I don't know now with COVID how, I mean, we cut down a lot. So I don't know if the other ones are cut down as well or grew with it. I'm not sure.
Okay. So Mr. Crespin in his testimony indicated, and this is just a general kind of comment about the state of motor carriers, there are literally thousands of motor carriers operating in the state and literally hundreds of drivers who transport for non-emergency medical transport companies. And I just kind of want to get a sense of the scale of your company, just so I can place you all within the context of what Mr. Crespin has said. So how many drivers do you roughly employ?
Right now with COVID, we employ about 52. Prior to COVID, we were about 100 to 125.
Okay, so if you were the largest in the state at that period of time with 125, and I'm just by that time, I mean prior to COVID and around the time that the incidents involving Miss Winters were happening, who was the second largest company and how big were they, if you know the answer?
It was probably SMT, if I believe. I can't quote on that, but I believe it was SMT.
And if you said you had about, did you say at the height it was about 100 plus drivers, or did you say more?
It was probably more than 100.
What would be the SMT size? I mean, to the best of your knowledge, if you know.
SMT, I'm not sure how many. I think I had a conversation one time with Chris and they were probably over 50, but
so you were twice the size of that,
yes.
that organization. Okay. And so how many vehicles sort of at your peak were you utilizing?
So every driver had a vehicle, so
okay.
Over 100.
And then your company, I saw some responses regarding the sort of the, corporate structure. You have transportation managers?
Yes.
And how many of those existed?
Well, since we service the rural area and other areas, we had a manager that took care of every location. So I believe we had 5. And then in our main office, we had a couple.
Okay. And then the transportation directors, and I should ask the question, what does that job entail and how many were there?
So there was only one director and that was my husband, Jimmy Sice.
I see.
Since we have a home care agency, I just oversee the financials on both, the payroll, the billing.
Do you have a human resources personnel or
Yes, we do. Yes,
how many employees there?
She oversees both entities.
Okay, so just the single HR person then?
Yes.
And then I believe you described it as a role of compliance officers. I assume Mr. Adams was one of those. Did he have colleagues, other compliance officers?
No, it was just him.
Just him, okay. And then I asked some questions just to try to gauge the scale of the money involved in this industry. I don't want you to disclose or feel compelled to disclose what your profits are, but I'm wondering just gross revenue. What is the level of business that's being conducted in New Mexico, just to get the sense of the scale of your operation?
So unfortunately, you have to take some good and bad. So if you have a trip from Tucumcari to Albuquerque, you saw it was an average of 600, but we don't have those. Sorry, my phone. If you're doing an Albuquerque to Albuquerque 1 mile, it takes you an hour. It's $1.68 per mile, an average to $1.75.
And I'm really just trying to get, Ms. Ice, some sense of the scale of your operation. I mean, when I originally sort of got started in this case, I really had no idea I mean, for instance, you reported that, you're spending $300,000 to $400,000 in maintenance on your vehicles. And to me, that was like, wow, it's a lot of money. So I'm just kind of wondering overall, what's the gross? I mean, I'm not talking about your profits. I'm just talking about the amount of money that's being.
So overall, it's probably about a couple million.
Okay, so it's a sizable business for New Mexico.
Yes, it's about 2 million around there on average.
Okay.
Again, I can't tell you now with COVID, the drop. We're the biggest provider. We don't only service SMT. We service all providers, contractors, the 3 logistic, now Secure. And prior to this, we're doing Superior.
Okay. Now, do you agree that Mr. Archuleta, he submitted some testimony indicating that in his perspective, that the transportation business, I mean, specifically non-emergency transport, is a challenging job or challenging business? So
It
can
is.
you just briefly describe for me what you see as the biggest challenges of the business?
Well, I'm going to agree with you where you say the driver pay should be a lot better, but unfortunately, I mean, you're kind of strapped with what the state pays the MCOs, and then the MCOs pay the brokers. So pretty much to identify that, the state pays Presbyterian pays Superior, and then the people that do the work get little volume to pay to their drivers. So if you're doing huge runs, there is something that can be made. But if you're not, you're taking the good and the bad. And you get a lot of small ones because the broker, like Superior, gets to pick, who they give it to. And there's sometimes, I mean, if you don't take the bad, then there will be another provider that might come in. And then we have to credential drivers. So we credential drivers, for example, right now through Superior, we send credentialing, we pay the DOT, we pay the drug test, and then the trainings that go with that. And then we credential through Logistic, and they have a different credentialing. And our criminal has to be through a national background check, which is very pricey. So after you credential that driver and get them in, there's a cost to it, a huge cost. And then monitoring the vehicle, the insurance is a fleet base, so it's not like our personal insurance. We have to, have Form Ks and Form Es, everything in place to cover the whole transport in case something would go south. So there is a lot of expenses out for transportation. That's why a lot of agencies don't do it. They don't, that's why they start and then they go small, because it's too hard. And then drivers, I mean, you get mood chains. We're servicing the rural, the frontier, the metro. We service every place. The pay is different. We're dealing with different pay rates, roads. I mean, it's
okay. Yeah, that's more than adequate response. I mean, let's just focus in on one of the things you said there, which is the driver situation. And you sort of brought up the points I was making with Mr. Archuleta about the pay. It wasn't so much points as they were questions, and we were just touching upon things. He did indicate that retaining qualified drivers is challenging. And then I'm not sure if this led to the discussion, but needless to say, the question I would have for you is this incident that occurred with Mr. Chavez. I understand WeCare's position is they don't accept Ms. Winter's account of the events exactly as she describes them, but at least as regards the allegations, have you encountered another case where such allegations were made? I believe
never.
Never, okay.
I've actually been with Superior since 2010, and this is the first scenario I've ever heard of this.
Okay. So in staying with the driver question, how long do the drivers typically stay employed with your company?
It just depends.
Depends.
Some of them have been with us from the beginning, and some are just short term. They just use it while they hop onto another job, or they figure that it's too stressful for the job.
Okay. And you brought up the question, or you keyed into the issue with the pay and how do you recruit and retain courteous professional drivers. I was
And
surprised
drug
to hear.
testing.
Well, how do you believe the commission can do anything to aid your industry to assist in that process? Because I heard Mr. Archuleta say that really there's not much the commission can do because it's really dictated by Medicare or Medicaid, excuse me.
And that is correct. His answer.
Okay, well, it's good to know. All right, so I asked Ms. Winters early on in her testimony to clarify if she was here to complain that the vehicles that she was transported in by WeCare were deficient in the manner that she had one specific complaint about another company, Angel's Touch, but that particular complaint was dismissed. Ms. Winters' answer was that she didn't have any specific claims. I guess I want to just get a little bit of information. The vehicles you use, where do you acquire them from?
We buy them from the local vendors, either in Albuquerque or Santa Fe. You know, your Chevy, your Fords, and we buy them all brand new. There is wear and tear, there's miles, but I mean, they do check them, but I can't say that they're 100%. I wouldn't say that. Okay.
And one of the documents that was submitted in this case in response to the bench request was from your agency. I believe it was supplied actually by Superior, but it was a letter that your company wrote to Superior in which you were pointing out that the PRC had not inspected WeCare's vehicles, and I believe it was 2019 and 20, or it might have been 2018, 2019. I don't recall the exact dates. 17. Okay, well, in any case, I think it was Ms. Winters. Okay, so I'm assuming you saw that document at some point. Can you just describe what you mailed that document to Superior, and why were you sending them documentation that indicated that the commission hadn't inspected the vehicles?
So the PRC used to inspect us yearly. In the past 3 years, they hadn't.
Okay, and what do you understand the PRC's obligations are to do inspections?
I think they inspect us to make sure that our vehicles and our records are in the order and following the DOT regulations. We get inspected by them, we get inspected by Superior, we get inspected by Secure, and we get inspected by Logistic.
And the Secure Transport, is that the new company from Long Beach that's in now operating in New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. But you're not aware of any specific regulation or any other criteria that you must be inspected every year, or are you just saying that you understood that the PRC did it annually and that was your experience? Yes. Okay. Sticking on that same theme, how often do you hear from the PRC? If not for vehicle inspections, do you hear from them for anything else?
Unless somebody reports something and they call us.
One of the things Mr. Adams reported in his testimonies, and I can't remember exactly which one, but I know this was reported, and Ms. Winters picked up on this as well. WeCare's position in this case, as stated in several of the documents that have been submitted, is that overall the complaint rate with the service is quite low in comparison to the total miles traveled, the total number of transports provided. But we did see Mr. Adams state that during his time at WeCare, he's investigated over 1,000 complaints. And it does appear as though that's a somewhat inconsistent statement to say, well, we have over 1,000 complaints, but that's a very low level. Can you maybe explain why 1,000 complaints investigated translates to a very low complaint rate overall?
Because we were doing about 1,300 trips a day with all contracts.
So basically, yes, yeah, okay, I understand. So then why, I guess the next question I have for you is if that's the basic kind of claim that, well, we look how much we do and that number of complaints, even though it sounds sort of high, actually is statistically insignificant. why would Mr. Archuleta be telling Investigator Crespin that WeCare is having significant problems? Do you disagree that that was true? Do you think that Mr. Archuleta was misstating WeCare's track record? I would ask you to respond.
So we take trips from all contracts. So there is some late people and no-shows. Again, if the driver doesn't show up, we got to try our hardest to reroute it or get it covered. And that's what happens with a lot of those no-shows. What happens also is when the SMT and Logistic or Secure can't get a trip covered, they send them to us that day. And we have to try to accommodate it the best we can to get that client to dialysis, to whatever treatment they're going to. So of course it's going to put some people late. We're just sometimes take a little bit to help, and sometimes we get in a position where we're running late and kind of hurts us there.
Some of the complaints throughout the log, which I have to assume Mr. Archuleta was pointing to when he was speaking to Mr. Crespin, were for matters such as, the ride just didn't end up on the schedule, and Superior would inquire why, and a little report about, the complaints. The answer would be no answer was given by WeCare. So when that incident, when those type of things were happening, can you explain a little bit about what was happening there?
So I don't deal with the dispatchers directly, but the little that I can explain is that trips are given to us by, it used to be by an email, and we have to import those in our portal. And of course, sometimes the computers had a glitch or something, and not everything imported, or they sent something and we didn't get it, and those trips fell out and we never serviced it.
Were you aware when Superior imposed the corrective action plan and then critical incident plan? Was that communicated to you?
Yes, actually, since we've been contracted with Superior in 2010, we've only had 2 corrective plans, and those were the two last that we had. I actually am involved in those myself. We went down and talked to Mr. Archuleta, but again, like I told him, the volume was huge. Back then, we were doing, don't quote me exactly, but we're doing like 700 trips a day for Superior. So our volume was huge on a daily level versus some of the other private providers that were only doing 20 trips a day. So our complaints were high because our trip volume was high. When they said that we could cut down so we could correct the problem, because we had drivers that were just not showing up. We had lost a couple due to medical. We had lost one, I think it was due to a family emergency. And we did see a decline in some of our stuff. But if we would say we'd go down, they could also very well, as Chris said, bring in another provider. And that would take jobs away from our people that were working at the time. So
when I asked Mr. Archuleta if he was under the impression that WeCare had just taken on too much work, are you indicating that, sort of as the proprietor, that you felt there was a period of time when you had taken on too much work and that was reflected in the complaints?
We were given the trips. We couldn't say we don't want them. We would have to reroute them within a certain time frame. So if they gave us 700 trips, we would just try to accommodate it. If we would send them back and they didn't have somebody to provide the service, we had to do the best we could.
And are you saying that in part because, if I heard you correctly in the last sort of answer you gave, that's because if you don't accept the trips, then you're concerned a competitor might receive them?
If we don't take the trips, somebody might not be able to go to dialysis or cancer center because they probably didn't have anybody else to take the trip. because since we service the whole area, sorry, my phone, I'm on my phone. We service the whole area. They might not have somebody in Tucson-Carry that might be able to accommodate that trip. So that member would have to either reschedule or not go.
Okay. I want to just move on to the Steve Chavez portion of the discussion. It sounds like an absurd question, but I did see in your employee policy manual, there's discussion of defensive driving, behaving in a courteous fashion, and that this is in fact part of the fleet maintenance policy. And I'm not sure if that's the exact document. It doesn't sound like that was where it belongs, but in some of the documents I received relating to your company, I mean, that's what it directs. And again, I think if Ms. Winter's account is credited, I mean, would you agree that Steve Chavez did neither of those things?
All I agree is that we pulled out GPSs and our staff interviewed him and we did a drug test and they showed that, I mean, it's his against her. I get all the data we had shows that he was not doing anything.
Okay, and just for clarification, when I'll be asking Mr. Adams this question, I mean, one of the allegations that Ms. Winters makes is that, and Ms. Sandoval says the same thing, is that Steve Chavez was engaged in very bizarre conversations with these two women, referring to the killing of people and the desire to see dialysis patients be dead, just what sounds like delusional thinking. And of course, Mr. Adams' GPS logs can in no way, shape, or form, objectively say that happened or didn't happen. So would you agree that if Mr. Chavez is saying these things to these women, that he's flagrantly violating the directive that your drivers are to behave in a courteous fashion?
I can't answer it because I wasn't involved in any of the investigation. Just saw the documents after the claim came over.
Okay. With drug testing at WeCare, can you tell me, I mean, I'll be honest, the first thing anyone thinks when they read the transcripts, or at least Ms. Winter's accounts of what occurred, I understand they're disputed, but if you read them, the first question you ask is, was this individual on drugs? So the question I would like to ask you is, with random drug testing at WeCare, what does that look like? How often? Who does the test? Where do they go? Where do the drivers go? Can you talk about that a little bit?
So we use a third party, whether it's Concentra from the major cities or local drug screening places. It's a 12 panel that we do. So they run them all. And we take them over there so they don't go by themselves. We get our admin staff that takes them down to the screening. They get tested, and then we get the results with 2 days, 2 to 3 days.
And so that would be, I mean, if you're describing, does that happen randomly after they've started, or does it happen only when they start, or how do you deal with that? What is the random part of the drug testing?
When they start, we have to submit a drug test to even get approved that they pass a clear drug test. And then when there's an incident or an accident, we do a drug test.
Okay. And are those the circumstances under which that you're describing where the drug testing would be done?
Yes, and then they go yearly for the inspection for Superior, Logistic, and Secure. We have to do a drug test every year.
Is there a specific time when that has to be done?
Right before their year anniversary, we have them go take it. So we call them in and tell them that we need to talk to them. They don't know about what, or if they're on a trip, when they turn in their paperwork, we deliver them to the screening site.
Okay. One of the responses to the bench requests, and this is just generally about the complaint possibilities of or the complaint logs and what does WeCare do with complaints. The answer is that complaint logs, or the answer we received on behalf of WeCare was complaint logs are kept by the dispatching authority, not by the transportation company. And then in a subsequent response, it says Superior keeps track of all complaints. As I was reading those words, I began to wonder, does WeCare track complaints against it?
So we used to track complaints years ago, and then it became that the brokers like SMT wanted all complaints and all calls to go to them. So if somebody would call and say, I got a complaint, we literally give them the number to Superior to call because we wanted a pattern to go through them and then through us through our email. So we have an email that all complaints go in through for SMT, and they would send us the complaint there, we'd answer it there, and that's the way we kept track of it. Our other contractors, they have a secured website that, again, a complaint comes in and we answer it and we keep track of it.
Okay, so that's one of the other. So sorry to repeat that the last bit you just explained there. Is that those reports being given to you, or that's another company other than Superior who's then?
That's another company besides Superior.
Okay, I see. So effectively what you are saying is that you rely on these scheduling entities to effectively catalog all of the possible complaints that might be issued against your company.
Because their phones are recorded, and that's their procedure that they want all complaints to go to them. So if somebody came to us, they feel that we might take care of it and not pass out the notes to them. So that's why they generated it to go to them, and then they bring it down to us.
Okay. I understand the point there, and I think what you're suggesting is maybe it's a way to have a better and, I don't know, more objectively transparent complaint process so that you guys aren't fielding complaints against yourselves. But I'm wondering, does that process at all, have you been hindered in any way in identifying problem employees, if they exist, due to the fact that you don't yourself keep track of your complaints?
Pretty much all our complaints are while drivers are driving. If we get a complaint, it's really nothing like, we might get a complaint here and there, but we were not tracking them. So the only ones we do track is the client complaints.
And the client complaint would be the client like SM Superior or Secure or one of those. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. So here's a question that I guess this is, perhaps I'm even asking this more for Mr. Borman and Mr. Crespin when they have their opportunity. You know, one of the suggestions offered here by staff is that if a motor carrier receives several complaints on one of their drivers or several complaints on the service they're providing, it should be incumbent on them to report it to the Enforcement Bureau. And so a natural question is, well, how is WeCare going to be able to do this if it's relying on another entity to keep track of the complaints against WeCare? You can't go to WeCare and say, hey, what's going on? What are you guys doing? Because WeCare is not tracking its own complaints. Do you have any response to that, Ms. Size?
The only thing I would probably respond to is say that we would pull out all the complaints on both emails. And it has them all listed as to what the complaint coming from them and our answer going to them.
I see. So what you're saying is that you are notified of complaints eventually. You may not be the direct receiver, but you get them and then what? Respond, and therefore you would have some knowledge about what is or is not working in your organization?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess let's ask this question then. If the commission were going to direct all motor carriers to report complaints of any kind to the commission, Is this something WeCare can do?
Yes,
Would you be supportive of that?
yeah, definitely, because there is a lot of complaints that we get through the portals that, I mean, some of them are, every complaint should be looked at, but there is some complaints that are just, I mean, I would not be against it.
Okay, and so Mr. Crespin also notes that your company, as a motor carrier, maintains files on your drivers, the repairs and service to your vehicles. There's a claim register and an accident file. Is all that accurate?
Yes,
So if you get a complaint about a driver over and over and over, he's cursing or something, he's texting while he's driving, you're aware of this, you're made aware of this, and you keep records of these things.
so we invested in a system that it went through Presbyterian, went to Logistic to get it approved, to be able to keep track of all our trips, so we're not manual. So anytime somebody calls in, and let's say a member calls in and complains about a driver, whatever it is, good, bad, we have a comment section, and it attaches to that trip, and we could pull data on that trip.
So that would, okay, but would that allow you, is that like the same as a file for a driver? So for instance, I mean, you know, the Steve Chavez file is probably, as Mr. Archuleta said, an anomaly, but, you know, would there be a file that says Steve Chavez, when he transports women, says delusional things? Does such a thing exist?
Yeah, probably not.
No.
No.
Do you keep files on your drivers for other types of complaints, like this driver drives too aggressively, or I mean, are those the kind of things you're keeping track of?
That we keep that in their employee file.
You do keep that in your employee file.
Yeah, yes.
So some complaints you do keep in the employee file, but it sounds like what you're saying with Mr.
Yes.
Chavez, it was so
Yes.
outlandish, you didn't keep that one?
I think we have, don't quote me, but I think we have document on him when Ashley called it in, and then that we did the drug test. We did a drug test on him immediately.
Okay. I guess at the end of the day, the question I really want you to answer is if the Public Regulation Commission says to operators like WeCare, you shall now from here on after give us all complaints on a monthly basis, and then flag repeat complaints so that we're aware of them. I understand you to be saying, number one, you can do that, and then number two, you would support that. And I'm not offering that as a statement, I'm asking it as a question.
Yes, we would support it because the volume that we do, and I know that Raylene gave the numbers, it's a lot of volume for just a few of us to work on that.
Okay. So I want to understand when and I think we've already touched upon this, but you can just confirm what I've understood and I've understood correctly. When you guys represent that you're 99% effective, that what you're saying is, yes, all that stuff in the 135-page complaint log happened. Lots of those are against WeCare. I understand many of them are investigated, they're not substantiated. Sometimes they're exaggerated, sometimes it's actually the passenger's fault. But basically that 135-page complaint log, as I understand it, is in your view, just a small number of total transports in the grand scheme of things. That's basically your response to effectively the commission in this case.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know that the passengers who aren't complaining are satisfied?
Because they'll either request us or they do not deny to go with us.
Okay, so you see that as a way to understand that even if they're not filing complaints, you would have some indication from them that they don't want your services, and your testimony is that you don't get those requests with any.
I mean, they call Superior, and Superior, I'm sure they would tell Superior don't have transport. WCT take us because we had a bad experience or don't like the driver or whatever it may be. And I mean, I can't answer for Mr. Archuleta, but at that point, I'm sure they give him, it's called a client's choice.
Okay, and I've seen the requests in the varying logs to say, we don't want this person, we do want that, or this entity or that entity, and then you guys, it gets arranged if someone takes it. So I understand what you're saying there. Vince Crespin's investigative report also states that WeCare had to hire drivers in all locations to decrease the amount of no-shows and late runs. And it seems implicit in that statement, and I don't know if that's, would you agree that that's a true statement, that you had to do that?
Well, we have drivers all over to be able to service as much as we can. I mean, you know, you take in Gallup, you have Navajos that live in Zuni that need to get to dialysis. So you need to hire drivers in Gallup because you might not find drivers in Zuni. So you're driving, we don't get paid to go deadhead and to take a client for 6 miles to dialysis to make sure they get there. And then our driver comes deadhead because there's no driver availability in Zuni. You can't find one. And there's a lot of little residents.
I'm not sure I understand what is a deadhead?
Deadhead means we don't get paid to drive 100 miles to do a 6-mile run.
Okay. But I guess what I'm asking you is if you reported to Mr. Crespin that you had to hire reporters drivers to deal with late pickups and no-shows, I mean, isn't that implicitly saying there's a lot of late pickups and no-shows and we needed to change in order to address it?
I guess.
I mean, if you don't agree that Mr. Crespin said that you said those things to Mr. Crespin, you can say that.
Yeah.
I just read in his report that this is what he heard from you all. And if you're actively trying to make sure there's no-shows and not no-shows and that there's not too many late runs, well, then of course you're out dealing with those problems. And what I heard Mr. Archuleta say was that, you know, you guys have were providing a lot of business, and maybe it just ran out of control and you didn't have the resources to deal with it.
It's just, we try to get as many of the people that don't have a way to get to appointments, just try to accommodate it. And again, I mean, I don't think the dispatchers do wrong by getting those trips. They just, if we're trying to do something good, then I guess we might be doing something wrong. At the end of the day, we just thought that if we can accommodate as many people as we can to help save somebody's life, we were doing a good job.
Okay, so in the corrective action plan that Superior imposed on you guys in July of 2018, the first thing it says, well, not the very first thing, but at least in the first page, and again, this is Investigator Crespin's report, Exhibit V. It's one of the first pages. It says, SMT received numerous complaints from Presbyterian Health, PHP, Presbyterian members regarding transportation. WeCare Transportation must correct ongoing issues to ensure members are picked up timely, correct vehicles being assigned, improve scheduling process so all trips are reviewed immediately to ensure your organization can accommodate the request. These sound like broad problems, but maybe you can correct me and clarify that are they not? Was it not a broad, sort of wide scale problem?
Again, if we are getting all these trips from the brokers and we try to kick them back and we're pressured to do them, we just did the best we could.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the notice or a notice alerting passengers that WeCare operates per the authority of per authorization by the Public Regulation Commission, and that any one of your transport recipients can call the Public Regulation to complain about the service they're receiving. Do you know if that notice is in every one of your vehicles?
I can't say if it's in every one. I can't, but I do say that we put them in every one. What's happened between then and the next day, I don't know. Sometimes they get taken out. We try to keep them on, but when we audit our cars, we go over and we make sure they're on. But yes, they are on.
Okay. So Ms. Sandoval, the other staff's witness here, Ms. Winters is the complainant. Ms. Sandoval asked the commission to ensure that We Care is engaged in more oversight of its drivers. And I guess the first question is, do you think it's necessary that We Care better oversee its drivers?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry, my phone kind of glitched.
It's okay. I'm just basically asking you, do you agree with Ms. Sandoval that it's necessary that your company better supervise its drivers?
I think we do okay. Having PRC involved would be fine. I mean, we've always worked very well with them.
So do you think there's any need for We Care to change the way it's interacting with its drivers or supervising them or however it's interacting with them?
We've been doing this since 2009, and this is the first time. PRC's always given us our annual audits, and we've never had a problem. So I think we're doing okay, not too bad.
Apart from the annual vehicle inspections, I think you said earlier that you've had very little interaction with PRC staff. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I understand. There's a question about a fine of some kind, and of course you sure saw Ms. Sandoval's testimony, or maybe you didn't, but in any case, she suggests a fine of $50,000 is necessary. Staff has suggested some sort of fine is necessary to make clear that what happened with Steve Chavez and the late arrivals and the other problems chronicled is necessary here. I'm assuming you're going to not agree with that, and I'm happy to hear why you do not believe a fine should be imposed, or perhaps you do believe a fine should be imposed.
I don't agree with it because as a company, we did our diligence to investigate, to hire the way not only PRC, Medicaid, Logistic, and Superior asked us to hire. They're the ones that approved the drivers. When the incident happened, we followed everything we had to do. We investigated it. We took him for a drug test. Once that was cleared, we put him on the road. What was said between him and her, I cannot testify if she's right or he is. All I know is the data we have. As a company, we did our diligence.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Size, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Winters, do you have any questions, any redirect?
Yes, I had one where Miss Syed said that anytime they can take a passenger for a medical appointment and it would save their life, they were happy to do it. What about the founded, not unfounded, the founded where WCT did not pick up people for dialysis or a kidney transplant and put those people's lives in danger? What about those?
We were not aware of it. We get our scheduled trips through SMT.
Correct, but SMT's 135 pages documented that WCT didn't pick up certain people. It was founded that missed their dialysis, ended up in intensive care, or missed their kidney transplant because WCT didn't show up. So you say people whose lives are in danger, you want to help. What about the people's lives that your company has put in danger?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Of
I
course.
agree. Well, so Ms. Winters, I understand what you're asking, but I understand why Mr. Yar's objecting.
Okay, no more questions. I'm not going to question anyone, really.
No, I think you can ask the question, and I'm not trying to tell you how to ask the
Nope.
question. Well, the question I think Ms. Winters is trying to ask is, can you explain if you're feel that you're acting on the behalf of people who need rides? Why does the complaint log exist at all on some level? I think there's obvious answers to this, and you can answer.
First of all, we're not perfect. Our statistics show we're taking 1,100 trips. If it's only less than 1% of complaints, I mean, we're trying the best we can. I can't get any better than that.
Well, I know we're in redirect, and Ms. Winters followed up. I do want to just ask a quick follow-up question on what she said there, and this actually relates to when I asked Mr. Archuleta, and he was very candid about it. Is WeCare's position, as it appears Superior's position, is this, that these individuals you're transporting are actually a fairly vulnerable population with meaningful health issues, and that error is really not acceptable?
Yes.
And I don't mean that to say, I mean, it almost feels like it's an unrealistic expectation, but the truth is, and Mr. Archuleta said it very well, it's just what's necessary given these people's lives. I mean, do you agree with that generally?
Yes, but also if we can't do it, Superior would locate somebody who can, and if not, they would probably call ambulance because we are non-emergency.
So yeah, so in other words, someone has to be willing to transport these people, and to the extent to which you can't do it perfectly, it's better to have imperfect transport than none at all.
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, now we would go to Mr. Maurer for any redirect.
Must be asleep.
Muted.
Thank you. I think I got it off. Hi, Ms. Seiss, long time no see.
Hi.
I don't have any questions. The only thing I would note is comments concerning the log and what's reported in that log need to be carefully looked at before allegations are made. Because with regard to the dialysis patient, if you look at the log on that page that's talked about, the family member of the person in dialysis canceled the trip. It wasn't because WeCare failed to show up. But I don't have any questions of Ms. Seiss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Borman.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I do have a few clarification questions. I hope they're clarification questions. Good afternoon, Ms. Seiss.
Good afternoon.
So do you know when Superior reached out to WeCare about Mr. Chavez?
So that was done, but he reached out, actually Superior reached out to my compliance officer.
Okay.
And I exactly can't answer what date.
3 years ago.
Okay. And did I understand correctly, and maybe it might be my confusion, but did I understand correctly when Superior reached out to WeCare, that's when you took Mr. Chavez for a drug test? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you continued to let him drive?
So we were told to investigate him and investigate the case. So
Okay.
they brought him in from Tucumcari into Las Vegas. They investigated him. They did a drug test. They took him off the road.
Okay.
And then once all the test results and the investigation came in, we showed that there was not, everything that GPS that we had proof of came out okay. They put him back to drive, and we called Ashley at Superior and told her we were going to put him back to drive. We had found nothing and sent her the report.
Okay, and so then after that drug test came back, then you did let him drive again. That's
Yes.
correct? Okay. I have no further questions.
I just wanted to ask a quick follow-up question on what Mr. Yar asked, and this relates to Ms. Size. Mr. Archuleta testified that when he heard of the nature of the allegations, he ensured that he was informed about the whole thing, given that he was the owner of the company. What was your response? Did you involve yourself in the investigation into Mr. Chavez?
So usually when there is a big issue or a legal issue or a complaint that's higher to a legal level, I get the call from either Mr. Archuleta or the gentleman from Logistic or Secure. I never got a call from Mr. Archuleta on Steve Chavez. So I found out about it as the investigation started. I actually found out where it was at when the complaint came through from in 2019.
Okay, so you were aware of the complaint long after the May 7, 2018 date when it was first reported to Mr. Adams.
Yeah, I was informed of when it happened, and they had told me that he had cleared everything. They're going to put him back to work. It was just a normal complaint. Ashley had agreed on the email that he was send documents back, and they put him back, do whatever they needed to do. And I thought it was a closed case. He had no longer with us, and it was done.
And so Mr. Adams, it sounds like, was really
Yes.
responsible from the time it was received. And then basically he kind of resolved it and then told you, here's the outcome.
Yes.
And I'm assuming he was asking your permission for that
Yes.
outcome? I mean, he can't just.
Yes.
On his own? Okay. That was all for me, I believe. And Mr. Yar, I may have skipped you in the order of things, but I think actually we've done it better. You have questions, follow-up questions, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I do have some questions. Lisa, there was some discussion with the hearing examiner about complaints getting into employees' files. Does WeCare, it's my understanding that WeCare has HR files for all of its employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there are complaints, those would get into the HR file. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if those complaints were verified, especially in a case of the magnitude that Mr. Chavez's, or Ms. Winters and Mrs. Sandoval's allegations, if they were verified, what would WeCare have done?
If they would have been verified, we would have immediately filed a criminal, call Superior ourselves, and taken the action needed immediately.
And would that be terminating him?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. There's another area that I wanted to kind of talk about a little bit, Ms. Lisa, with regard to the relationship between Superior and WeCare. You stated that frequently Superior would give you short notice on transportations, namely because you are the largest and you have a big footprint, and other transportation companies couldn't handle it. In those specific situations, was I correct in understanding that you could not reject those per your contract? You'd have to take those?
Well, if they were given to us and we kicked them back, we couldn't, there's some we couldn't kick back, that we would have to try figure out how to accommodate it. So sometimes we would send people from different areas to drive hours to pick up clients. So that would definitely make us late. But
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Very good. Is there anything further for Ms. Saiz from anyone? Ms. Hayes, thank you for participating today. Appreciate you being made
Thank
available.
you.
It is now 4:27. So yes, we can do Mr. Adams for certain. So
What did he say?
we can do Mr. Adams. I was thinking of time, and I was just trying to come up with how much we have left to do. We have Mr. Adams. I don't
We're
think
gonna do Mr. Adams now? Did you say?
my preference, unless Mr. Yar has something to contribute to that.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding was when we first put on Lisa that Mr. Adams was switching with Lisa, who was last. Mr. Rascone has notified me he has a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Sure.
So we would rather put him on and get him out of the way, Your Honor.
That's fine. And I don't think Mr. Rascone, well, I guess I have significant questions for Mr. Adams. And I think that should, given the fact that Ms. Saiz said effectively she deferred to his judgment about the investigation, he's a major witness. So do you want to do Mr. Adams' thing, Mr. Yar? I don't know that that's desirable just because it's 4:30 now.
I
No,
can't,
Sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Winters, what were you going to say? You can't do something?
I can't do Adams today. I am barely hanging on. I need 5 minutes and then you can do Rascone or whoever. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay, well, I think we're going to take 5 minutes. But Mr. Yar, you can only take control so much in life. So
Okay.
we take a 5-minute break and then do Mr. Rascone and then Mr. Adams tomorrow and staff. Is that acceptable?
I'm golfing tomorrow.
That certainly works for staff.
I don't see how else we're going to do this, and I don't know that our complainant, and she is the complainant, so we have to. Yeah.
We will be flexible to accommodate whatever others' needs are.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I totally agree. It's okay. We'll take a 5-minute and then we'll bring on Mr. Rascone and have his testimony, and then we'll have Mr. Adams tomorrow.
Mr. Adams and staff tomorrow. That sounds fine. I'm sure Ms. Winters would have agreed with that. So we'll go off the record, Melissa, and then we'll come back and let's do. It's 4:29, about 4:40. I don't think Mr. Rascone will be all that long. I don't have much questioning, so there's no rush. Let's do 10.
Okay.
4:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I couldn't do Adams. Because he's the GPS liar. Bet my old compadre's flipping out. Sorry. Tell your boy you'll be home
Oh,
soon.
no, that was that lady that I was telling you about that paint job.
Oh.
She was asking, so were y'all able to get the other paint? And I texted her, yeah, I already got it at noon. He's working on it. You can't expect something to get done. You're doing 3 freaking different colors on all these walls, and one's a brown, a leather brown, and then the other color's a tan. So you gotta put these suckers up together. It's not that easy.
When I was looking at houses to buy when I moved here into this house, I think on 8th Street, every room, it was like orange sherbet, lime green, lemon yellow, purple gray,
See, that's what
red
hers-
raspberry.
That's what it was a purple gray that she had in there to start with. She had one wall that was purple, the other wall was gray, and it's like. So, in her-
Questionable decorating skills, huh?
And so she went, and then you start painting it, and you're looking at it, and Ruby goes, "Can I ask if you painted this before?" Because you could see the white paint from behind. My granddaughter did. She said he was old. Shut up. But we're having to do a lot of correction. She had people just go in and spackle stuff, and nobody did anything.
That's them.
Are they ready? Tell me when you start seeing them. Ow.
No, I couldn't handle the GPS stuff after all day long. I mean, I can only take so much. Just so we got about 30 minutes and then we'll be gone till tomorrow, right? Are you gonna pick me up at the same time? Don't forget, hey, I might have a phone that works when I get home. Brian said he was gonna write up a ticket and go out to the ditch in the switcher box to make sure I was on. Who is that?
Oh, he's in Mr. Bowman's office.
That must be Mr. Rascone.
Okay, it's 4:40. I believe everyone is present who needs to be present.
Yes.
Ms. Goodson will go back on the record. And Mr. Yar, you were going to call Mr. Resco.
Thank you, Your Honor. We care calls Mr. Escon to the stand.
And Ms. Goodson, if you could swear him.
Mr. Rascone, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Escon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Lawrence Rascon.
And where do you work, Mr. Escon?
I work with WeCare Agency.
And in what capacity do you work at WeCare?
I'm the Director of Operations for a personal care program that we have also which is the second program, like We Care Transportation. I do assist We Care Transportation as a liaison.
Okay. Mr. Escone, can you take a look at We Care Exhibit number 12? This is the supplemental testimony that you filed.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell me what that document is?
The first question?
No, just the title of it.
The title of it is the supplemental testimony.
Okay. And it is your testimony, is that
It
correct?
is my testimony, yes, sir.
And you either prepared it or it was prepared by someone at your direction, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any changes you'd like to make to that testimony?
None at all.
Okay. So the testimony is accurate and you adopt it in whole?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, We Care would like to move We Care Exhibit number 12 into the record.
Any objections?
No. None from Superior.
Shall be admitted. Exhibit number 12, We Care.
Okay. Your Honor, I attend the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Winters, do you have any questions for Mr. Rascone?
No.
Mr. Maurer?
No, sir.
Mr. Borman?
I do not have any questions for Mr. Rascone.
So I'll just ask one question for you, Mr. Rascone. Your understanding, based on the answer to the first question, is that the commission, and I'm not asking your legal judgment about the interpretation of 18.3.2.12, more just what you understand We Care is expected to do, is that there's supposed to be an annual vehicle inspection with PRC each year?
Yes, actually, it's an annual inspection that has to be done by a certified inspector every year annually.
And it doesn't, so are you saying it doesn't need to be by a staff member of the PRC?
I don't think I've seen that it says PRC, but it says an individualized qualified inspector.
And to your knowledge, We Care complies with that annual inspection?
Yes, sir.
And have there been any times when We Care has not complied?
In my understanding, based last year on COVID, I don't think that happened or that took place. I'm not sure, but that's my understanding, in that situation.
Meaning you didn't comply, meaning last year due to COVID, it may be possible that in the preceding 12 months, there was no vehicle inspection.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure, okay.
Yeah.
That's all that I have for Mr. Rascone. Is there any redirect based on those questions, or we can?
None, Your Honor.
None.
Very good, Mr. Rascone, thank you for participating.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's now 4:42. We have Michael Adams, who is obviously quite a significant witness. We've heard from Ms. Winters that she is tired. I think it's appropriate to accommodate the complainant in this case, and we'd go well beyond 5 if we were to try to dig into Mr. Adams. We can reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mr. Yarl will complete his presentation for We Care, and then staff's 2 witnesses will present, and Ms. Winters will be allowed time for rebuttal to the extent to which she has any. Any comments or any other housekeeping matters?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Very good.
We meet at 9 a.m., is that correct?
It seems appropriate. We start at 9. Is that acceptable? I mean, we could do it later, but I would just as soon power through it and get it done with.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure I got it right.
Very good. Okay, thank you all for your participation today. Ms. Goodson will go off the record now and reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank
Is
you,
it-
Mr. Ryan.
Thank you.
Are we on the
Good night.
same Zoom link for tomorrow?
Yes, we are. Thank you for asking. Same one.
Okay.
Thank